coming up in just a few weeks, and OpTic is looking the best they've looked since they ended in the World Finals last year.
And ironically enough, a winner's final matchup can't feature a FaZe OpTic because FaZe, they're already in the lower bracket. That lower bracket looking treacherous. As we kick things off here, winner semis between OpTic and SSG. King of the Hill here on Solitude as both teams still vying for those early slays. Early map control is Space Station going to edge out a quarter of the lead here off the rip against OpTic.
So important for both of these teams to prioritize that yard and tram side of the map, not just for this hill, but also the next hill it moves to yard. We all know that's one of the hardest hills to break into if a good team gets set up early. But this first hill, I expect to be lots of kind of mosh pitting bottom mid, just throwing elbows, trying to get some early hill time scrapping left and right. I don't think we're going to cap this first hill for quite some time.
Yeah, sometimes in a mosh pit at a metal show, people will help you up if you get knocked down. Not in this lobby, though. OpTic and SSG, two bitter rivals, routinely facing off against each other, routinely finding themselves in the top three. As despite that start from SSG, first 25%, OpTic answered back with 50 of their own. And after that, SSG, though, making a stretch run towards the first hill capture at bottom mid. Stellar accruing gobs and gobs of time. The OpTic not able to take him out just yet. 3 actually go down for OpTic Gaming, and it might be on dead zone to say GG go next. No, he's going to contest. Takes down Stellar, who had been in the hill previously for at least 30 seconds. And despite Stellar going down, SSG will go up with the lead 1-0 here in game 1 as that hill rotates across to A, and it looks like SSG, despite previously scoring, Bound's going to win the first hill points on hill number 2 as well.
Wow, SSG coming out swinging. They got the first hill and they had the perfect transition into the next hill. OpTic have to figure out how to stop the momentum right now. First game of the day, you have to think there's some jitters going on. Maybe not everyone's caffeine hit the bloodstream just yet, but I mean, SSG came prepared. They're already swinging. Dead zone, though, with this camo, might be able to push in. He's going to find Eco. Takes him down, and this is exactly what OpTic needed right here, right now. They do lose a couple members, but successfully broke into the setup, and they might be able to get a lot of hill time here.
Impressive shots from Dead Zone on his former teammate Eco. Hit the 5 perfect despite the use of the thrust, and now OpTic are looking to bounce back here on hill number 2, tying things virtually for now. You got 3 members along that back A wall. OpTic Formal goes down, though, so it's left to Lucid and Dead Zone to prevent this push here from SSG.
Dead Zone just trying to hold down this side of the map, this little tram window and loop side. One of the better entry points to get into the yard. You're going to look to see the team that currently doesn't have yard control. They're going to try to win that space first so that they can hit it from both right and left. Also, obviously going to send some members either through this ledge or the flower side. Look at this. Great push from SSG, hitting both the tram and through ledge simultaneously. But Lucid, with a very clutch double kill, tries to slow it down, but it's a 4 dead for OpTic, and SSG look to continue to roll here.
And look how on point SSG is, Eli. I always look at this, regardless of the game mode. How quick are you to grab objective after taking all 4 down? I didn't count a millisecond. After OpTic went 4 down, Space Station was already in the hill. Because of it, they've climbed to 75% on this hill to OpTic's 25%. It's Formal needs to find a way to break through, but he goes down instead. Legend breaking through the driveway. Little underneath flank here. Could cause some chaos for Lucy. He does. Lucy did not expect Legend to be there. And now it looks like SSG with numbers advantage on the hill and in Life Force might just go up 2-0 to start the day.
This is what we were looking for last week. Legend, how do you fare on American Ping? So far, 11-6 in this game. This man is settled in at his new spot. I believe he's rooming with Bound, at least that's what I heard, living in Ohio. And I think he's finally got the sleep schedule sorted out. It probably was up early. Looks like he's already warmed up. And that's a scary sight for everybody else in the tournament today.
Now look at that shock rifle, like a trophy piece of weaponry that Eco picks up off that pillar. He's got that to work with now. Bound got the pillar to work with. We've seen how well Bound plays with low shields and a pillar to protect himself, but he does go down there. Stellar with the camo, pushes through, has 2 players down to 1 HP, and with 2 shots takes down Lucid and Trippy for the double kill. And now SSG are primed once again, Eli, to get those crucial early hill points.
Time and time again, they're winning the transition, which in my opinion is the most important part of King of the Hill. People think, you know, you just gotta rush the hill over and over, but you got to be forward thinking. You have to think about what part of the map do we need to hold for the next hill. Even if we score it or if the other team scores it, we have to set ourselves up in advance. SSG doing so perfectly, controlling the snipe side of the map. That means OpTic only has one way in, and look at the defense on that side. It's so powerful. Two members of Space Station just stopping OpTic from getting out of the yard. Bound getting a double kill. You arguably could say he didn't even deserve to get there. And SSG are really just tightening they're just making this. OpTic has no options.
Look at this, Eli. It's almost a micro-macro situation. OpTic a little late on their transitions. We've seen early rotations where SSG previously scored, and then they get the most hill time early off the rip. And then in that micro moment, individually for Trippy, he had a thrust. Could have went thrust be thrust, but he activated it a little too late. Lost the gunfight because of that. Now OpTic go 3 down once again. SSG are frying and flying here in game 1. They got another camo to work with as Stellar looks to continue his reign of chaos.
Not seeing the formal I'm used to seeing right now. It feels like he's just a little bit slow. We're used to seeing him having the fastest reaction time on the map. Yeah, but I've seen him miss some jumps. I've seen him just looking uncharacteristic. He's still got to wake up a little bit here because SSG are ready. And right now, if they capture this hill, this game is over.
This is like a V8 versus a V6 or something. I cannot explain the difference in pace of play here between two teams who we're used to seeing meet in the middle at 100 miles an hour. Right now, SSG, they're flying. They're going 120 on the highway. OpTic Gaming haven't even left the parking lot. 3-0 lead here for SSG as Stellar looks to push up. And don't let SSG win their 4th early rotation of the match. I'm thinking 3 would be a lot. This would be their 4th time that they've gained the early points. OpTic are able to earn, again, a sliver of points, but with 3 going down, SSG probably will, in fact, take those early points. But no, you can see what they're doing here. They're manipulating the regulation clock, looking to drain away both that and the life force of OpTic Gaming as they look primed to do so. Just over a minute left. Can OpTic come up with a miracle?
A lot of people might have been wondering, why did they pick Legend? Who is this guy? The best player that we've seen out of Europe in a long time, and he's going toe-to-toe with Stellar, producing about the same damage output, holding the map, making these rotations that OpTic's just not expecting. Stellar being his normal Stellar self, and if you've got another Stellar that you're fighting against, that being Legend right now, how impossible is that to defeat? I mean, right now, OpTic finally, with some life in this game, have some semblance of control, but as soon as Space Station come off spawn, they're gonna have to step out of this hill and win the next fight if they have any chance to come back into this.
SSG, their strategy is clear. Playing here for Slays. Not going to step foot in that hill as OpTic Gaming have been able to reach the halfway mark, but all of these efforts feel in vain, Eli. It's almost, I talk about confidence kills, and I guess OpTic here could go for that confidence hill number 1 to make it not a 3-0 or 4-0, but it just feels like, regardless of what the final score is, it feels like SSG are on their 4-0 gameplay. OpTic will score 1, but with 45 seconds left, they're going to have all of this hill time on number 2. They can't let it get down to what you'd say the 30-second mark if they want to have a chance. So they got 13 seconds on the clock in theory to score hill number 2 and still make this a game. We'll hold out hope for them. They are OpTic Gaming after all. But Trippy gonna have to find a way to not step out of the hill. If he doesn't, OpTic might just have a chance.
They do look like they've woken up. The last minute or so has looked vastly different than the first several minutes of this game. This is absolutely doable right now if OpTic can stay alive. They've got great positioning to do so. Like to see Dead Zone here in the glass side. If anybody approaches the hill, he'll be able to shoot them from afar. As soon as one or two of his teammates die, though, I think he's gonna start going towards the hill. Yes, he did. Gets taken down, though, by Space Station. Space Station really just need one squad wipe to keep them out of this hill and waste some time off the clock. As they do, they get several members out of the hill, and that could be the game. It's going to be very difficult for OpTic to find themselves back in this hill.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. That might be what OpTic's thinking here after game 1. They do get themselves back in this one, though. Needing just 1 foot in the hill to make it a 1-hill game, but with 18 and rolling down. 15 seconds now left. This one is all but over. Even if OpTic do score, we said they need at least 30 seconds on that regulation clock. I do not think that there is enough time left as Bound looks to secure the final slays and this moment in the match. 3, 2, 1 as the clock dwindles away, and OpTic Gaming will go down 1-0 in the series after a ferocious, aggressive pace and start there for SSG as we roll things over to
Look
our
at
lower
this.
bracket round 8 matchup, I believe this is, or lower round, quarterfinals, as FaZe Clan or Native Gaming, Eli, are going home with the top 12.
Yeah, so nobody, there's not enough spots at the top. By the way, one of our top 3 teams, OpTic, FaZe, and SSG, one of these teams is not going to finish top 3 today. It's guaranteed. We've got Sentinels versus Complexity on the other side of the winners brackets, which means one of those teams will be in top 3. But right here, I mean, right now, Native apparently looking strong. We're just now tuning in, but they've built themselves doubled up lead on FaZe in this first round. 3 go dead for FaZe, make it 4, and that lead is going to continue to grow for Native. If they can hold off some more rounds of slays here, this very well could go to them for round 1.
Native Gaming up doubly on FaZe Clan, and it feels like, I don't know, man, it feels like there might be a changing of the guard. Last week, your winner semis featured 2 underdogs on the top portion of the bracket. Big 3 still in the winner semis on the bottom portion of the bracket last week. They are this week as well, but that's 2 weeks in a row, Eli, where the upper portion of the semifinals features 2 teams that are not in that big 3 conversation. Instead, this week you got Complexity and Sentinels once again. Sentinels a top 4 team for all intents and purposes, but Complexity, absolutely a surprise, as they actually reversed swept FaZe to get to that spot. In the winner semis. Well, they'll play after this match, as OpTic Gaming start off the match going 3 down, now tied 3-3. Did see Overshield go down for Trippy, so that's going to be a moot point off the start. Space Station take a 1-kill lead, 4-3.
I actually really like the way Space Station played that. They didn't secure the overshield, but they burned it instantly, completely mitigating any power it could have given to OpTic. That was one of the conditions to build some momentum early in this game, but shutting that down actually swings it back in Space Station's favor. They got a 1-kill lead, and it looks like they know exactly where OpTic are spawning, but they're just opting to let them stay there. They're just going to shoot them from afar. It looks like Legend trying to earn some space. Car 2 maybe trying to find his way. Car 3 actually trades out all by himself, which is quite impressive. Stellar's going to pick up the spot that he left behind, and this is looking like a chess match already early on.
8-7, OpTic in the lead by 1. Might actually be a 6. I think they're still down, as Space Station actually in the lead. And I'm looking for the pace of play here, Eli. I'm looking for OpTic Gaming to step on the gas when they need to, and to slow things down as well when the time calls for it. More often than not, though, they just looked a little too slow in game 1. Still waking up, maybe, as they've tied SSG here 10-10. As Legend in the back of the yellow base. He's not looking for team support. He expects that push coming here from OpTic Gaming. Trippy presses him from the front, and there you go. 3 go down for SSG. It's a 3-kill lead now for OpTic Gaming, as they're starting to find their form.
Both these teams are actually some of the best at this specific game type. We haven't seen both of them perform in the new version of the game type, though, with this overshield. So I do think the team that has the better strategy to secure OS could be the team that comes on top. We see Formal grabbing it seemingly for free. Meets little resistance, but his teammates go down, which means this overshield likely to burn out pretty quickly, but just denying that resource to Space Station, quite important right now. They do maintain a 2-kill lead, and they have high ground advantage into the next fight.
Formal, with just the waning seconds of that overshield, is not going to push the envelope. Instead, he's going to regroup here with Dead Zone on the bottom portion of the map. A couple players for SSG pushing into the generator, and Dead Zone and Formal set their attention to the opposite side of the map. They got a 180 because of that. They do take down 2 via Dead Zone and Trippy. Only 1 member goes down for OpTic, and it's another team wipe, net positive outcome for OpTic Gaming. They're out now. They're now up a killing spree, looking really good here in game 2. Now we're seeing, I think, the OpTic we were expecting to see in this series, Eli.
So important for them to win this game, right? I mean, if they lose it, they go down 2-0 in the series. Not how they want to start their Sunday. Obviously, we know they are capable of pulling a reverse sweep, but against the likes of Space Station, incredibly difficult. So, looking definitely much better than game 1 for OpTic. First part of this series, totally dominated by Space Station. I said Formal needed to wake up. He's looking a lot more sharp this game, working together with teammates, holding it down with Lucid currently P2 side. And I just love the way OpTic is controlling the map. They seem to be doing that 2-2 duo split across the map, and you know, crossing the map wouldn't make sense to help each other out. And right now, Space Station doesn't have an answer.
2-2 duo splits. Seeing the L-shaped formation for OpTic Gaming, as well as they're utilizing all of their positioning to take the advantage here on SSG. Up by 10, now 9. Unbelievable here from OpTic, and Maybe there is something to say about those confidence kills in that previous game. They're carrying it over. What we saw in the end game in game 1 didn't take game 1, but they look primed to take game 2 here. Up 30-21, crossing into the 30s. These are when Slayers start, and OpTic Gaming is not going to start this sequence off with the overshield. Instead, SSG is going to get their first OS. Could that be the catalyst to a comeback?
Absolutely what they needed right now. Getting into the 30s in Slayer. The end zone is approaching. You got to make sure you flip momentum back on your side. Not only do they have the overshield, but it looks like OpTic are all kind of trapped on the blue side of the map. If Space Station are able to recognize this, they could formulate a strategy to push in from both the right and left and make it very difficult. As they do so, looks like OpTic, though, playing great defense despite having poor positioning here.
And they really mitigated the risk of the OS as well. Stellar wasn't really able to do anything with it. But the patience pays off for SSG as 2 go down for OpTic Gaming. Stellar and the rest of SSG looking to clean out the remains of OpTic's base as they've done a great job of that. Stellar takes down Dead Zone for the killing spree. And despite that, OpTic are still up by 6. I'm surprised. I really thought with that sequence where OpTic get cleared out of the yellow base, Stellar goes on a killing spree, and you're still down by 6. They've dwindled that lead down a little bit, but OpTic still feels like they're in control, looking to control the pink side of the map for now, as well as you see both teams, SSG and OpTic, working their way up that P side, but it looks like SSG instead is going to take it.
With the nature of trading in this game, you kind of feel like Space Station are going to need a sequence where they get a clean 4 dead without losing any members if they're going to come back into this. Otherwise, OpTic could very well just trade out kills into the end. As I say that, it's actually OpTic getting clean kills without trades, which really doesn't look good for Space Station. Not only that, but they also predicted the spawns on the car side, and they're collapsing on them right away. We're back to a 10-kill lead, and this is going to be very difficult for Space Station to come back.
Eco's got to slow down here. He's got to slow down his pace. It's the 12 deaths more than anything for me. That's the threshold here in Slayer, and it's a little early. 10 kills a little early, just about to be reaching that 12 death threshold. As Eco looks to push on through, he has teammate support. Bound gets the first slay on Trippy. Legend cleans up on Lucid. And if Eco could stay alive here, this could be huge. They'll have the overshield, and they might just have a chance. Down 2 team wipes. They need some really good Halo here. OpTic has done a great job despite some short stretches of sprints, I should say, from SSG, where they were able to find some slays, but OpTic has traded out as they trade out the use of the overshield. Eco getting a face full of plasma pistol, and it removes all of his overshield because of it. That's got to be a little bit of a mini heartbreaker for SSG.
I mean, great heads-up play by Trippy. You saw him baiting the opposite corner, just trying to find Eco's location. Picked the wrong corner, but still hits the shot. That's actually going to really mitigate some of the momentum Space Station started to build, and we're now just a few kills away from an OpTic Game 2 win.
All right, here we go in this heavyweight fight between 2 of the best teams in the world. OpTic strike back with a counterpunch that feels just as strong as the initial punch that SSG threw their way in game 1, as we're now tied 1-1 in that series, reversing course to FaZe versus Native Gaming here. Native Gaming taking round number 1, and they're up 37-11 in round 2, looking to earn a sweep here in game number 1 over FaZe.
Wow, this is not what we expect to see out of FaZe. I mean, when they find themselves in the losers bracket back against the wall, we usually see the best version of FaZe. And if that's what they're bringing to the table, how good is Native playing? I mean, we haven't been able to watch this throughout, but with just a minute left on the clock, looks like on the Slay side, APG having a massive game, 27-19 with 47 seconds of objective time. That's the APG we've been waiting to see, and he is on fire.
Yeah, usually people say they got to take a look at APG. I'll take a look at his stats, take a look at his impact on the match as we get a chance to see his first-person POV, putting some good shots across the map on 3 members, taking 3 members down to 1 HP. APG single-handedly opening up the break here for Native Gaming, and they're going to push through. Royal 2 goes down, so too does Snakebite as APG pushes into the back of A. Collective McWin combined for a double. APG makes it a team wipe, and through those initial shots that APG was able to work in, the melee as well, they break through. FaZe isn't really able to get as much time as they thought, and they're still down by 5 seconds. Native Gaming holding over here at A as we switch gears over to Live Fire Strongholds, our main match, our winner semifinals. OpTic Gaming versus SSG, tied 1-1. As we're in the early goings of this one, Stellar popping off the start, though, with the no-scope, and that might just earn Space Station map control for now, at least control of the tower, as they look to bait camo.
Stellar's hitting his no scopes. It's a bad sign for OpTic. This guy, incredible with the sniper. What was that shot? That was, how many pixels of visibility did he even have on that player? Hits the headshot with perfect reflexes. What in the world was that? But he's not looking at the camo. Maybe his teammates are saying they've already secured the camo, so he's just going to try to watch this side. Holding top tower, so powerful on this map. Doesn't matter the game type. He's going to just try to hold on to as much space over here as he possibly can. Just deal as much damage as possible. Try to delete some players off the map as he does with the headshot on his former teammate Dead Zone. Stellar is hot early.
Stellar hot early, and it looks like FaZe are heating up on the other side of the universe, the gaming universe, as they tie up round one. Round two, game one with Native Gaming. Stellar continues on the other side with a spree, with the snipe, the likes of which, well, maybe you expect from the MVP is Stellar. Hard to say you expect shots like that, as all 5 of those killing spree snipes were just about all quick scope, mini 1 pixel variety, as Stellar having himself a hell of a game 3 because of it. SSG have 3 caps and are right back in this match.
Stellar has killed Dead Zone 3 times in a row. Dead Zone is coming off spawn and not able to play the game. He's been alive for at most 5 seconds in his last 3 lives. And that's a big part of why they've had so much map control. But as I say that, at the same time, the lead is not really there. Objective efficiency, despite the massive pop-off that Stellar has so far in this game, they've really only built a small lead. Now that 3 go dead for OpTic, they should be able to continue scoring, though.
You bring up a great point. When you mentioned that, I took a quick look at the kill-death ratio. I think Space Station have near 2 team wipes of an edge on OpTic Gaming. The score doesn't quite reflect that until now. Another trip cap for SSG, and now I think Eli is where that eye test that we talk about is starting to match up with the scoreboard, as Space Station have earned the first minute on the clock, have control of that crucial BC side, and they're looking for more.
Love the way they chose to play that, though. Some great grenades from Trippy shut it down. I think Trippy kind of predicted that's what they were going for. Legend able to clean up the situation, but it's a 4 dead for Space Station. It's a camo in the suit of Lucid, and it looks like they're going to try to flip the whole map here if possible. No one's really in position to flip B, and Space Station know that OpTic are going to C, so they actually come off spawn and immediately play defense well against C. Dead Zone does finally get a kill, but looks like they do mitigate some of the damage from that 4 dead.
More of a defensive effort, though, off of the team wipe, which I thought was a little surprising there from OpTic Gaming. They take all 4 down for SSG and do so in back-to-back sequences. And now is where the patience pays off. You see OpTic Gaming starting to score on A and B, and if they can help prevent the flip of C, no, they will not, but you'll take A and B if you're OpTic Gaming. But Stellar on the other side of the map, he's already starting to flip it. 2v2 gunfight for now. Stellar checking his corners, grenading spots he expects a push potentially from OpTic. It's not going to be there. What is there instead is another 5 shots for Stellar to work with. But the way he's been shooting today, this could be another killing spree.
What can the man do with it? He's facing heavy pressure. That's good on OpTic to apply pressure. And wow, I'm surprised to see him reach out while one shot just maybe knew he had an opening there where OpTic might not expect him to push back out. Unable to connect with any snipe shots, though. There's a few bullets left in that clip. We'll have to see who picks it up. Right now, OpTic doing a good job to come back into this game, but Space Station just need a few kills to get right back into control.
SSG with the first 60 seconds and about a 60-second lead or so, but with OpTic in control and none of these hill points cycling or rotating over. This looks like a good stronghold here for OpTic, as they take all 4 down from SSG, and with control of B and C, they don't even have to worry about rotating to the next one, as they'll have control of it either way. But they will, in fact, they're going to flip the map. They're going to give SSG the C spawns. They're going to take A, but they send Formal on the C flank to potentially earn that for OpTic right back, as Formal on the flank earns the double kill, looking for the triple. Instead, he gets flanked by Bound. Pesky Wiley, Rookie of the Year, as he's able to take down Formal on the Snipe Tower side. But OpTic Gaming have started the scoring back for now. But you see B and A flipping in control of SSG. Pivotal moment in the match right here.
Loved what I saw from Formal right there. He had the plasma pistol charged, but sees a target already weak at distance. Says, you know what? I don't even need to use the plasma pistol. Just switches right off of it to the bandit. Gets the double kill. That opens a lot of time and space for OpTic to maintain control. 3 dead again for Space Station, and Dead Zone is going to capture B while another member of OpTic capture A. And This is the recipe for a nice comeback here in the mid game of the match.
Just feels like OpTic keeps waking up, and that's going to spell trouble here for SSG if they don't bring their A game, and OpTic finds it. Usually where OpTic finds the win. As Stellar finds Dead Zone in the back of B. They both go down and trade out. Sniper up shortly, but for now it's on Eco to earn this capture point, as he does in fact earn C, and he starts the scoring once again, and that's huge because it felt like at 89 to 120, OpTic are within striking distance. They've had control for the last 2-3 minutes. But SSG take it right back.
Eco had a shaky game too, but looking to be a lot more awake this match. We're used to seeing him have some of the most perfect positioning. I mean, if you want to learn how to position yourself in Halo, add this man to your friends list, click on his profile, watch the games he plays, because he's always putting himself in the right spot. We're finally seeing that again from Eco, but this has gone back and forth as Trippy gonna try to take one out of Stellar's book, get a few kills with this sniper. He's gonna see how much damage he can do as he hits another headshot that was unnecessary. That guy was one shot, man. You don't gotta disrespect him like that.
Ragdoll physics and quickscopes. Name a better combo, I'll wait, as Legend has that combination now at the top of Snipe. Gonna put it to use against Formal, but Formal with some pesky shots. Grenade finish from Lucid takes down control of the Snipe tower and the Snipe itself. As OpTic look to reclaim both C and that Snipe. Trippy pushing on the B side. They might just be vying for a trip cap here if they can find one more slay. That's what Trippy's looking for, but it's not on the B side. Instead, he's just going to worry about capturing the final points that they need and now make his way into A. Dead Zone needs help in a 1v2. Now 1v2 for Trippy after Dead Zone goes down. OpTic will take the scoring. They'll take B and C and are right back in it.
Love the movement from Bound, just launching himself across. It makes it so Dead Zone doesn't even know what target to look at. Do you look at the flying man right in front of you or the guy in the back? But Trippy finds a cheeky spot to backspec Bound, predicting his route there in that moment. And that's a huge shutdown because now he secures the B side of the map for a much longer period of time. His teammates are already protecting C. They're in great positions to contest this camo. And I think OpTic are going to take the lead here shortly.
Now on the other side of the lower bracket, despite Native winning round 1 and being up by 30 seconds in round 2, FaZe win rounds 2 and 3 for a game 1 victory. They go up 1-0 in the series. As we hop back on board here with Lucid, Season 1 MVP, down Formal with the camo, looking to push up, not waiting a moment to alert SSG to his location with those shots. But now it's the member of SSG who's a little bit sneakier than Formal, despite the fact that Formal has the camo. That's Bound, of course. And Bound has been a terror over on the Snipe Tower side of the map continuously. A thorn in the side for OpTic to deal with. Trippy does, though, takes him down. Lucid finds a slay on Legend, and now OpTic Gaming are rolling with the lead. They're up 30 seconds. They've got the trip cap. And if SSG can't secure A here, they do. OpTic Gaming could roll into the 200s. They're going to regardless. 2 go down for SSG, and 2 hills retain for OpTic. It looks like C will flip, though.
What I'm noticing as the biggest difference between these two teams right now is when OpTic get kills, they're often getting 3 or 4 dead at the same time. The slays are about even, but the difference is the timing of the slays. Space Station usually only able to kill 2 members of OpTic at a time. Those remaining 2 members often able to neutralize the situation. That's why OpTic has been in control for so much of this match, as Lucid uses a perfect reversal around the pillar. Disgusting use of his environment there. But if Space Station are going to come back into this, they got to stop dropping 3 and 4 dead. Those last 1 or 2 remaining players need to do their best to stay alive and get a few slays before their teammates respawn.
I'm just going to say it, Eli. That's my favorite play in Halo there from Lucid. Utilizing the pillar like a boxing bag, right? Going left, right, hitting your shots all the while, causing confusion for the opposition. Love that play out of Lucid. And it has OpTic for now in the lead, but despite that nice 1v1 win for Lucid, it's 3 caps for SSG. 2 go down, though, make it 3, and that should help at least reset B, if not C, but Bound is on the move. Takes to the ground first. Grabs that MK sidekick to work with in close proximity. Takes to the tower as well. Bound really seems to be emphasizing this location, Eli. More often than not, he's at the tower, and he's causing hell. Takes down 1 with the 360 metal, no less. Gets Formal down to 1 HP. Gets Lucid down to 1 HP, and Lucid's the only one to go down. Formal, look at that! Manipulates the map, works all the way over to the nest side. And that's going to give them good control. He's going to be able to help out B and C here as he does just that with the assist. Trippy with the nade. And OpTic Gaming regain the lead, 215 to 212. This one's close. Head into the end game.
Bound looking absolutely unreal right now. His movement was completely insane in that last play, but it wasn't enough. OpTic still able to get control of the map for now. It's not over yet, though. This one can very well go back and forth all the way to the 249, 250 mark. Looks like Space Station are going to take the capping lead for now.
226 to a rolling 216 for SSG. OpTic Formal with the killing spree. The stick! It does land! He does get the double on Eco. Takes down 2 on his own on the other side of the map. OpTic have 2, claiming B, and they do just that. Now have control of 2 zones. Might just look for a trip cap. I see just a sliver of C being captured, but for now the rotation on A means that OpTic have to defend it. 2 are down at the time. This is really a potential hero moment here for Dead Zone and Trippy, as they do a great job. Really, Trippy more than anything finds the slay there on Eco, and Trippy's going to reset A himself. This could win OpTic game 3.
Yeah, but Space Station come off spawn and immediately attack B. It does get reset, though. 3 dead for Space Station, and this could be exactly what OpTic need to close out this game, but Eco, last player alive. Can he make the cap here? He's going to face heavy pressure. Dead Zone throwing all of his grenades. Picks up 2 extra off the ground to hit him with 4.
He's playing Halo 2, Eli.
He's got 4 grenades in his pocket like it's Halo 2, but he takes him down with those. Still, though, Space Station able to cap it. Players coming off spawn able to finish the job of the previous play their teammate had started, but OpTic about to cap all 3, and Space Station need to get 2 zones before they hit 250.
242, 234, OpTic Gaming in the stretch run here as Eco flips C, but they've got to get a foot in B. 249, and they stop the clock? Yes, they're inside of B, but it's being contested. That's why the B wasn't rotating. Oh my goodness, SSG are still alive. They have 2 down. Make it 3! As 3 go down for OpTic, SSG might just steal it.
They just need to keep OpTic out of these hills. They know that OpTic has to desperate in this moment. Look at the grenades.
Oh my God.
Perfectly predicted. They get shut down, and I think that's the game.
Unbelievable! SSG stealing at the end. One of the closest stronghold games you'll ever see in Halo Infinite. 250, 249 as SSG do in fact steal the game and this series lead as they go up 2-1. Oh my God.
I just gotta say it, man. I called it. I said it was gonna be 249. These guys are going back and forth so much. It's just like, it just felt like it was coming. These guys, like, that game was so back and forth just from the slays. I mean, how many times did the scoring possession trade hands? That had to be one of the highest numbers of that stat we'd ever see. I would love if somebody could figure out a way to find that stat. Like, how many times the scoring traded, that possession traded, because that game was back and forth 12? From the jump. That was
12
insane.
Times?
No,
I guess
way
it was
more
12
than
times.
that.
More
Way
than
more.
Okay, all right. 12 plus lead, 25 lead changes in that one. We'll just throw out
well,
some
not just lead changes, but like how often is one team scoring and then the other team starts scoring, right? Like it went back and forth in that respect so much. But wow, incredible game 3. We're gonna swap back over, take a look at FaZe versus Native. FaZe was able to secure that round 3 in the Streets Oddball. Now Recharge Slayer gonna be a bit of a chess match between these 2 teams.
Wow, wow, wow. Off of one of the greatest games of Halo Infinite ever played. We switch gears here to a game 2 between FaZe and Native Gaming, who, Eli, are both fighting for their life. And I said elimination quarterfinals earlier. I got a round ahead of myself. This is the elimination round 8, top 12 on the docket for the team that loses this series, as Native Gaming down 1-0 against FaZe. They need this game too. Don't know if they're able to, I don't know if they can reverse sweep the defending world champs. Renegade with a nice stick there on APG. Takes down another former world champ in Halo Infinite. Renegade goes down shortly after to another sticky. Everybody's getting stuck. And APG, all right, APG with the trade sticky. That was a little late. Snakebite, though, always on time with the double kill. Opens up a 5-kill lead here for FaZe, 9-4.
Looking at Mikwin in this game, I mean, this guy definitely one of the best players on Recharge. I've seen him do unbelievable things with the shock rifle, but we could say the same thing about every member of FaZe Clan. Mikwin so far not finding much momentum in this game whatsoever. Collect, the guy that we have seen win some games at the 50-49 mark in this very game type with the shock rifle. Can he create some momentum here for them to start coming back?
Collect, one way that Native can come back is through this man and the shock. Seen him do some incredible things with it. Actually saw him single-handedly beat Sentinels with that double kill bottom mid last week.
Yes.
50-49 finish, I think you were referencing. As we know, Collect has the ice for now, has the shock. We have a stalemate. I think FaZe Clan, this really shows their respect for Collect and the Native Gaming roster, especially with the shock. They're not looking to move. They're not looking to fall into that scope of Collect. Renegade almost does enough to earn a slay there for McWin. Great job by Native Gaming to take advantage of their numbers advantage. A lot of people think it's a slays or what equates to a damage advantage or numbers advantage, but damage does as well. As Native Gaming jump on top of that. FaZe respond though with 3 kills of their own as they get back to that 5-kill lead, 14-9.
I don't know what Collect was going for there. It looked like he tried to maybe grapple into top tower to hit the no scope. Looked like he was trying to strike like a scorpion, but just tripped over himself, finds himself at the bottom of the map. FaZe is going to take advantage of that mistake, take him out, and I think that gun might have traded hands. If it didn't, it's probably on a despawn. It did. Frosty, last guy on the map, you want to have this gun. I think he's the best shock rifle player in the game. I'm just going to say it. Frosty, I had him on my team in matchmaking, and this guy just went, like, he picked up the first shock rifle and went on a killing frenzy with 2 triple kills back to back. And we're playing against Formal, Druck, and Trippy. Like, the guy's just insane. Like, it doesn't matter what he's going to do, where he's going to go with the shock rifle. He's just finding headshots. The guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, whether it's matchmaking, money 8s, or tournament gameplay, Frosty is money as he sits here at a 2.0 KD, 6-3, 4 assists as well, the most on his team to help support the cause here in a TS where FaZe are up 21-13, 2 team wipes separating these 2 teams, and FaZe are looking to bust that lead even more wide open. They take down Barcode, they take down McWin, and they're just dismantling this Native Gaming roster right now, one by one.
I mean, right now it looks like FaZe are just frankly winning every 1v1 against Native. I mean, they don't even need to use as much teamwork if they're finding these isolated ones and they're winning all of them. So far, Native need to find a way to work together a little bit better, but it's very difficult from the C side of the map. They're going to have to earn long haul positioning, but member of FaZe is kind of gatekeeping that. Looks like that's Frosty. He's going to try to stop them from extending on that side, make it even more difficult for them to find any kind of team shot. Frosty finding a kill on Collect. Renegade's going to earn the camo at the same time, and this is looking very difficult for Native. They're going to have to find some semblance of teamwork and team shot to take down members of FaZe, and FaZe is just frankly not allowing it.
Renegade does a really good job to time his disengagement with that last shot, falling with him 1 shot. So he stays alive, is able to reset, works his way back to the long haul side, trades out ultimately, but with a 29-16 lead, FaZe will happily take trades, even -1 trades at this point, Eli, when you're up by 2 times. That's a win condition for FaZe. They've built themselves that big of a lead. Don't necessarily want to play not to lose if you're FaZe, but they're in the driver's seat for now.
They also rotated for the new shock rifle. You know they must have timed it there. Coach Royal One probably helping them with that, but gonna swap back over to winners bracket side as we see Legend get a triple kill early in recharge oddball.
Legend with that triple kill off the opening break. That's going to start the scoring early for SSG, and he's looking to really press into those spawns. Oh, actually just 1. Takes down Trippy and then realizes his task is not to continue pushing out those spawns and to keep OpTic trapped in that tower. It's his role to grab that oddball. Love that recognition there from Legend. Let Bound do his thing over at top A. He's taking down Lucid. Probably get the double kill here. Yeah, he does. I love that process here from SSG. Triple kill from Legend. Bound following up with a double on the A side of the map has SSG looking assuredly to secure that first 30-second checkpoint in the match. They'll do just that, and they're looking great here to start this game 4.
Legend has not died, and he has all of SSG's ball time. This guy starting off hot, showing why he was picked up by this roster. He's going to have to play the ball here soon, though. All 3 of his teammates are dead, but look at this. How much ball time can he get while his whole team is dead? He throws it out at the perfect time, knows the player's coming in.
Oh my god.
If he gets this kill, oh my god, the killing spree almost does it to Formal too, but wow, Legend showing up in a huge way in game 4, and they might just close the series out if he can keep this up.
My god, that was one of the more impressive killing sprees you'll ever see, and he almost matches the 5 kills with the 5-0 OBJ. My god, Legend having himself a hell of a game 4, and this is important to note. This is a closeout game 4. This is when OpTic's their most difficult to beat. But SSG looks like they're finding their best version of themselves, and this is a team that, again, with that new 4th in Legend, could get better every single day leading up to AGS Arlington.
You know, when they picked him up, I think they were like, I'm just tired of playing against this guy. Can we stop playing against him? Like, let's just put him on our side. It's just not fun to play against this guy, man. He's somehow able to control so many parts of the map by himself. He's 8-1 now with all the ball time as well. So fluid with his movement on the map. Also very rarely misses shots, finds himself in the top 5 KD almost every land last year. I mean, this guy is the real deal, and he is proving it today.
And on the other side of the Shadow Realm, losers round 8. Native go down 0-2 to FaZe after a spectacular victory for Renegade and the rest of the boys in red. As the boys in red over here looking just as good as FaZe did in that Slayer. 80-0. And you have Lucid here with a very uncharacteristic 2-2-7 game. He's a guy that you don't expect to see those stats, and here he is pushing through, looking to find some important slays, some impactful slays. He's doing that as they break through. They break down that lockdown setup. Impressive there, but boy, do they need one hell of a stretch run. 93-0 when they picked up that oddball. See if OpTic can come back.
You have to think it's just one clean break for Space Station,
yeah,
and they will win the round. Not even a clean break. If they just get a couple dead, they could probably snag the ball for at least 7 seconds and close it out. But so far, OpTic not going to make it easy. Stellar with the shock rifle. That's exactly what you need to close this out. He gets 2 dead, has 2 or just 1 dead teammate, and there's nobody left in A to stop this round from ending. I think it's just going to be a matter of killing Lucid. Okay, I take that back. Lucid was here, but he is taken out. I think that's going to be the end of round 1 in this oddball.
And that will do it. And let's be honest, 18 seconds, that's fool's gold. This was all SSG. After the opening break triple kill from Legend, wisely pushes up, presses the spawn points to send Trippy back to the respawn screen. That kind of forced the OpTic Gaming blender, and I got to go back to the decision to not push on through. He had blood in his mouth, could have found more slays, but instead worked his way back to the oddball, had 50 uncontested seconds, and that was all she wrote after that opening break. Let's hope OpTic can have a little bit better opening break here, but no, it's much worse, you could argue. 4 go down. Stellar still alive. He could work with his grapple hook here, jump up to the bat ledge, but OpTic Gaming spot that out. Great job off their back foot, off spawn, not allowing Stellar to get to that location. If he had, SSG might have some ball time. Instead, OpTic are looking a little bit more scrappy here in round 2.
Actually a massive kill to take down Stellar in that moment. He was about to get the shock rifle. They knew it. That was their condition to make sure this second round didn't start off as poorly as the last one. Ever since they shut him down, they've gotten more slays, but it's actually SSG escaping with the ball. I think they're planning to try to rotate it to C, but look at the shots from Formal. This guy is just making it difficult for SSG to move anywhere. He's also earned himself the shock rifle, hasn't even shot it yet. Doesn't feel the need. He gets taken down, and I don't know if SSG recognized that he had the shock rifle, so I think that might actually stay in the hands of OpTic if they can make their way back into the tower.
You should have the ability to grab control of the sandbox and the objective at the tower with 3 down for SSG, but look at this pressure. Already on the blue side of the map, but for now, Dead Zone has it in his hand, and he's scoring here for OpTic Gaming, looking, like I said, much better, much more scrappy here in round 2. They're setting up for that reset, but with Trippy baiting the back smack, they're not going to need to. Instead, 3 go down, make it 4 potentially. And I love how OpTic Gaming held on to the oddball here. They knew the pressure was coming from SSG, but by taking 3 down, they only had 1 member left to work with. I'll take that bet from OpTic Gaming, and because of that bet, that risk reward, they've got that first 30-second check mark like SSG had at the round 1, and now OpTic Gaming looking equally as good, but they go 3 down, make it all 4, as Stellar's the only player alive in the lobby, like an apocalyptic wasteland, as all the resources he wants to scavenge. Camo for now, as the oddball waits at the reset. Ooh, but Trippy finds the slay on Stellar. That's a massive neutralization of the camo. As OpTic Gaming, again, I'm going to use that word again, scrappy here in round 2, and it's got them in the lead, up by 35.
Lucid Scrapple didn't quite do what he wanted it to in that moment. Probably wanted to reposition himself with the oddball somewhere in gold, but he's going to have to settle to take it into A for now. Stellar finding a kill on Formal. Just 2 dead, or 1 dead on each team. And Space Station do a good job to get control of gold, and they might just take this ball and run back into pipe safely, but no, OpTic's going to shut that down. They're going to continue to fight for map control, and if they can get a couple slays, they'll get an oddball hold here.
49-1 here in your Lower side of the winner's semifinal bracket, OpTic Gaming versus SSG. We are holding Complexity versus Sentinel, so you guys won't miss any of the action. We also got an observer in lower round 8, trying to make sure you guys see as much Halo as possible here today. We're going to be kind of bouncing around, switching back and forth, so pay attention, because we're going to have a lot. We're going to throw a lot your way here, because we got a lot of good Halo. Championship Sunday, OpTic Formal with the shot. He's looking to line up a headshot on Bound. Has good reticle discipline, but Bound with the G-slide. Oh, it takes Formal down with the hands. Talk about aggressive. Everybody knew what was coming. Formal knew Bound was going to do that, but Bound still took him down.
I'm glad you say that, because I was thinking the same thing. Formal sees the name is Bound. You got to have your player names on, because these guys know each other's tendencies, right? He's like, okay, Bound's going to rush me, because he's just completely insane, bat out of hell player that just holds forward at all opportunity. He adjusted his headshot to try to hit Bound while hitting the slide, but Bound is just simply too fast. Comes in and hits the hands, and man, I just love to see plays like that. This man's playing with a ton of confidence, and why would he not after an insane Game 3 win? He's now 15-11 in this game. They also completely stomped in round 1, but this has been all OpTic round 2. Finally, 3 go dead for OpTic, and Space Station have their first chance to get an extended hold in the second round.
This has been a Jekyll and Hyde Game 4, where SSG looked really good in round 1, and now OpTic looked just like SSG in round 2. For now, though, SSG do have that oddball at their preferred location. Back a C, easy resets as Eco accumulates more ball time here. Legend on the sneaky side, looking to prevent that push through the long haul, but Dead Zone gonna get that slay onto Legend, but 2 go down. Lucid and Trippy, and with Dead Zone down to low HP, he should get cleaned up, does by Bound, and this should bring SSG right back. They've cut this lead in half, and if not for 1 or 2 more rotations and pushes from OpTic, they might just steal it.
Stellar just trying to play bodyguard with his ball player. Ball player drops to help him win the fight. This is a risky time to not play it, though. Yes, I love the decision to quickly grab that. Eco knew the writing on the wall and quickly grabs it and chucks it off before the rest of his team goes dead. Dead Zone with a great rotation all the way from Seaside to the new oddball. And if they can get some slays here, they could actually look to close out the round. But no, SSG with some slays are going to make it difficult.
Eco down to 1 HP, goes down ultimately. Legend, though, trying to hedge his bets with a couple slays. Dead Zone. Dead Zone has been magnificent with the oddball here recently. Actually reminds me of Legend off the start of round 1. Earns the triple kill, does Dead Zone. Over here on the C side, rotates the oddball to gold. Gets some ball time. Finds another slay, gets more ball time before finally going down. A great stretch run there for Dead Zone. Has OpTic Gaming back in a comfortable lead, 77-38. They need this one. SSG up 1-0 in Game 4. They've got the 2-1 lead in this series. This is a closeout match for them.
God.
And Stellar's looking to help close things out with the double kill, but Lucid takes that shock right back. Might just have a camo to work with as well, but with 2 players for SSG eyeing him, that's going to make it more difficult, but Lucid wins the one against Eco. For now, camo is in the suit of Trippy. And Dead Zone protectively finds a double kill. 3 go down for SSG. Stellar, like a unicorn with a shock rifle stuck on his face, continues to push up. And he must have some magical powers after that, because he stays alive, gets back to full shield. Stellar doing stellar things on the C side of the map. But for now, Lucid with the shock. That was the last shot. And with 30 seconds left in this lobby, Eli, now the question gets posed to the coach Lunchbox. Do you play for oddball time, or do you play to milk out that regulation clock? It looks like the latter is going to be the strategy. But no, instead, with 4 going down, I think... No, okay, they're just full on the casters here. They are going to play to milk the clock. Lucid just bait, and maybe even just bait for SSG. You know, causing some hopium in the comms. He grabbed it. The clock stopped. We can still win this, but no, it's over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. OpTic Gaming will tie it up here in Game 4 after a heroic comeback performance. SSG looked strong in round 1. OpTic Gaming equally as strong in round 2. Where's this gonna go in round 3?
I think that play at the end there was just to move the ball in a slightly more difficult spot for SSG to grab it. And it's also an easier spot for OpTic to throw grenades at it. So these guys just looking for any tiny edge that could possibly guarantee the victory. I think that's what that little chuck to the corner was there. Or he was looking to grab it and his teammate said, no, let's just play time.
Trippy, nice cleanup there, as it looked like Stellar was going to get away with murder. But instead, he goes down, so too does Legend. But for now, oddball being milked by SSG as They're able to rotate it here all the way through the long haul, all the way here to their preferred spot at C. And a nice little setup here for SSG. Kind of felt like the numbers were even, but SSG has the objective efficiency, rotate it, but you got Formal to worry about. Already in the long haul, bound, peeking and popping out of that shroud screen. And for now, the oddball takes its place at the back of C.
Love to see the plays here. Bound had chucked the oddball across the opening on the C plat, understanding that OpTic were definitely going to be watching that. His teammate's able to safely grab it. Now he's just going to play as bodyguard to that ball carrier. And this early lead is what earned them such a strong start in that first round. And we'll see if they can carry this one to victory and close out the series.
Stellar risking it there. Does not reset the oddball, actually stuffs it in the corner. But because of OpTic going 3 down, he felt safe about it, but not any longer. It's actually Formal who reset that. My apologies. As looks like a smart reset there for OpTic, but you're right, Eli. That's why we always talk about the 30-second check mark in oddballs. Now you have the ability to force OpTic Gaming to chase, to overextend, and now SSG have another one of those patented oddball rotations over through long haul into C. Lucid trying to shut down a predictable movement there. For now, that oddball sits at the reset point. SSG have it in their hands once again. 2 down on each side. Formal, though, down to low shields. Going to try to take the high ground, take his place, stay alive. But look at this. Whether they're rotating it on the long haul side or the needle side of the map, Eli, SSG are finding OBJ efficiency. And it could just be an answer to a series win over OpTic.
This whole play started because of a massive clutch up from the newcomer Legend. He killed Lucid in a spot where he should have been dead to rights. But Lucid extending himself, maybe just predicting that Legend wouldn't still be looking, but no, Legend made sure he died. And ever since then, Space Station have been playing keep away with this oddball. Lucid finally, no, I think the charge on the grapple was, or the cooldown was a little bit too long for him to go for that grab there. But wow, Lucid trying to shut this down early, but the damage has been done. It's still a 60-point lead right now for Space Station.
That's my bad, Eli. I've watched way too many Frosty Twitter clips. Right. Anytime I see somebody reset an oddball at the back of C, they got a grapple. I'm hoping to see that incredible play that Frosty's made famous. But for now, oddball again rotating through the long haul, and this is through SSG's favor, but Lucid, good favorable double kill, resets the map and the situation for now. And with this wide rotation with a grapple, might just have the timing to secure the triple. Nonetheless, secures the slay onto Eco, and with 3 down for SSG, waiting to see that oddball get rotated here. But they get a favorable glass spawn. Might be able to get some shots onto Lucid as he rotates. They do not. Very fortunate is Lucid to get this oddball rotation despite the fact that SSG spawned close to it, but you know the push is on.
Lucid almost single-handedly willing his team back into this round. This man has probably gotten at least 10 kills this round already. Also rotated the ball at a time that his team needed it. Able to shut down every advantage state that Space Station has tried to achieve in the last several minutes. Legend, though, going to try to do the same thing for Space Station now. Getting control of the pipe side, gets a double kill. Hearing callouts of his teammates right here. He's looking left and right, trying to find which one of these guys is going to show up on my screen first. He's going to kill both. Lucid, though, going to shut him down, but the effort from Legend was so strong there that SSG continued to rack up more time.
SSG has just been the better team rotating the oddball. It's as simple as that. And when you look at objective efficiency, I think one way that stats do make sense or are worth mentioning, look at everybody for SSG. Everybody virtually tied, right around 50, we'll call it. On the other side for OpTic, it's a little all over the place. I almost feel like Lucid might even be a little frustrated after he gets a triple, almost a damn near team wipe. Stellar gets the triple. Might just be an overkill. It should be from the grave. I'm surprised. I guess the overkill cancels out after you die. I'm not sure about that. I thought that would have been for sure been an overkill, but again, for SSG, they're just winning those rotations. Everybody's playing their 25%, and that's just not the case for OpTic Gaming. Gonna need an answer here with less than 2 to go, or they're going down to the lower bracket.
Multi-kill timer does expire when you die. We'll call that a complimentary overkill. What's the word for it? Honorary overkill. We'll go with that. But Stellar looking to do more than that. Looks like every time Space Station get the ball in pipes, they have such a good defensive effort. OpTic only has so many options to get in to try to fly in through the bat ledge, but they get shut down. But at the same time, OpTic do a great job to actually completely clear everyone out of pipes, and Dead Zone
There we
killing
go.
the only other player on the map, and that's what they need. But the members of Space Station coming off spawn are going to shut him down, and now it's an even 3v3 push. Formal with the shock rifle needs to hit a shot but misses, and now the push is coming in. 2 dead for OpTic, and if they can secure this kill and get the ball safely back to pipes, they could close out the round. Just 21 seconds to go to close it out.
4 go down for OpTic, and this could be the stretch run. One final push for OpTic, and this could be it. Formal looking to set up a good opening break grenade to give himself the damage advantage, but instead he goes down. 3v3 for now. Legend does as well. Oddball gets reset. Little mini play ball there for SSG as they want to find the slays before they find more time. Lucid finds the camo, but with that push, might go down. Great save there from Dead Zone. Nice bait and switch. 3 go down for SSG, and OpTic are going to have a final breath. Dead Zone, what can he do with this camo? If he can cycle continuously throughout the map, earning more and more slays as he does, this could bring OpTic right back. As I believe, is OpTic going to hold it at gold or try a rotation here to Dead Zone? I think that's the question. He's going to flip spawns all the way over to the needle side, and they will take the heads-up rotation. There we go. Very heads-up play there from OpTic Gaming. I was hoping for their sake they did rotate as they did, and now they're right there in it. Down only by 30 seconds. SSG, though, with 92. OpTic need to hold strong here. Hold the line. If they do, they could come back. Lucid goes down, and SSG might just break through the long haul. Legend with the shots onto Trippy. Trippy with a reset.
Wow.
Will get the reset. Oh, Stellar had that oddball lined up. That's the play I was looking for, but it just barely goes into the drink. Less than 1 minute left. 55 seconds to be exact, as SSG earned the oddball off the rotation, but that's bait. They go 2 down. Stellar looking to clean up with a double of his own as he takes down Trippy. And for now, SSG are in the driver's seat. 40 seconds left. 3 members of OpTic down.
There was a stretch of time where OpTic had that ball set up for so long, and all the kills were going in favor of OpTic until the newcomer Legend finding 3 kills with his life. But now OpTic back in control of the oddball. He was able to slow the momentum, but OpTic are rolling once again. They could absolutely create this comeback.
Oh, 100%. This is feeling like SSG's 249, 250 comeback, but OpTic Gaming go 3 down. Dead Zone again. Notice this. Time after time, he feels like the last player alive. He earns the last Spartan standing slay, earns a few more seconds of oddball. They're down about 15 seconds. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. Which way does this one go? Bound pushes through the gold side of the map. Takes Dead Zone down to 1 HP. Takes him down. Sends him back to the respawn screen. But Bound goes down as well. 2v2 for now. The clock continues to tick away. OpTic needs slays. They need time, but they're not going to get it as they go 4 down. And SSG take game 4 and this series.
Oh my god, what a series this was. Yes, a 3-1 victory for Space Station, but OpTic fighting so hard for every single game. The series was won by a matter of a handful of plays in each game. And man, Space Station looking so strong. They earned their ticket into the winners bracket finals. They're going to face off against the winner of Complexity or Sentinels in that winners finals.
This match all came down to objective efficiency for me, Eli. Even taking a look at the series layout, OpTic wins the Slayer, but you got to win at least 1 OBJ to win a series, and it's just not enough. How many times, Eli, did we see OpTic Gaming earn 3 or 4 down in games 1, 3, and 4? And they didn't earn any OBJ after that. It's almost like getting 3 or 4 down, like in a CTF. It's just to clear the base out. It's not to get a pull and make things dangerous. That's kind of what it felt like for OpTic Gaming as they continuously slayed out, but the lag... not ping, but the lag between taking 4 down and taking oddball or hill, whatever it was just too long. And that is why OpTic Gaming go down. SSG will move on to the winner final as we move back to the broadcast desk with Louie and Tools.
Damn, Tools, that was crazy, man. That last minute of the game, Tools. What are your thoughts, bro?
I mean, it was every game that sort of felt like it went down to that final minute. The oddball really back and forth, but it really the heartbreaker for OpTic was that Strongholds game, right? 249 to 250, and it was a 249 that you felt was secure for them. Space Station just did a brilliant job of rallying the troops, not giving up. And this is the thing, you cannot give up in your game. Space Station knew that they had only frames to get the job done. They were able to get into those hills just in time, transfer the power over to them, And once OpTic was trapped over in that back A spawn, they were able to take that win. And I think that gave them the momentum needed to win this oddball game. That first round, it was all Space Station. I think it was because of that momentum they gained from Strongholds. A very tough series. I think 9 times out of 10 we see this thing go to game 5. We just happened to get the lucky 3-1 finish for the Space Station roster. I want to give a shout out to one player in particular that won't be continuing on the winners bracket, but I think Dead Zone played extremely well in this series against his old team.
Indeed. I mean, as Mikowski was saying, the last Spartan standing on the map twice in a row, Dead Zone pulling his weight, right? But OpTic just can't get it done. This is the final minute of the game, Tools. What did you see?
This is just chaos incarnate, right? The thing that's really hampering OpTic Gaming right here is the in-game clock, because you have to slay through this team on Space Station. They have no real interest on picking up this ball. Look at them throwing nades, trying to keep it away, and how much effort OpTic has to put to just get that ball. The other thing that's happening, right, is every time you pick up that ball, you're essentially in a 3v4 against the opposing team. So Space Station was really just using that to their advantage all throughout. Dead Zone did a marvelous job. I think one of the best possible things he could have done in this situation, right? Last player alive multiple times during this sequence, was able to keep that ball close to him, stop the timer, and oftentimes win that big gunfight. But you're just putting a little bit too much pressure. Chaos ensues in the pipes, and I thought maybe it was going to happen when Formal won this gunfight, but the nade from Stellar secures it, and Eco is going to make sure no one was touching that ball. Chaos in the pipes and a victory for Space Station because...
Yeah, as you said, that was wild. Oh, man. Dead Zone. Yeah, like I said, he's doing what he needed to do, but in the end, it just was not enough. Space Station, they look really good. Legend, I don't think he's jet lagged anymore, Tools.
No, he was phenomenal throughout this entire series. I think game 1, I was looking at him and I was like, wow, he is the complementary slayer for Stellar on this roster. And that's what gets really exciting, right? Because now you have 2 of these prototype freak nature players in Bound and Legend that can have turns stepping up, right? Because they're explosive players. You don't expect them to have that consistent bar that's going to be at that top. That's where you get players like Stellar, Lucid, and like Frosty. You expect them to consistently have those good games. You kind of count on your Legends and Bounds to be those boomer bust players where you want them to go fast. You want them to be first ones in engagements, trying to be that entry fragger to buy you space on the map. And now you kind of have that freedom for either one of those to step up to the roles, because anytime you have 2 players like that, one of them is going to step up in the game. I think the Space Station roster is built extremely well. I think they knew exactly what they were doing when they went and targeted Legend. He's a great replacement for the hole that was left with Dead Zone. I think it's really interesting, Louis, because they replaced Dead Zone's role with a different role, right? They didn't try to go find one of those follow-up players that's really good at listening and it's just going to make those right plays and be like the best possible teammate. No, they picked up another version of Bound, right? And it's so interesting to see a complete change in the etymology, the foundation of a roster, and have it be just as good as the last iteration.
Pretty impressive stuff out of SSG. Taking a look at the other side of the winner bracket, we obviously got Complexity versus Sentinels. We're in a lobby with Complexity right now. Sentinels have not joined the lobby yet. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we're not missing any action at the moment. Of course, we all saw the result of the Space Station OpTic game, Space Station advancing to the winter finals. So we'll just see in a few moments who will be matching up against them. But Tools, let's get a little update on the lower bracket side, right? We had an observer in the FaZe Clan versus Native Gaming matchup. Native looking really good in game 1, and then progressively in game 2, it just did not put up a good fight. I'll be honest, right? It was like 50-20, and that's a guesstimation. But in game 3, FaZe go up 1-0 and King of the Hill. Native come back. They tie it up 1-1. Time expires, tied at 1-1. FaZe pull it out at the very end. So close series for Native Gaming. How do you think of their showing today?
I think that FaZe got the hard job done, right? Well, once you beat game one and you're able to get that momentum away from Native, that's when the game becomes easy for them. Native gaming, everything was like pushing all your chips in at the beginning of the game. It's like, okay, we're gonna try to take the momentum early. We're gonna have to steal away this first game and just keep that momentum rolling. Just wasn't a reality for them this time around. I think Native's still a great roster, gonna have some growing pains as time comes in, especially since their seed I think a little bit lower than some other ones. So you're gonna have some hard matchups in these brackets. Getting a top 12 finish today, hopefully that doesn't impact them too much. They might be like having to finish top 8 for one of those pool play spots next week. And Louis, I just saw we got some gifted subs in the chat, little Frankies. Okay, you gotta help me out with this one. Frankie says relax 17.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, just relax, bro. Just relax. Listen, day one, we didn't see a bit of OpTic or FaZe. Guess what, ladies and gents? Buckle up, because day two is all OpTic and FaZe. We got an observer in the FaZe versus Rebellion lobby. Right now, Rebellion has not joined in that lobby either. So we're just playing the waiting game, right? We got one observer up in the upper bracket, one observer in the lower brackets. Obviously, Reversal, Perfy, and Tenrai. No update on the score series there. I believe some of these players do stream, so if anybody knows the series score, let us know. But nevertheless, yeah, appreciate the subs, gifted subs, I should say. We're in a Hype 3 level train. I think we just smashed it because the homie Dynashan comes through with 10 gifted as well. Let's go. 15 in the last, I don't know, 2 minutes. That puts us at 2,225 subs, Tools. We already broke the 2,200 that we were going for yesterday. And something tells me this Dynashan 10 bomb hasn't been added to this total yet. So, Tools, support out of this world at this moment.
I love it. One of the big goals this year is being able to maintain 2K subs month in, month out. If we're able to do that, it opens up a lot of opportunities for us to do more, right? Just run more events, try to make sure that we're able to give back a little bit more to the community. I think someone asked the question, it was like, if they gave you $1 million right now, like what would we do? And it'd be like, we would throw a shit ton more events. We'd be doing as much as possible to make sure that there's good Halo competition going in. That's the big thing we want to do this year. Started off with the off season, right? 6 different $1,000 tournaments. The LVT putting up that prize purse for it. It went great. I felt like we got a lot of good momentum from it. One thing that we want to stop this year is not having Halo on the weekend, right? It's like every weekend that there's something, like there should be some sort of event going on, and you can best know that LVT is going to be there. We're going to be covering it because we just fucking love Halo.
Ed, you're not wrong, Tools. We fucking love Halo. Listen. Oh yeah. The $1 million question, a little bogus out there. You know what I'm saying? But nevertheless, right? We just love to
If someone's got a spare million laying around,
yeah, we're bringing Halo back if we get $1 million. I'm just saying. No, man, we're still waiting on these 2 lobbies, right? We've got FaZe versus Rebellion. There's 6 players in that lobby, and then out of Complexity, it's just us Complexity, Tools, for our winner bracket.
I'm really looking forward to this Complexity Sentinels matchup. Yeah. I think that Sentinels right now is probably being like, oh, this is like the best possible bracket that we could have gotten, right? You don't have to play FaZe early, but Complexity had a stellar upset in that game 5 yesterday against FaZe. And the biggest thing that I took away from that, Louis, was the comms at the end. They said that's exactly what we worked on. And that's I think that just shows that this Complexity roster is a roster that is built to figure it out during this season. They didn't have expectations of coming out and winning an event right away. They knew it was going to take a lot of work, and one of the key elements to that, right, assembling a brand new roster and then bringing in a brand new coach. I think Ash is going to be a big difference to this roster. He has over 20 LAN championships and a different title, Gears of War, when he was a part of that OpTic gaming dynasty over there. This is a guy that knows how to win, knows what a championship roster needs to be successful, and he also has level-headed players to help him accomplish that. Ryan Noob Huss, descendant precision. Every time I've talked to these four guys, they're four of the most calm, level-headed people I've talked to. They know what it takes to play this game. They're not going to get too riled up, too much in their emotions. I think this is a great roster that has potential. It just needs to realize that potential today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I quote Ryan Noob, that's our game plan. That's our strat. It worked perfectly against FaZe. So congrats to Ryan Noob and the clan. Hey, but nevertheless, right, like the work is cut out for him. Sentinels is a damn good team. They're a roster that has remained stuck together. Tools, do you think this is going to be the payoff that they're looking for?
I'm a big believer in the Sentinels roster. You look at the placings the last couple weeks, and you're like, wow, Sentinels not doing as well as they probably hoped. But when you look at the games, you're seeing that the games that they're losing are just very close game fives. So they're a team that will take you the distance, and the talent here is just as good as the talent on OpTic, as the talent on FaZe. I'm a big believer in Spartan this season. I think he's taken leaps and bounds compared to what he was looking like last year, and he was already a filthy player last year. The bandit rifle just fits right in his hands. Boo Boo Dubu's been grinding his ass off, and it's shown in the gameplay. Falcated's I think the most underrated player in the scene, and then you combine that with a player that just knows how to win and is a great in-game, I don't even want to say an in-game leader, but an in-game voice, right? He Lethal is someone that's never going to get too caught up in the moment. He's always thinking, right? And it's never going to be just blabbing out random words. He is very thoughtful in the way that he plays this game, and I think it's a great asset to the Sentinels roster to keep everyone level-headed, to make sure that they're focusing in on the right things, and they're one of the funniest teams to listen to. I love their comms, man. Like when they're done with a game, it's all that excitement, and then you have that dry humor from Lethal after. You just can't help but love the Sentinels roster.
Yeah, 100%. I got to say something else, right? Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated, probably a decade of working together in 2v2 scrims, whatever it may be, money eights. But here in the preseason on LVT Halo, we had 2v2 tournaments, and I gotta say there was no better duo than Boo Boo and Spartan. The teamwork, the trust that they put in each other, they beat epic duos, guys. The first weekend of LVT Halo 2v2 tournaments, Renegade and Lucid were a duo, and they didn't win. Boo Boo and Spartan, I think, won the majority of the events.
It was incredible to watch, right? How icy they were too, because it was critical game 5 moments in those 2v2 Slayers, and it really felt like it just like helps that bond that they have on that team. The other thing to note in this match, right, is there's some storied history between some of the players on these teams, right? Whenever we think about the great rivals in Halo, you think back in the day to maybe some Final Boss versus Gandhi, some T-Squared versus the World, but the Halo 5 kids know that the Spartan and Ryanoob rivalry from the end of Halo 5 leading into Halo Infinite after they split ways has been some of the most must-watch Halo in the world, right? There's nothing that hits different than Spartan and Ryanoob both standing up and running to each other on the other side of the stage to talk their talk. Love to see that sort of passion still in Halo. It's a little reminiscent of the old days of all that smack talk.
Indeed, and Dinosaur dropped 10 gifted in the channel. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna promote the Paradise Halo video tools. You know which video I'm putting out?
Oh, it's got all the history, all that back knowledge that you need to know, dude. It's a great video that took a lot of work over there on the for Paradise Halo. But go give it a look. While we have a little bit of time, it goes and dives deep into that initial rivalry between Spartan and Ryanoob.
Yeah, and I gotta say, right, I mean, these guys are adults, right? I don't think that they actually like hate each other or anything, and I think they've worked beyond any issues that there may have been.
They teamed after all this happened.
They did in year 1 of Halo Infinite, right? So I mean, perhaps bridge over troubled water, but nevertheless, right? Yeah, I mean, that history is there, tools.
Yeah, they I just like the history, you know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes you just have a beef with someone, eventually you squash it. They've definitely squashed it, but you always keep it in the back of your mind, you know what I'm saying? You play a little bit harder when you play against someone that that you want to be. One thing I want to do right here, real fast, is I want to go and look at all these games played on these players. You know what I'm saying, Louis? Can we look at how many games played? Because I want to highlight the difference between like your good players and your pro players. Look at this precision. He has close. That's 10,000 games played. He has more custom games than he has matchmaking games. That's how much these guys are grinding. So like me, I think I have like 6,000 on this game, and I'm not even touching these guys. Look, 12,800 games for these guys. Like these guys, this is their job. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to get good, like you have to put in the work, and all of these guys have put in the work. Dude, that's almost 10,000 in matchmaking alone. Huss is a grinder.
15K, baby. Holy hell.
Yeah, just get ready
16,
for
17
Spartans.
Okay,
brand new account for Descendant. Brand new account. See, Falcon. Okay, look at that.
Hasn't played campaign. Look, these guys don't play campaign,
Lethal
bro.
almost looks like mine, bro. Lethal played no campaign.
Dude, why is he holding a neither, bro? That's not in rain. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, dude, that Spartan looks hot. I like that one. That's a good little model right there.
Hey, what do you think?
Boo boo doo boo.
Damn near 18K, man. So what kind of music do you think Lethal listens to on the way to work?
On the way to work?
Yeah, he's got to drive in and compete from an office, right? So the man's putting his work hours
emo
in.
Music, you know what I'm saying?
Like,
it's
emo
probably
music?
like he's like Ohio. Like he's just going through. He's all lovers. He said dead silence, nothing, bro.
I don't think you can just sing one word and that's
Ohio.
no.
Dude, people know.
My heart is in Ohio. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, on the other side in the lower bracket, looks like we finally got a full lobby as well. This is not a winner semi. This is the elimination round 9, FaZe versus Rebellion. That's going to be kicking off as well. And I guess Tools, we're going to do the same exact thing where both games are going at the same time. So I know it's not ideal, but we're going to be able to give you updates from both series. And of course, we have to focus on this winner semi-final, the winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we have to. It's just so hard, man. There's just so many good games going on. Just so many good games. Wait. What did Lethal say? I'm trying to read what Lethal said. Lethal says,
on the
when
way,
he's driving to the office, on the way there, it's dead silence. On the way back, it's the sounds of me catching my breath from carrying carrying everything down. Wait, do you have to bring your PC to the office? I guess I never thought about that. Does he have to like bring his PC with him, or is it just at the office?
Starforge, listen, get this man a PC in both places, please.
Oh my god, I never thought you'd have to like bring his entire setup with him. I thought he just like left it at the office.
Shout out Starforge PCs. You know, we actually produced on a Starforge PC before. You know that, Tools?
Yeah, we did. It's a fun event. Shout out, and maybe
if you know, you know what I'm saying.
Maybe some Starforge Halo events.
Yo, hey, whoa, that's got a little ring to it. You know what I'm saying?
A little Starforge, Halo Pro Series brought to you by Starforge. Maybe think about it.
Yeah, Rob Moore, if you're listening, come on, make it happen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're literally waiting for these lobbies to start, and just so everybody knows, right? Even on the YouTube, if you're on the YouTube, I really want you to pay attention here. The start of the lobbies is out of our control. The start of the tournament's out of our control. We're just a production team, man. Don't be attacking us. Let us be, man. We're doing our best here.
Yeah, Louis, do we have any new Who's That Halo Pros? Or do we have the first one from yesterday? I want to see since Lethal's here. You want to say? I want to see how good his Halo knowledge is.
I think they're starting to ready up, but you want the first one?
Oh my god, Jesus Christ!
Holy hell!
He has more custom games than people have combined in the pro scene. Oh, I don't think he has to have the most.
Yo, Sparty does it all, bro. He's also being a customer service representative for Barcode while he's competing as well.
We got 10 gifted subs by Patty Slay. Let's go, Patty Slay. Thank you so much. What does that put us at, Louis? How many subs we at?
Let's get a check here. We got a whopping 2,238 subs. Patty Slay. This minute, yeah,
so
it's probably safe to say 2,248. There's like a little bit of delay on the sub points, but nevertheless, appreciate the support. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, looks like this match is finally getting started. So we got Sentinels going up against Complexity in the winter semifinal. We're going to kick it off to Mikowski and Eli as we get into this upper bracket match.
All right, Eli, here we go. A rivalry as old as the test of time. Ryanu versus Sparty. Both of these two teams earning Game 5 victories. Sentinels over Rebellion. Complexity, though, a reverse sweep over FaZe yesterday. That was an incredible Games 4 and 5 to bring that back for Complexity. I'll be breaking that down on my Twitter if you guys get a chance and want to watch that back. But for now, our winner semis is set. Sentinels versus Complexity. Eli, what should we expect from this series?
Man, I just want to talk about yesterday, that comeback victory from Complexity over FaZe. After game 2, after they lost, I actually tuned into Ryan's stream at the perfect time to hear his pep talk, and he said, we only made 2 or 3 mistakes, and we have talked about this. We can't make those 2 or 3 mistakes against FaZe. He had this great little pep talk, and then Huss said, all right, let's just reverse sweep then. And you know what they did? They did. They reverse swept FaZe in an insane fashion, and I just love this Complexity roster. You guys know I'm a Sentinels fan for sure, but it's hard for me to pick one of these squads to root for. Both teams playing with a ton of passion, so much personality across the board, and so much talent as well. So very interested to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I caught that moment as well, and it was one of the coldest moments in Halo of recent history, as Sentinels starting out a little bit warmer, though, at the halfway mark on this first opening hill. Solitude, some changes in the offseason. That hill no longer at the camo location. Now it's bottom mid. Makes for a much more favorable, less snowbally game mode here, as Complexity are able to get a foot in the hill, but that's about it. Sentinels reclaim it, take down 2 from Complexity, and look to start off scoring here, 1-0.
Look at the positioning from Sparty. So he's not only thinking about the end of this hill, but he wants to make space and positioning for the next. Ryan, one of the players that talks a lot about hill transitions, so you know that he is already thinking about moving into the yard side as well. But as they get several dead, they say, you know what, we might actually be able to steal this hill. So let's try to multitask. Let's try to hold the tram side at the same time we give ourselves a chance to cap this hill.
And after 3 go down for Sentinels, now 2 again afterwards. This is definitely doable here for Complexity, as they've got their first string of time on the board. Sparty looking to drop into bottom mid, but he'll head back to the respawn screen instead. Descend it with the hands, takes down 2. 2v2 for now. Falcon to Boo Boo versus us in precision for now. Boo Boo Dubo and Sentinels get the better of the 2, and they both combine for some piv wins, it looks like, to take down all 4 members of Complexity, but with both players in 1v1s, that's going to leave their shields low. They're not able to get right back in the hill. They do shortly after, as they do in fact secure hill number 1. A battle for the rotation here ensues between Lethal and Ryanoob, and Lethal wins it and wins the rotation. He's got to worry about Descend it here as well, though, over the cafe.
Ryan, the only member of Complexity trying to stop the transition from being successful for Sentinels. Lethal with some great shots. Also loved that he just strafed in one direction, which made it so Ryan could not land the sticky, probably expecting that his target would switch strafes, but Lethal always making himself a hard kill, and he finds a stick of his own with the thruster sticky as he goes down, takes down Precision. It's going to make it a lot easier for Sentinels to get in here. Huss the only one alive on this side of the map. He's going to sit in this corner, but he gets spotted out. And Sentinels taking him down are going to be able to get a lot of hill time here if they can just get 1 or 2 more slays.
Now, Eli, this is a great question for you. Does the thrust sticky combination almost work like repulsor sticky? Because what I saw from Lethal there was an extended velocity, an increased velocity. That sticky came out much faster. I'd almost love to see a replay. Let's maybe notch that for after the game to see if that movement tech or sandbox tech works equally as so to the repulsor sticky combination that's really made waves here in the offseason and preseason, as Booba making waves as per usual. Our Sentinels 2-0 lead. They have really jumped out on top of Complexity here, and they're not leaving them any room to breathe. Booba with a headshot off the rip. There we go. Huss trades out, takes down Booba, but he's going to need to take down one more if he wants the shock rifle. And once again, Lethal on that previous rotation after the first hill cap. Here on hill number 2, he's doing a little bit more of the same, and Lethal, it's hard to say that a player's improved a lot, Eli, when they're the second greatest Halo player of all time, but Lethal, man, he seems to be a much improved player from last year. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
I mean, to be completely honest, I don't think we saw Lethal's true self until he was on this very roster. I don't know, it just didn't feel like he was very comfortable with Halo Infinite in general until he found himself on this roster. And we have seen him really just come into his own. And I think it's a mentality thing, right? Like, we all know how difficult it is to perform if your head and your heart are not in it, but he's finally found a group of guys that have a similar outlook to his own. They all believe in each other, and that positive atmosphere is the same reason why Sparty is also playing some of the best Halo we've ever seen. So love this squad, love the positive vibes, love their resilience. If they ever go down in a series, they're always able to lift each other back up.
Oh, look at Lethal. Talk about objective efficiency, earning more time and the headshot. As he looks for a potential double on Precision. Not going to get the double. Precision will have some help as Ryan spawns as one, puts instant shots into Lethal. That backs him down off the hill, but not before recentering his sights on the head of a couple members of Complexity, but they do a good job to prioritize Lethal. He's going to get 12, 6, and 7. A good amount of OBJ time as well, having himself a game. That was a big shutdown there for Complexity as they have the numbers advantage. Sentinels up 75% to 25% or so to Complexity's scoring, and they're going to need this one. Cannot go down 3-0 with less than 3 minutes left already. Complexity, got to have this one.
Absolutely. They need to cap it quick as well with that regulation timer dwindling down. You don't want to be left with just a minute or so left on the clock when you do score it, but it's an absolute must capture, and they can do it in the next, before they get to the 2-minute mark on the clock, they could make this very doable, but right now Sentinel's not making it easy whatsoever.
Party goes down in the hill. Ryan Noob lifts up, and he's got support. Nice bait and switch slide through from Huss as he cleans up on Falcated. Ryan Noob had confidence in his teammate Huss. He left that gunfight, already started working a little early towards the top mid location. Love when you have confidence in yourself and your teammates, and you're seeing that here as 3 go down. Make it 4. This should be Complexities. It is. First hill of the game, and with 2.5 minutes left, Eli, they are right back in this fight.
Absolutely, but they did not get any members to the yard until now. Descendant with a huge kill on Falcated, who is trying to play gatekeeper to the next hill. After he goes down, rest of Complexity are going to be able to push in no problem. 3 dead on the side of Sentinels. Lethal trying to work with first spawner Falcated. It's going to get Huss down to 1 shot, and look at the teamwork from Complexity. These guys, I mean, honestly, both teams so good at just having each other's backs. That's why I knew this would be such a good series. Teamwork is absolutely insane on both sides.
Yeah, more often than not, one player goes down to 1 HP. He's got a friend somewhere around the corner to help out. Bait and switch on high priority here in this series. 2-1 lead here for Sentinels. Less than 2 minutes left. Complexity have done a good job after Sentinels score the first 2 to bring this game right back. And with that opening break slay on Falcated and Lethal, boo-boo doo-boo. It's an opening break team wipe almost for Huss as he helps take down 3. Sparty, the last player left. All the while, Complexity on the A side of the map, securing more time. Cafe spawns here for Sentinels. And Descendant gonna hold the line here. Works with that top A positioning, but is gonna be aggressive here. Trades out, but I think that aggressiveness is gonna be worth it. Should see some S1 spawns here potentially for Sentinels, as you do. And I think that actually was a good overextension, you could argue there, from Descendant, pushing the envelope and pushing these spawns back here for Sentinels.
Absolutely. Just taking Boo Boo Doo Boo off the map is going to make this hill a lot easier. And all of a sudden, just like that, some perfect gameplay out of Complexity completely shut down this hill. And that's not an easy hill to have such control over in the driveway. You feel very exposed there, but Complexity playing it basically perfect. It is Sentinels that has the early rotation on the next hill, but it's not a very easy spot to hold if you're getting pushed from both sides. Right now, they neutralize the push from the poster side, at least for now. Ryan going to show up there as well. But Lethal knows there's more members of Complexity lurking on that cafe side.
Really feels like, based on the eye test, Complexity has the momentum and the edge right now. This one's tied, and Sentinels have the lead in this hill, but felt like moments ago Complexity had it, but they do not anymore. 2 go down. Lethal has the camo as well. That's going to swing things back into Sentinels' favor at an important time in this match where Complexity scored the last 2 in a row. It almost feels like Complexity are trying to wait out Lethal's camo usage, but they can't wait too long. That hill time continues to tick up. You got 2 in the hill for Sentinels, 2 down for Complexity. And in one fell swoop, Sentinels could take a 3-2 lead.
This hill has been all Sentinels. Lethal with the camo. Gonna just make it that much more difficult for Complexity to stop the point. Sentinels secure it. Just a minute and a half on the clock. That's still enough time for Complexity to capture this. Absolutely, but It's going to be very difficult. You got to win fights where at least one member of your team is at the bottom of the map. Sightlines definitely limited at the bottom, and it looks like Sentinels are going to opt to just play gatekeeper. No reason to desperate into the hill here. Just use the hill as bait. When you're the team in the lead, you force your opponent to move. Us, if he can get this kill, just gonna spam shots behind the wall. Just knows Booba's gonna try to reach out at some point in time. Does shut him down. Gonna earn the shock rifle, and if he can hit some headshots, Complexity could win this hill and tie it up.
1 minute left. One down are Complexity, but they have enough time, and most importantly, it looks like space to potentially come back in this one. Lethal goes down, but Husk goes down with the shock. Boo-Boo Doobo on the flank now has a power weapon to work with. That's not good for Complexity. They go 3 down. Ryan, last player alive, but on the C side, could work some favorable spawns here for Complexity to get right back in this hill as Precision spawns pretty close to it. Boo-Boo Doobo pushes up on Ryan Noob at the top of C. And as Ryan Noob goes down to low shields, this is going to be really tough. Precision goes down. Numbers are dwindling here for Complexity. They only have 1 or 2 pushes left here in this game.
Sentinel's looking to close this right now. They actually kill all 4. Precision, the first spawner. They know he should spawn in the blue or back wall side. You see them already collapsing on the spawners. Precision's game plan there was to stay alive until he had reinforcements, but Sentinel's hunting him down. And it's very clear they've opted to play time here. If they can get 2 more slays, this one's over.
10 seconds left. Complexity have half on the score, but they need another half. 5 seconds left. They're in the hill. They're going to stop the clock at 8 instead. Boo-Boo Doobo with the shock rifle.
Wait.
On the other side, FaZe take down Rebellion. Lethal takes down Ryan Noob. And Complexity aren't going to have the numbers advantage. Huss is going to go down. Last Spartan standing now, sitting down as he heads back to the respawn screen. And we head to game 2. Sentinels up 1-0.
Very impressive. I mean, Sentinel's coming out to a hot start. Complexity answering right back with the next 2 hills, but it was not enough. Sentinels with that huge lockdown setup on the snipe side for that hill was really all the difference. Then they elected to play time. So, I mean, the discipline, the strategy, the chess game is in full swing here. It's kind of like just a mind battle at this point. You know, Ryan Noob is cooking up all kinds of different strategies since he started playing this game, and they're going to have to cook up something nice in this Slayer if they're going to keep themselves in the series.
3-2, your final score. King of the Hill on Solitude, and I'm just going to say it. This feels like a series that could also mirror that 3-2 finish. Hard to say which way this goes. Sentinels with the lead for now. On the other side, we saw in the lower bracket, FaZe and Rebellion. Was that a 250-12 Strongholds win? That was, my God, that was a beating there for FaZe. As we try to keep you guys abreast of all the action here on Championship Sunday. LBT making sure you guys miss none of it.
Aquarius Slayer. We've talked about Ryan Noob and all of his rosters really excelling at Slayer. I mean, you look back at some of the series Ryan Noob won last year, they often were game 5 victories. And if you win all your game 5s, you're going to win a lot of series. And that was a big reason for Shopify's success when Ryan Noob was on that roster. Can he carry that Team Slayer success with this new roster? Totally different surroundings. But he's got some of the strongest Slayers in the game around him now. So I absolutely think he can mirror that, but Sentinels might have something to say about it.
Interesting enough, it's Complexity with the overshield that gets melted instantly, but you could see the setup there. Complexity, everybody holding forward on the left stick. Sentinels trying to bait the overshield. The aggressive strategy plays out in favor of Complexity instead as they take a 5-3 lead here in the early goings of this match. Now doubling up 6-3 to send it in a 1v1.
Wow.
Finishes off Falcated with the hands. That's a team wipe. Opposite side spawns. Everybody's going to be in blue flag or blue fridge as Complexity, they're aware of it, pushing up on those spawns. Actually surprised that Sentinels were able to get this far out without facing any shots. I think Complexity, one of the reasons Ryan Noob has been such a great Slayer in Halo Infinite is he does not give you any room to breathe off a spawn. But for now, Sentinels get back to the spawns. 2 go down, and now they're pushing into the fridge.
Wow, love that play from Lethal. He just sat in kind of an off-angle P1 in a spot that you would think is visible to a lot of angles, but he catches 2 members of Complexity off guard. That's exactly what Sentinels needed to swing themselves back into some semblance of control. Falcated going to finish a kill, and all of a sudden it's a 2-kill game. Falcated not in a good position here. Card 2 probably going to get naded out. Precision just going to hold the angle and hit the shot. Right now, both teams looking very close. We've got another overshield up in 20 seconds, though, and I think we're going to see some interesting strategies for who's going to get it.
11-14. Complexity have done a good job to trade out and maintain that 3-kill lead. as it continues on. Boobadooboo at the top of pink throws out a couple of sticky grenades, trying to earn some damage. Earns the slay on Descendant with the heat wave. Despite that, again, Complexity really meticulously trading out here. But now Sentinels started to inch their way forward. But Precision, what do you know? Got another OS to work with. Previously, that thing got melted. But he's going to be a little bit more effective with it this time. Earns the assist, earns the slay, looking to clean up in the fridge. Precision goes down, but that player goes down as well for Sentinels. More trades that benefit Complexity until Falcated stays alive and wins the outright double with low HP. And that now has Sentinels down just 2.
So important that they did not lose more numbers during that. So good job by Sentinels to mitigate the effectiveness of that overshield. They've also got high ground into the next play, and it looks like they knew exactly where Complexity was spawning. Falcated is going to opt to just rotate all the way around. Doesn't want to get caught off guard by multiple members of Complexity, and I love the rotation. So smart. Predicted exactly what Complexity would go for, but Complexity still playing very strong here. They actually maintain now a 3-kill lead, and now it's them with high ground as Sentinels tries to push in.
Complexity win the bait and switch on Falcated and Lethal, and after those 2 slays on those 2 specific players, back to a 2-kill lead here for Complexity, 21-23. This one really isn't going to get going until the 30s, though, especially with how close these 2 teams are. It's been the case throughout this entire series so far. Nobody's really had much separation, even when it was 2-0 in Game 1. Still felt like Complexity had the answer back, as they do here in Game 2, up by 1.
Sitting in the base, not a comfortable position to be in against a roster as aggressive as Complexity. You could tell Sentinels were expecting the push to come in. They do a good job to mitigate the damage. Now Lethal trying to earn some space over here on the car side, tries to get tricky, jumping over that player's head, but Us has got backup. Now he's going to try to earn this car 3 positioning. We've got a new overshield in 10 seconds though, so I do expect both of these teams to rotate to the pink side of the map. Looks like they do opt to go through the courtyard, and these slays right here are super important when it comes to securing this overshield.
On it looked like 2 members of Sentinels going down to low HP, trying to maintain their shields, but Lethal goes down, so too does Descendant. Overshield battle ensues as Boobadooboo looks to take the back of his opponent, maybe steal an overshield, but Huss has the bait and switch, and that's really been how Complexity have traded, but had net positive outcomes. Overshield goes to Complexity once again. Huss with a 720 like he's Tony Hawk, trying to stay alive. But he goes down instead. Complexity, after all of these mixy situations, Eli, are just chipping away at Sentinels, maintaining this 3-kill lead from the start of the game till this very moment in time.
It's Descendant and Precision leading the charge. The 2 young guns, 2 guys that we have said time and time again could be in contention for Rookie of the Year. They're not rookies anymore, though. They've got a whole season under their belts, and they're really coming into their own as players, man. This roster is so exciting to see how they grow under Ryanoob's direction, and Ashes as well. I'm glad that we brought up Ashes. I mean, Ashes is such an asset to this roster, bringing the good vibes, energy, keeping these guys level-headed, and it's really paying off. Now a 6-kill lead into the 40s. This is looking great for Complexity.
Party off the positioning of OS, pushes out onto the fridge side of yellow. Takes down 1, but he cannot take down the 2 at top pink. Falcated instead, looking to clean that up. 1 goes down. Falcated sent him for a ninja, but I don't think Precision's going to take that bait. As he, little teabag there. Love that from Precision, but he goes down to the nade, and it's been all Complexity with overshield here. If Sentinels were to earn 1, this would be the one to earn, down by 6. They need this OS.
Huss finding himself at the bottom of the map, gets enough damage though that Ryanoop feels obligated to follow up on it, and he does with a perfect grenade on Lethal. I don't think Lethal was even that weak, but the nade perfectly placed. Descendant getting a huge double kill when OS is about to come up, and they don't even need the overshield. They're just going to hit the 50-yard mark, and they've tied up the series.
Interesting to me, Eli, how obvious Complexity's strategy is to play around the OS. Normally teams, I feel like, get baited when they're so close to it, right? A couple grenades usually come in and take you down, but it was 3 for 3 on the overshields for Complexity, and there at the end game they would have had 4 for 4 as well. And that will be enough of a win condition to give them a Game 2 win, tied in that series as we switch over to a Game 2 FaZe versus Rebellion. Tied 40-all, hopping on board here with Snakebite.
Wow, this one could go either way. Snakebite just playing this positioning in A. I think he was waiting to see where his teammates spawn. Sees that spawner in Big Door, knows that the green side of the map likely to be clear. They are opting to take that side of the map while Frosty has the sniper. Frosty going to position himself where he can maybe shoot at targets that are looking for his teammates. Does so very well. Now a 2-kill lead. If he can land another snipe, he can turn it into 3, but no. Pressure too strong from Cycle, and I don't really like the positioning from FaZe, but this team is better than just about any at playing out of disadvantageous positions. They know how to bait these angles and sightlines.
44-42. FaZe have the lead, and Frosty has the snipe. With that 3rd kill lead, 4-kill lead, you can expect maybe a little bait here on this camo. No, instead, they're just going to clean it up all the way through. Suppressed and Soul Snipe go down. Talk about this is unbelievable, Eli. 44-42. We're set up for a thrilling endgame sequence, but just like that, FaZe have all control in this match.
They played that situation so perfectly, watching every possible lane that Rebellion could push through. Renegade using himself as bait, going through bottom middle. Frosty getting an easy back smack. Rest of the team just kind of fills in the space naturally off into that turbine side as camo's coming up. I don't think you could have played that any more perfectly than we just witnessed FaZe.
Look at FaZe manipulating Rebellion to push into the waiting hands of Frosty as he finishes off the game with camo and that snipe. As we hop back on board here, Game 3, Sentinels and Complexity in your winner semifinals, tied 1-1. But off the start, it's Complexity with the head start. 40+ seconds, they're continuing to roll. 3 go down for Sentinels, and this score could reach a minute before Sentinels are able to reset and flip this map.
Descendants still got 5 sniper shots to work with as well. Even just one headshot will almost guarantee that Complexity continues to score. Looks like Complexity knew the spawners of Sentinels were in A. They opt to try to collapse. 2 of them go down though. Looks like Sentinels able to escape from the situation, at least make it out to the B side. If they can capture B, they can start scoring. But Complexity is about to collapse on them here at the B side. They're looking like Collapsity today.
I like that. I think that's like a moniker to live by, right? I think Ryan, you might steal that one from you, Eli. As Complexity have stolen this lead here in Game 3. They do reach the 60-second mark. Not before Sentinels get 5 on the board, but things quickly switch back in favor of Complexity. Collapsity, as Eli famously called it, as Descendant pushes it through on the garage door, has Boo Boo Doo Boo down to 1 HP, but Boo Boo Doo Boo with the chase grenade takes him down.
That's exactly what Sentinels needed right now to start flipping this game on its head. They're going to try to predict the spawns here. Collapse back on them the same way that Complexity has been doing to them. Look at the movement though. All 4 members of Complexity seemingly jumping into the A stronghold. They want to cap that as soon as possible and also earn this space on the outside. Look at the QT play, but Complexity saw the portal, able to catch him on the other side of it. But Sentinels playing great defense here. That looked like a strong push from Complexity, but with just 1 left, that push is now null and void, and Complexity's going to get another chance to try again from the turbine side.
Big win there from Falcated as he resets B. He continues the scoring in favor of Sentinels, coming right back in this one. Has a killing spree, no less. Snipers up top mid here in 10 seconds. Boo Boo Doo Boo does a great job to switch to that spiker grenade. Earns the easy trade. There's 2 go down on each side. Lethal changes that. 3 go down for Complexity once again. Sentinels are starting to roll with numbers, and they might just steal the lead.
There's a lot of history on this very map and game mode. Ryanoob famously came up with this BC hold in Season 1 when he was teaming with Sparty. So Sparty knows the strat that his opponent came up with, and he's using it against him. So Ryanoob kind of tasting his own medicine here. The BC setup proving to be very strong for Sentinels. It's exactly what they needed to come back. They've been doing it flawlessly, but Ryanoob trying to find a way to break into it. And finally, Complexity do secure B and look to flip the lead here.
Curious as to see what Descendant will do with this snipe. If he takes down the player on the Nest Bridge, he might be able to earn the high ground once again, but for now, he's going to work his way to A instead. Has 5 shots to work with, plenty for Descendant as he looks to line up the reticle. Perfect centering there on Lethal. Simply a matter of timing rather than accuracy, as Descendant has perfect pre-aim, but he eventually goes down. Falcated now with a couple shots left to work with in that snipe. And Sentinels, they've done such a good job to flip the map routinely over the past couple of minutes as they'll regain the lead into the hundreds, up by about 10 or so, and they've got control of A and C. This is the split, though, Eli, a little bit less traditional hold, but it's going to work for Sentinels as they take all 4 down for Complexity. Are they going to push for the trip cap? Early spawn on the garage door for Ryanoob. Delays it momentarily. They are, in fact, going to push for that trip cap. Sentinels starting to roll.
That was all off the backs of the survivability of Boo Boo Doo. He was in a terrible position while completely one-shot. You have to imagine the members of Complexity are yelling his location. One shot at Dice, one shot at Dice. He uses himself as bait, and the rest of Sentinels just swarm and clear out the entire Complexity push. Beautiful stuff out of Boo Boo Doo.
Precision gets a little caught off guard by Sparty. And he used that repulsor to stay alive. For now, we switch over to Boo Boo Doo. Sparty finds the remote detonation to take down a pesky Precision. Love that heads-up play there from Sparty as Boo Boo Doo pushes through on the B side, looking to retain control of this trip cap for Sentinels. But the Huss, for now, is going to reset things on the C side. They can work their way off a front foot, but off of a dummy back foot spawn for Sentinels, they're already pressuring C. Every single spawn point, or excuse me, cap point flipping over right now. This is a chaotic moment in the match. Who's going to win this 50-50 sequence? It looks like for now, Complexity have 2 down, and they should be able to regain control of A and then work their way to B.
Phenomenal life out of Huss already. I mean, capping C just forces Sentinels to waste their time flipping it back. He then survives while the last player alive rotates all the way to A, helps his team capture that, and that whole play could have made the opening for Complexity to cap B. Rhinoop, though, last member alive, he gets taken down, and Sentinels are going to reset B. Complexity don't have that many pushes left in the tank. They're going to have to make a good push right here, right now, and flip the map, or Sentinels are going to win the game.
Sentinels are rolling here, and you might have forgotten that it was Complexity that had the hot start. I think up a minute. It was 60 seconds to 1. Now that feels like a long time ago. 235 to 88 as Sentinels are in the lead big. They go 4 down. This is it. This feels like Complexity's last stand here as Descendant looks to gatekeep these spawns at the back of A. Complexity will regain control of B and the scoring. They're going to flip C as well. The C indicator going to pull Sentinels in towards that dummy side of the map towards C, but it's all bait. Complexity take it, and if they take down this member of Sentinels in A, they're going to have a trip cap. One hell of a way to come back down by 120 seconds. 2 minutes they need, but a trip cap could be the answer.
Descendant showing why you have to practice your movement tech. This man is simultaneously pressuring A and B with these curb slides across top center, trying to control spawns. He's also predicting the routes of Sentinels. He's been a force on the map, seemingly all over it. He's a part of all these fights. He's on a killing spree now, and he's gotten several assists along the way. He is absolutely a huge reason why Complexity is still in this game.
Complexity still in this game and still with control of B and C as they have aggressively went for that A trip cap, Eli. They have not been content to just hold B and C. Will that risk reward bite them though? Will they have the reward of A? Rhino don't 1v2 here with 10 perfect shots. Does not. Takes that player Boo Boo Doo down to 1 HP though. Precision with the communication. Knows he can clean it up with an absolute body shot as he does. Killing spree for Sentinels. And despite the 235 that looks really dangerous for Sentinels, feels like Complexity have something working here. 160 to 235, but Complexity have control of A and C, and they hold here as the snipe tower is being taken away by Falcated. Looking to flip C as well. He's got members of Complexity behind him, but it looks like he's going to elect to just drop and reset for now. He's going to give Complexity that trip cap before gathering with his teammates as a group of 4 to push back in again. Sentinels will take A, but Complexity on the verge of soaring into the 200s.
Yeah, but as you say that, 3 go down for Complexity. It seemed like as soon as Complexity got control, they just kept their foot on the gas, able to make a huge swing, scoring about 100 points uncontested. But now with the trip cap in favor of Sentinels, Complexity have to not only secure kills, but also secure 2 different strongholds to stay alive.
Just too much Sentinels, it feels like, during that mid portion of the match. They don't need much to finish it off as they'll take it 250 to 198 as we flip over to our winner. This is not winner's time, excuse me. This is a lower round 9, lower quarter matchup here between FaZe and Rebellion. FaZe up 2-0 in the series, 55-57 here in this oddball round 1.
Looks like FaZe came prepared today. 3-0ing Native, their first match of the day. I believe this match now for top 6 against Rebellion. Already up 2-0 in the series. Oddball looking very close in this first round, but looking across the board, I mean, when you see Renegade and Royal 2 showing up, you know it's going to be difficult for any of their opponents as Renegade hits the grapple no-scope headshot with the shock. He's looking for more. Finds himself in a bad position, though. Mental or Suppress going to take him down. But, wow, I mean, Renegade hitting shots like that, like we're used to seeing, that's a scary sight.
Yeah, that's a grapple cancel headshot. The timing's so difficult there. You're flying through time and space as well. As Renegade still finds a way to hit his shot, but nobody's found a way to find some oddball time. Still 55 to 57. That changes after FaZe Clan grab control of the oddball. It looks like they have a 1 second lead, 58-57. As we'll keep an eye on that match. Round number 1 in this game for oddball on Recharge has begun. Sentinels with a 2-1 lead in your winner's semis. Complexity looking to bring things right back though.
Beginning of this mode, always so interesting to me. There's a few very key items to fight for, the camo and the shock rifle. The ball's also in a very precarious position. It's not easy to just grab it and get out safely, so often see lots of slays come out before either team even gets a ball hold. It's going to be the first team to get several dead at the same time. It looks like that's going to be Complexity.
3 go down for Sentinels and waiting for Complexity to pick up that oddball. There it is, rotating over towards the seaside. My God, Sparty with the most ambitious plasma pistol shot in Halo Infinite history. Misses that one, but I still love the confidence to think he's got that. That sounds about like Sparty, though. Confidence, one of the big reasons why he's one of the best players in the game. As he pushes up through the white wall, that's going to be a reset. Into the drink goes Precision. Back to the respawn point for that oddball. As Complexity, despite that team wipe we saw on Sentinels, only able to earn 11 seconds. And Sentinels are on the flip side, earning oddball time instead. Looking to rotate it to C. They have the position. They have us down. Precision goes down as well. Due to the nice teamwork here, Lethal and Falcated on some bait and switch mastery. Take down all of Complexity. They'll reset. Should regain the lead.
Both teams clearly favoring the C side, but Sentinels recognizing Complexity spawned in A and immediately pushed into tower, so pressure was too strong for Sentinels to rotate it to C. They elect instead to take it back to long haul with some more perfect bait and switch moments, somehow keep each other alive. 3 go down for Complexity, and look at the team shot. Oddball player drops it. They fight together, and look at the teabags coming out from Sparty, McFly. We knew this would happen. There's a bit of history and rivalry between these two squads, and they're letting you know about it.
I was waiting. It's not only that. Not only do Sparty and Ryanoob have a little rivalry, Lethal and Ryanoob do is they got a little history too. I've been waiting for a little body disrespect as Sparty drops the elbows and drops us to 1 HP. Gets him back to back with the grenade. No time for body shots now. He's got to take down Descendant. He's got to take down Ryanoob as he does. Takes down 2. Elects to back up though after a potential triple. Now has the BR at long range to work with. Could single-handedly shut down this push. You got to think twice about it if you're Complexity. Sparty has the positioning and the sandbox to work with here to prevent any push here for Complexity. All the while, Sentinels continuing to roll with ball time, 60-11.
Look at this. Sparty knows he's only seen a couple of members in the tower for a while. Probably got a call out as well from his teammate in the Whirlpool. The members of Complexity were going to break through on the gold long haul side. And the defense, they were prepared for it, but look at the shots from Precision. Even though Sentinels knew he was on the way, he hits perfect shots. He's going to get the ball out of the pipes as well. If he can get another kill, he can't, but still, huge play out of Precision. Going to make it so Sentinels can't score any more points, at least for now.
Lethal back at gold, has that oddball out, and again, this is one of those situations where the lead affords you a little bit more freedom, a little bit more freedom of choice. Lethal doesn't feel forced to pick up that oddball. Instead, he's going to push out for the double kill. A little late on the shots from on Descendant, but he still takes him down nonetheless. Another 1 HP player. Precision, though, wins that on Lethal as the oddball continues to sit at bottom gold. Less than 3 minutes left in regulation, but Sentinels just 34 seconds away from taking round 1. Complexity seem to have broken through. They seem to have the positioning at gold to have a nice little hold. If they can take down Sparty, even via trade, should be a couple more continuous seconds, at least 20 I'm expecting here for Complexity. They've got to stop this push coming through the Dorito.
Senat's going to want to hit a few headshots here. With the shock, he starts with Sparty. Definitely a high priority target to take off the map. It's going to slow down the push from Sentinels. They're still going to take it, though. Have to wonder if that's the right play, but they do get 2 dead. Say it's absolutely the correct play. Boo Boo Doo also with the camo. Thought he might go for the ninja there. Jumps over that target while his teammate does end up dying to him, but Boo Boo immediately crossing to the other side. This guy always able to find so much value with his camo.
Complexity do a good job to bring this game back to within reach, but Sentinels have the oddball back in their hands, rotating it all the way away from the action going on here, as it looks like Complexity through this chaos is going to milk out some oddball time. Precision, look at this, 3 players down, and he might just get a well-timed. This is miraculous here for Precision. He's going to earn the reset. He might just stay alive. He stays alive long enough to give Complexity a chance off the oddball reset. And that was unbelievable. All the attention on gold. Meanwhile, Precision rotates it to the back of blue and milks out a few more seconds for Complexity. Brings them right back to within 20 seconds or so. As 2 more go down for Sentinels. Complexity are going to win the oddball reset, if not for that nice crack shot from Falcated. Couldn't take down 2. As Ryanoob sneaks away with more time, Complexity could regain the lead right here.
Look at this kill differential as well. Complexity well behind in the slaves department, but these objective, efficient rotations are keeping them alive in this game. Sentinels getting several more slaves, but not as much oddball for each one. Every kill is only as valuable as the objective you earn from it. So Boo gonna try to close out this round. He's probably tired of these cheeky plays from Complexity. He's gonna do his best to make sure he doesn't give a free setup to Complexity. Lethal coming in to clear the elevator, and that looks very good for Sentinels to close out round 1.
10 seconds left, one final push, an overextension coming here from Descendant. He's looking behind his back, hoping he has help. He does, but with that case grenade, is not gonna have much of a chance to break through. 3 go down for Complexity. Ryanoob on the pillar side has no chance to stop this one, as Sentinels will take the lead here in a closeout game 4, 1-0. Switching gears here, we've got FaZe versus Rebellion. A quick update for you guys. Rebellion up 1-0 in their oddball match. And a pretty close one in round 2, 19-14. FaZe with a 5-second lead. Now, back to our winter semifinals. Huss going to defend and protect. A sneaky, cheeky camo grab there from Boo Boo Dubu. Thinks the Shroud Screen made him safe enough, but he was not. He goes down. But more go down for Complexity, then do Sentinels. Good lead to an early rotation, but no, it's Complexity instead who are setting up for this rotation. Descendant with it, but no, he goes down. As Falcated sets up on the C side, has a 1v1 here, and the high ground to work with on Precision. That little edge in the position, it gives him the win there in that 1v1, as Sentinels still vying for more slays before they grab the oddball. There it is. Now rotating it, looks like, towards the C side through the long haul. Complexity split on the A overpass, but that's a big win there. Descend's going to break through, and you could see a pinch come in now.
Thought Descendant might go for the body disrespect, but thought better of it. You could tell he was kind of body language looked like he wanted to, but he says, no, there's more targets to shoot at. I can't shoot at this dead body right now. Look at that discipline. They do get the rotation. Boo Boo's got the shock rifle, though. He's also got the grapple, and if he can hit a couple of headshots, we could see another hold from Sentinels. But despite such a strong opening, Sentinels only with 7 points on the board. You'd have to think they wanted a bit more value out of that opening. We were going to try to create one right here.
Sentinels proactively reset that oddball, tossed it out from the reset point down to bottom mid, bottom camo. And Sentinels are able to pick that up and take it to C. And this is another instance, Eli, where all the action's going on over at gold. Meanwhile, it was previously Complexity milking out time on the C side. Now it's Sentinels stealing a page out of their strategy book as they take down 3. Precision makes it 4. And Sentinels are going to roll here, reaching that 30-second threshold first. And they're going to get potentially even more time on the board after that wipe for Complexity. They go 4 down. Sparty looking to stop this push. Sentinels lose 2 in that process. And because of that, Sentinels will have to reset, but not before scoring 40.
Very strong start to this round. Sentinels want to close out the series right here. They know how strong Complexity is in Slayers, so that was probably talked about before this game started. Like, we have to play our best here and shut this series down. Complexity not making it easy, but right here, Sentinels looking quite good. We got an update here, and Rebellion do take game 3 off of FaZe in this very game type, and that series is going to continue on.
Now, what do we always say, Eli? Best way to start a reverse sweep is with a game 3 oddball win. That's exactly what Rebellion have done. Down 2-1 in that series to FaZe, but a little bit of momentum in game 3 and a little bit of momentum here in this series for Complexity, as we saw 40 uncontested for Sentinels, but they answer right back with just about 40 of their own. No, they're going to actually surpass that as Complexity regains, finds a counterpunch, takes the lead by 4 seconds and resets that oddball. Sparty goes down on the Dorito. Boo Boo Dubu down to 1 HP. Can he trickle back into gold? Yes, he does. Unbelievable. I was feeling like the shots were going to come through. They grazed over his shoulder, and
oh my god,
he stays alive continuously. This is what Boo Boo Dubu is famous for.
It's got to be one of the hardest kills on the map. doesn't even always look like he's doing anything that crazy. He just has such a strong sense of his own limits, exactly how long he can stay in the fight before he has to exit, and it's always so pesky on the map. Falcated trying to win this 1v1 on the silo, but Ryan winning that's actually massive. On the other side though, Boo Boo and looks like Sparty able to push in on the tower side, and they're gonna take the setup from Complexity. Complexity took the lead here. They're now up by 20 seconds, but with a few slays, Sentinels could bring it right back.
Boo Boo previously milking his life, now milking some time. 97 seconds in total as he's got the most in the lobby. Now he's hitting headshots like he's a main slayer. Boo Boo, what a versatile glue player he is for Sentinel. Steps up and does whatever they need at the moment. Notice as he takes down one, takes down two via assist and the use of that shroud screen. As Complexity, they had a nice little stretch of gameplay, went up by 40 seconds, but now Sentinels regain the lead and Complexity are in the blender.
Look at this. Boo Boo predicting gold spawns. Thinks that a member of Complexity would likely jump on the bat ledge if they spawn behind it, but his prediction of the spawn just slightly off, but that killing spree was enough. Look at that, Sparty trying to stop looking at his target to shoot the grenade on the side. Doesn't hit the target, but it's going to be a reset. Lethal, the only player left on Sentinels. He's still over here on C. Rhino, interestingly, started to take the ball into pipes, but when Boo Boo comes up behind him, wisely throws the ball back out. Didn't want to give Boo Boo any free oddball time, but Boo Boo's going to use the grapple, and he very well could close out this round.
10 seconds left. Sentinels looking to score 5 more in a series victory. 2 go down for Complexity. 1 final push. Ryan clambers up to the top. Look at this masterful left, right. Ryan doesn't know which direction to take it as Sentinels milk out the remaining time and this series. They take it 3-1.
Sentinels playing so strong today already. Complexity looking very good as well, but Sentinels just with the edge in these games. It's
Eli,
just like the last series, right?
Eli, you brought something up about Sparty and Ryanoob and their rivalry, and it just made me realize historically they're bitter rivals, right? They hate each other and all that, but I think that they've had the most success together. That's the only time they've gotten to the grand finals in Halo Infinite is together. I don't know, that's just a side thought that just came into my head, but that is an interesting side note, right? When you look at that historically. So I don't know, maybe Ryanoob and Sparty need to meet in the shroud screen, Kith and make up, and I don't know, be on the same team again. But for now, we're going to switch gears here. Elimination round number 9, game 4. FaZe Clan versus Rebellion. FaZe earning the first 2 wins in this series. Rebellion bouncing back with a nice oddball victory in game 3. As for now, we set our sights on Empyrean CTF, my favorite game mode map combination. Hopping on board here with Snakebite.
This is going to be a fun one to watch. I've seen Suppress do some unbelievable things with the sniper rifle on this map. I know you have as well. And right now, it's the slays pretty even across the board, but several go down for FaZe Clan. Snakebite, the last player alive, he's going to try to hold off the push here to keep Rebellion out of his base.
0-0 for now, but Rebellion have the edge in slays. Still fighting for that mid-map control, though. As Suppressed has earned the rockets after those 2 slays on FaZe. The reward is the rockets, and he's looking to turn it into 2 more. Gets the damage, though, on Snakebite. The hit marker was able to keep Suppressed in the fight, in the mix. Was able to clean up on Snakebite. Looking to make sure he doesn't get cleaned up. Wraps around that corner, a little mini strong side. Stays alive, but not for long, as Royal 2 takes him down and stops that run for now.
Look at this. FaZe always playing good defense. Haven't really been able to mount much of an offense yet, at least in the part of the game that we've seen so far. Seems like they're just keeping Rebellion out of their base, but Rebellion is just pushing and pushing and pushing. Finally, Royal 2 and Snakebite, after a few kills, moving to Rebellion's side of the map, trying to just work together, staying within each other's sight lines, seeing if they can work together. A little bait and switch setup here. Soul Snipe and Cycle comes swinging through on the VR side, and it's Mental at the green box, gonna shut down both those players. Now on the other side of the map, Renegade and Frosty kind of working as a duo over here, trying to earn this half of the map. But because both members of FaZe died on the high side, Rebellion might be able to get through for free.
Kind of felt like a Halo picks that go hard moment with Frosty with the shotty in his hand. Renegade looking out, crouched over with the snipe. Unfortunately, that cool moment doesn't turn into many slays as Frosty ends up going down. Renegade's still alive. In the sword side, does he hear Soul Snipe creeping underneath him? For now, it's Frosty's fight to take on as he takes down Soul Snipe, and with that slay, Renegade, the green light means go, pushing up into the snipe tower, lifts to the top. One of the top snipes in HCS, looking to put it to work.
He's purposefully sitting on this side of the tower because he's close enough to block the cord spawns. He gets the Quigley through one opponent's head, hits the body of the other. Oh, if he could just hit that
Aim too
shot,
hard.
you could absolutely see FaZe turn this into a cap, but that kill from Soul Snipe definitely going to at least slow them down, but they're still going to get the flag out. Not as much pressure to hold off on the other side. Snakebite going to try to shut down this tower side. Cycle being such a pesky kill. Just jumping up and down like a pogo stick. Finally gets taken down. Renegade showing up off spawn. It's going to slow them down on the sword side, and this flag looks to go home.
Here we go. Royal 2 puts it in. FaZe Clan take a 1-0 lead, and look at this. Snakebite, you can stay alive and go for the double cap. No, instead, that'll help reset the map. As Soul Snipe trying to spur a counter cap here for Rebellion. They have the presence in FaZe's side of the base, suppressed with that tower control. What can he do with it?
Sorry to break an aside from this game, but I did want to correct you. Sparty did make it to the grand finals without Ryan Noob at the Space Station Invitational last year with the very roster he's playing under. How could you forget?
There we go.
But yeah, I think Ryan Noob's best placing was with Sparty in that first tournament of the game. But regardless, jumping back on board here, we've got Rebellion looking to try to actually get a flagpole out. It seems like they've had a good aggressive effort to get into FaZe's base, but they just have not been able to convert it into any kind of flag run.
1-0 lead here for Sentinels. Royal 2 standing tall defensively on his snipe tower. No snipe to speak of, though. It's more of a posturing. As Suppressed looks to break through the long haul. Look at this parallel line of scrimmage, if you will, for Rebellion. That line gets broken down. Mental goes down. Despite that, Rebellion still pushed through, sensing some weak members here for FaZe. Look at Snakebite. Steals the snipe and starts to waste the resources. Love this play, especially up 1-0. No reason to take the risk reward and potentially work with all 8 shots. Instead, he's going to leave himself with 4 and start putting it to good use. Mental goes down, and now he's set up defensively. Last player alive, Snakebite, the hero moment that he usually clutches up with. And look at this. Cycle smartly waits for his teammates to spawn. Once they spawn, he starts to grab flag, but he gets sniped nonetheless. Snakebite eventually goes down because of that little mini delay by Cycle, and delays long enough to allow his teammates to spawn up, but not long enough to allow FaZe to get back on Rebellion side of the map. And with that, we're tied. 1-1, 5:15 left in the match.
So Snakebite did not stop the flag run, but you have to think he burned exactly as many snipe shots as he could to deny Rebellion that resource. Rebellion could have not only got that cap, but also had another 4 snipe bullets to work with. So heads up play by Snakebite, wasting that ammo. Now it's FaZe applying heavy pressure in the base of Rebellion with Frosty with a sniper and sword. This is looking dangerous. 3 go dead in short succession, and that's the exact recipe for a successful flag run. Look at the positioning. Frosty knows these spawners are coming in the courtyard. Cycle actually spawns top tower, is able to take down Frosty, but the damage has already been done. I believe Renegade actually maybe the last player alive on this side. So no, FaZe were unable to get that flag through the long haul. A member of Rebellion must have stopped it short.
Wow, I love the recognition there. As soon as Snakebite pushed off of the snipe tower, FaZe knew that the spawn snipes were available, but they were not able to execute and take those players down. Instead, this flag will reset what looked like a dangerous run. You get 5 more meters through that long haul. That's a score. Instead, FaZe gets shut down, and we're still tied with 4 to go.
Somebody power wash this man's rocket launcher. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. Thank you for switching off of it. Oh no, it's back on the screen again. Can he please burn this ammo and get this off my screen? He's going to drop it for his teammate, and his teammate's probably like, what did you do to this thing, man? Please, clean it up.
The Private Jenkins special.
This is absolutely ridiculous. There's still 2 rockets left in this to work with. Almost rockets his teammates back. Fortunately does not. Unable to get that last shot out. Looked like he might have pulled the trigger, but could not get it out of the tube. And that rocket trades hands at a bad time for Shopify, because FaZe is ready to run this flag and kill some spawners.
FaZe with the flag run. 2 go down. They got a +1 numbers edge. Make it +2 as 3 go down for Rebellion, and that will all but do it. Mental has no hope as he goes down on the Mauler side. 2-1 lead here for FaZe. 3 minutes left, though, for Rebellion, so they got plenty of time to come back. They did answer back previously to tie, but for now, FaZe regain the lead.
FaZe looking like the FaZe we're used to seeing. Seems like they're getting so much value out of their power weapons. We see Frosty with another sniper. Doesn't actually pull the trigger there. Maybe switches gun a little bit too fast. Went for the peek shot. He's going to find the head of Cycle, though, on the opposite side. And such a good place to play defense on this map is the top of your own tower. I feel like in matchmaking, my teammates don't go here enough. You got to just play defense from here, then move forward after you get a few slays. Frosty looking to do that, but the rest of FaZe have found their way through long haul, and an insane snipe from Frosty makes it 2. And this looks like it could be the last flag cap to end the series.
Oh, Frosty looking dirty with these snipes. It's another quick scope counter snipe on Mental, and Mental's not one to mess with when he has the snipe too. Frosty, Eli, you said earlier he's the best shock rifle player in the game. Might just be the best sniper as well. Previously in HCS Season 2, that was stellar, but Frosty continues to climb up the ranks, continues to hit shots, killing spree with the snipe, and now he might just win OS. No, Mental gets the better of him. There's no way he ninjas him, right? Okay, he doesn't even go for it, but he goes for the double melee, almost trades out, but Rebellion take down 3 for FaZe Clan. That's going to give them a chance to score and tie things back up with about 90 seconds left.
Mental also has a couple snipe bullets to work with. He's going to need to find the heads of FaZe. Suppressed with the rockets, gets a kill. Get a melee. The snipe shot doesn't connect, though. Frosty shutting that player down, and a minute and a half left. This one, you feel like, has to go home for Rebellion, but no, 3 go dead. And it looks like Soul Snipe falls off the map. We're not sure how. You could see FaZe was looking for that last player, and then they see the kill feed. They're like, oh, okay, bet. Let's just walk to the other side. So now he's going to try to shut them down before they can get to their side, but one last push for Rebellion.
Renegade also famous in recent weeks for falling off the map, despite how cracked he is, as he earns the double kill and presents a strong push from Rebellion here. Soul Snipe and Suppress go down back to the respawn screen, and FaZe using a little bit of offense, it looks like, as a defense as they're pushed up into Rebellion's base, but Rebellion need to break through, need to win back the mid-map control, and then FaZe's base control. That sounds like a tall task, though. With 40 seconds left, here they go.
This is the last push. We're gonna have to get kills, though. FaZe just kind of baiting from behind this wall on the training side, making it impossible for them to get through. Such excellent use of cover. You have to think if just one member of Rebellion decided to go training side instead, they could have flanked this play from Renegade, but they're gonna get stopped short, and I think that's the end of the series.
Last chance, but no. Renegade with the killing spree. Wow. Holster 180 stays alive down the long haul, and that will do it. FaZe take the series 3-1, and can we get some W FaZe, and maybe even some W production in the chat? As my gosh, Eli, I don't think we did not miss a single second of like 4 continuous series all happening at once. W production in chat, unbelievable work there from Louis, who's also hosting the show, man. LVT doing it all.
Absolutely, man. I mean, people don't know this. It's just what, a 5-man show, I guess 7 today if you count the next set of casters, but we're just out here doing the work for you guys so you can see every single match, as much action as possible, and we're just getting started. There's a lot of Halo left to be played.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket with the desk as we send it back to the aforementioned legend LVT and one of the most handsome men in the world, Tools.
All right, Tools, we're live, bro.
Oh, sorry. I was just listening to the music. I'm just vibing, bro.
Damn, man.
I'm just vibing. I'm
vibing too, bro. FaZe Clan doing the damn thing, dude.
Oh, shit. I love this song so much.
We got to address the elephant in the room, Tools. OpTic versus FaZe. In the elimination bracket, elimination quarters, man. What is this, top 6? One of these?
Top 6. I think it's top 6. This is where Space Station was just a week ago. You know what I'm saying? They Space Station in that same spot a week ago. Sentinels was the team that dropped them out because of it. Now FaZe and OpTic gonna be the ones figuring it out as Sentinels finds themselves in the winners final. So Sentinels big ups this week as they're just one match away from potentially a grand finals finish.
Yeah, I mean, a shakeup, right, Tools? A shakeup in the HCS. Of course, SSG, one of the top 3 per usual in the winter final. Sentinels cracking the top as well. But OpTic and FaZe in the elimination bracket.
OpTic phase, man. This is gonna be so fun. I actually want to give some love down there to Stainers.
Yeah.
Look at that, a 3-1 finish over Business. Stainers, a team that doesn't get as much love on stream, or like doesn't get their matches streamed too often. But they've been slowly improving, slowly winning games, and they can beat that Reversal Perfy squad. They're gonna have a good matchup against Complexity as well. So very interested over there. We'll kind of keep our eyes on how that bracket continues on, but lots of great teams here today competing.
No doubt. Too much Halo action. Ladies and gents, if you're tuning in, hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, man. Okay, so Lethal says, yo, someone tell me if I have to wait a match to play Winter Finals.
You have to wait a match.
Okay, Tools. We're going to talk to the admins about that.
Yeah, I know. We don't know yet. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to ping the admin, see what they want to do. So it's out of our control, but thanks for asking, Lethal. Onset asked Lethal, does the office have a dress code? That's a great question, actually. Lethal said, all right, that's enough.
Leave the office. If you leave, they can't do anything about it. You know what I'm saying? You're not clocked in. It's a lunch break.
Literally,
clock
right,
out.
It's lunchtime.
You think they have like a shared snack bowl somewhere? You know what I'm saying? Or you think like Lethal, like there's probably like other offices down there. You think he just like walks around and is like, "What's up, Susan?" Like takes his Oreos. Like walking through and say, "Hey, Jim, how are the kids?" Yeah, just keep doing that. Just keep doing that. You know, just making his rounds. He's at the water cooler.
Yeah. You think he drinks
Filling up the
coffee?
cup.
I feel like Lethal's the like type of person that just drinks coffee nonstop all day.
Coffee drink. Ooh, I bet he's into lattes. You know what I'm saying? Good latte.
Lattes are good. You a coffee drinker too?
No coffee.
No coffee?
Tea. I drink tea.
Okay.
But he says I do look through shit if I have to. You see, that's what I like. You should just start a Twitter thread where you just show us the most absurd shit you find at the office. You know what I'm saying? A little scavenger hunt.
I wonder how big the office the Lethal Rinse is.
Dude, it's probably like. Do you think it's like a Dunder Mifflin, or do you think it's like a high rise? You know what I'm saying? Or maybe
What
just like
city is he in? I don't even know, man. It depends on the city, right?
Yeah, Lethal, dox yourself. Where you live? Philadelphia, maybe. For some reason, I'm just feeling Philly.
Eli the Ninja says someone gift Lethal a sub. I feel that.
Someone give me a sub. Someone give the entire chat a sub.
Who is Stainers about to play again? Ace ass. Yo, the world champ is here. We got to answer his question. Reversal Perfy. They're probably already playing. They're probably well into that series, to be honest.
Why's Edge got Lethal? No more ads for Lethal.
Let's go, Lethal.
Now Lethal, your responsibility now that you have this is to go to every TV in the office and put it on. You know what I'm saying? You gotta. That way you can take your rounds and you can check in to see how close the game is from being done.
You think Lethal packs a lunch to the office? He's got like a little lunch box.
Ooh, that's a good question. Nah, dude, he's probably a DoorDasher, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever nondescript delivery service that wants to sponsor LVT. Sorry, no free ads. Whatever nondescript.
It's just us and Lethal, man. A little 1v1.
Yeah, a little 1v1, bro. Hey, get on over to Eagle, man.
Well, obviously, someone from FaZe Snakebite probably doing a PC reset. Looks like OpTic literally just bulldozed their way in, so they're ready to go. Any predictions about FaZe versus OpTic in this elimination quarterfinal?
I think Game 5 guaranteed. I think OpTic. I'm gonna give the edge to OpTic because I think they want some revenge. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they're too happy about last week. I think you always play a little bit harder against a team that beat you last. As there's some stuff in chat for you, Louie. I'll talk about the subs that we just got. Boogie 5 gifted subs to the channel. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you guys, everyone that's been subbing. You know, hey, check to see maybe you have one of those prime subs. If you have one, you can go check underneath the stream. Just click on that sub button. You'll see a little checkbox underneath. It says use a Prime sub. That makes the sub absolutely free, just like M Shutout 14 just did. Those Prime subs allow you not to get any of those ads, and every day that you don't use one, well, that's 14, 17 cents, whatever it is, going back to Daddy Bezos. And Bezos don't need no more money. You know what I'm saying? Ace, the gift is sub. Thank you, Ace. Shout out. World champion over there, giving one over to Action Season. ME64 giving our sub over to Stress as well. Thank you guys for the subs and the support.
Support's been unreal, Tools. Absolutely unreal. We're trying to work things out, guys. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on this elimination match. Working through some talks with some admins just to make sure that everything is everybody's happy. It's the goal here.
There's
I
beer
think
taps in
everybody
the
wants to be
office?
happy, right?
Legal's saying they have beer taps in the office.
Hey, yo, what is this, Wayfair? Wait, time out. Did we just guess where Lethal is?
Figured it out. You figured it out. Leo's gonna drop hints. We'll eventually triangulate his location from it. Play some GeoGuessr. Sky Pal with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Oh man, this one's gonna be Merlin. Michael, thank you for 7 months in a row. 7 months. Swag 420 MLG. Tier 1 sub, but get this, 6 months in advance. Yes, that's right, 6 months in advance from Swag 420 MLG. Do we have some like blowhorns or something we can play? You know, swag it up in here, Louis, for the 6 months in advance. Thank you so much, Swag. If y'all didn't know, you can sub in advance. Oh, you don't have to worry about re-upping it or whatever. Triton Val, the Prime sub as well. Waka. Oh my god, this is gonna be a hard one. Waka High Phanasia with the Prime sub. Thank you for the Prime. Stormy asking where our sub count's at, Louis.
All right. I think we got everything worked out. It looks like we are going to watch this FaZe versus OpTic match, and then winner final and loser semifinal after this will run at the same time, guys. There's got to be some give. We can't just hold everything. This will go on forever, right? But yeah, sub count. Let's see. 2,264.
Wow,
is that the record? I think that we just passed the record.
That's crazy. Dude, 2,300 today, maybe?
That's awesome, man. I mean, regardless whether we broke the record or not, sincerely from the bottom of our hearts here at LVT, thank you for the support. We're here. We're just trying. We just love Halo, and we got literally El Clasico on the map.
Some more subs have been rolling through. Sam Uper with a Prime sub. Zunzi, 16 months for Zunzi. Zunzi kind of a dark horse out there. You know, he's been around for a minute. Love to see that, Zunzi. Thank you for the support. Cycle, this is gonna be a hard one actually. Cyclic Tundra, 325, 14 months, says let's go OpTic. Shout out. Navy Merchant with the Prime sub. DCO or DCOH. DCO03 giving a sub, as well as OG Alien 420. Thank you guys for the subs. And someone's another Prime on Jeffy B's dime. Love that. Let's get some more Prime subs on Jeffy B's dime.
Yeah, Mitchell B45. Appreciate the Prime. Yo, we got 6K viewers in here, Tools. That's kind of nuts. Check the YouTube.
We got 6K here, but let's check the YouTube.
2,021. Yeah, so we're sitting about 8K. That's wild.
Yeah, can we get a 10K by the end of this match between all the platforms? Guys, if you're watching on Twitch, open up the YouTube as well. You know, put it on another stream. The good thing about the YouTube, right? You miss something on the Twitch, you can go to the YouTube, you can rewind. Love that feature over there. But let's try to get some streams up. You know, get that YouTube up. Try to hit the algo once again. I think our record on the YouTube is 2,800 from last week. Try to beat that this week.
Yeah, that would be dope. Obviously, right. YouTube is growing substantially this year. I mean, shout out to Twitch for allowing us to simulcast, because it made a big difference, right? And so whether you choose to watch here on YouTube or you choose to watch on Twitch, Appreciate that either way. You can also choose to watch with co-streamers tools.
And co-streamers, a lot of them out there all have those all have drops as well, so give them some love. Like Stress was in our chat. He's been doing a co-stream. Some great action you can watch wherever you find best, and you can also keep supporting the channel just like Johnny Fireball did. But he gave 1 sub, now he's giving 117 subs to the channel. Look at that, Johnny Fireball. Might have to make a new account over there, man. Gotta keep the 117. So, okay, what is he? Serenify with the Prime. Shiggle Wiggle. That's like might be the best tag we've seen yet with the Prime sub. All right, for the next, until this game starts, if you sub, we're gonna give you a rank, like 1 through 10, or I guess A through F, on how good your gamer tag is. So I wanna rank some gamer tags here with Louis. So we got unorthodox, but with 3 X's at the end. What are you thinking, Louis?
Unorthodox.
Or the tier 1.
Let's see. Let me see. I got to see with my own eyes. Unorthodox.
I think it comes out pretty good.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Unorthodox. Unorthodox. Sounds like a little snake in the grass.
We got a raid from Why Not Be Casting. Shout out to the co-streamer. Talent. Host. Well, what else can this man do? He can paint your fence.
Does it all.
He can do it all.
Medify coach.
Fire hose. Dark room. Johnny Fireball. He's back at it again.
Iron Marshmallow. Giving a sub as well.
Yo, Tony's been killing it in the YouTube game.
Yeah,
Roshamania, this man's on top of it, bro.
If you want to stay up to date, like Tony's the place to be.
Sub to Tony on YouTube, sub to Active on YouTube. Do not sub to Tools on YouTube. Sub to LVT Halo instead.
Yeah, LVT Halo. Oh man, Fire is for 13 months, man.
Captain
the Fanatics.
Captain Oh, dude, that's old school, bro.
Captain Poe, that is like some OG. Oh, we got Stefan, but spelled with an H, or Stefan, hyphen. I don't know.
I think Lethal's trying to give us some insight into what's going on at the office here.
Oh, what is he giving some leaks? Okay, there is beer. Can you? Okay. We gotta see if it's active.
We got the espresso on the other side. Shiner Bach. Yo, Shiner Bach's out of Texas, man. Shout out Shiner.
Is he in Texas? Little Texas?
Yeah.
Wait. What's the other one? It's a blondie. So what does a blondie mean?
Dallas Blonde. Yo, Lethal's in Texas.
In Texas?
I had no idea, dude. Blonde is just a light beer.
It's a light beer.
Yeah, like Bud Light or I don't know why we're talking about alcohol right now. We cannot be talking about this.
Not a lot.
Okay.
Sorry. We're breaking terms and conditions over here.
All right, we got everybody on their squads, yo. We can't see the text chat, by the way, in this observer. So if you're asking us if we're ready, we're ready. But yeah, all right, Tools. FaZe versus OpTic. Can you paint us a picture before we get into this?
The world champions from year 1 taking on the world champions from year 2. Last time these two met on LAN, 8 games in a row. FaZe won to gain that world championship. Now, OpTic have made changes, adding to their roster Dead Zone, formerly known as Penguin, a phenomenal player from Space Station, joins the Green Wall. Does it fortify the bricks, lay the foundation for a potential run at a world championship once again? Or does FaZe hold strong? Can they reestablish the dynasty of years past? This year, get ready for it. It's the E-Classico. FaZe, OpTic starts now. Eli Mikowski, are you ready?
How could you not be after such a riveting speech? My goodness, I'm ready to run through a wall, if not get on the sticks. Eli, hop into Discord. That way we can hear your beautiful voice. As we set up for, like Tool said, El Clasico. These two teams meeting frequently last week. 3-2 FaZe Clan in the upper semis, and then 3-1 FaZe Clan in the grand finals. Eli, this week, they're taking on each other in the lower quarters. It's not even lower semis just yet. What is happening in Halo? This is way too early to be seeing FaZe versus OpTic, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you think of these two playing each other in the grand finals, not the losers quarters, wherever we are. These guys, one of these teams is going to get top 6. That's absolutely ridiculous, right? But that's because they got beat. They got sent to the losers bracket. Space Station looking absolutely on fire. We're calling this El Clasico, but Space Station is like, you know what? These guys are fighting for their chance to play against us. So I don't know why you guys are talking about them. But
that's a great point. It felt right to call it El Clasico last week when they're meeting up deep in the winners bracket, deep in the grand finals. But here, I don't know, man. I felt a little wrong to use the terminology. Tools led it with it, though, so I just carried it over. But yeah, this is very early in the bracket to be seeing these two teams, both FaZe and OpTic Gaming, stumbling. Now, FaZe stumbled yesterday over Complexity, lost in reverse sweep fashion to them. They've had to win 2 series to get to this point. OpTic made it to the winner's semis, played earlier today, but lost to SSG. How could that balance of momentum affect this series as we kick things off here on Live Fire, Eli?
I mean, historically, we've seen that team that's on that lower bracket run. They usually got a bit more momentum. I mean, they're coming off hot after a 3-0 and a 3-1 right behind them. So whereas OpTic just kind of lost in a crushing way, you got to wonder if the morale's there. But I mean, we're talking about OpTic, man. These guys know how to bounce back. They're not going to let that affect them. They're just going back to talking about, okay, what did we do wrong? How can we flip this and make sure it's right? But I will say one thing is last week was the best that I think we've seen OpTic in a very long time. Formal playing absolutely out of his mind. Lucid, Trippy, Dead Zone, the whole squad was firing on all cylinders, and it still wasn't enough to beat FaZe in the end of things. So will they bring that energy? Will they be able to overcome FaZe? I'm not quite convinced just yet, but I know they are extremely talented. It just seems like FaZe always has the upper hand in these moments.
Now, keep in mind, a big reason why OpTic Gaming are in this spot are because of their lack of, I'd argue, OBJ efficiency. Winning the Slayer against SSG, but losing all 3 OBJs. A big reason why is after getting 3 or 4 down, they'd wait half a minute sometimes, it felt like, to grab control of the OBJ. And I think this kind of matches up against another team that's known for doing that a little bit, overslaying a little bit before grabbing that OBJ in FaZe Clan. So how does that dichotomy of strategy and team composition set up here as we kick things off your elimination quarterfinals once again between FaZe and OpTic?
Always so interested to see the opening strats between these teams because they've played against each other on these maps so many times now. They've seen every playbook each other have to throw at them. Is there any way they could potentially surprise one another? Who's going to pick the right plays off the break? And right now it's OpTic who earned some early hill time. It looks like they might also earn the camo. If they can shut down Royal 2, they'll have every part of the opening in their favor.
Lucid did miss the headshot, but he got the body shot on camo. Formal was able to clean that up. I believe it was a burn situation. 99 probably would have switched to a POV with camo had that not been the case. So OpTic are able to burn camo and earn the early edge in the lead. Royal 2, though, with a snipe to work with. Formal at an important position on the map at that sniper nest bridge area. As Dead Zone reclaims it for OpTic. Royal 2 with the snipe in his hands on the pillar, looking to push up, takedown Dead Zone. Dead Zone gets fragged out by Frosty. Royal 2 going to clean up here on Lucid. And for now, FaZe Clan have the edge in numbers and this lead.
Good patience from Royal 2. We saw Lucid hit those pillar peak plays earlier. A little bit of alliteration for you guys. But he gets taken down by Royal 2. Royal 2 sees ahead of it. And FaZe have a ton of time. This is early. If they can get this cap, OpTic is already thinking about having to rotate to the tower. But right now, Royal 2 is not going to make it easy.
Royal 2 never makes it easy for you, as it looks like FaZe should secure, if not even a rotation to hill number 2 after 3 go down for OpTic Gaming. FaZe are in fact gonna be set up strong here. OpTic Gaming spawn out over on the A side. Hill rotates to C, and FaZe already have it, but OpTic are doing a good job pushing through mid, taking down 2. As Lucid drops down to low shields, OpTic looks to reset here, not allowing what looked like a good early rotation from FaZe.
Excellent work out of OpTic to not give FaZe a free setup. Took 2 members of them down. But as I say that, 3 going down for OpTic. Dead zone behind the tower, but I think FaZe know about it. It's going to actually just wait here for a moment. We remember that insane play from Renegade looking through the staircase to shoot the jump up down there. It's not awarded the chance to even look down there, so Dead zone might be able to show up here and take this kill.
I think those chase grenades Renegade was throwing indicated, like you said, Eli, that they were aware of the flank from OpTic, and you can see 2 green X's there. Lucid, the last member alive on the C side for OpTic, as he's earned a slay and enough time here to allow for his teammates to push through and take down a few members of FaZe as well. Trippy and Dead Zone combined for a double. Lucid, a team triple, takes down 3 for FaZe, and it's everybody gets their, that's almost like a team overkill there. Everybody accounting for 1 slay, everybody playing their 25%. That was a nice sequence there from OpTic Gaming as they've regained control of C. FaZe Clan spawning at the back of A. How can they push through? Previously, we saw OpTic push through the top mid location. FaZe, though, working on the periphery of the map.
If Formal can snipe like we saw him snipe last week, this could be very good for OpTic to tie up the score. He's already hit 1 headshot. Slow down Frosty on the cuts with a body shot. Facing heavy fire, unable to connect with another, but this hill looks to be almost finished by OpTic. It is, and it's FaZe that are now rotating to the next hill.
Strong regain there from OpTic as they tie things up here at 1. Hill rotates to A, and that's going to cause Formal to have to push out off this snipe tower location. Now he's sitting on the camo side. Dead Zone causing chaos as he's doing a number of damage on the members of FaZe Clan. Last player alive is Frosty in the back, and he goes down. Royal 2 with a quick spawn up, though. Gets right back in the fight, but that's a little bit, all things considered, of an extension, a 1-by-1 push for FaZe Clan and OpTic. They're going to take advantage of that and get about halfway on the scoring here on hill number 3.
Kind of a funny kill on Royal 2. He hits the curb slide to go over Dead Zone, but Dead Zone repulses him to the ceiling, opening enough space for Formal to finish the kill. Renegade's going to find an opening, but his whole team is going down. Royal 2 trying to stay alive down here is ultimately taken down, as is Renegade, and it's OpTic with another chance to close this hill out. They're just going to have to get a couple slays to do so.
And I think because of that previous series loss where they went down 3-1 to SSG, losing all the OBJs, it is imperative that OpTic Gaming get on the board early in this series with an OBJ win here in Game 1 as they secure the lead and hill number 3. Very convincingly. Not much time at all there for FaZe, if any. And look at this. OpTic Gaming rotate. You'd fold the map in half. That's where this next hill point would be. And OpTic Gaming are already on it at the 25% mark, no less. And they got the setup here. Lucid on the Nest Bridge. Renegade, though, looking to dismantle that from the top of Snipe.
FaZe making one of the biggest errors you can make in King of the Hill, where you die at the same time your opponents are capping the hill. It just makes it too easy for your opponents to then rotate and give themselves a good chance to secure the next hill as well. And it's been a staggered spawn cycle for FaZe for quite some time now. OpTic seemingly one step ahead. The stagger continues as Formal spawn kills Frosty, and Trippy looks to secure a third hill in almost as much time as the hill has been active. Wow.
My goodness. Yeah, if there's any downside, I'll play devil's advocate to the efficiency that OpTic Gaming has shown here as they take a 3-1 lead. They're going to actually potentially wait out that final millisecond, pulling some big brain strategy, at least delayed enough to where Frosty has to push up to mid. But if there's any positive to the efficiency for OpTic Gaming for FaZe Clan, it's that OpTic Gaming has left plenty of time left on the clock. 2.5 minutes left in regulation, as OpTic have a 2-0 lead, and with 3 down, FaZe are going to have a chance to take early hill time as Frosty takes the face at Dead Zone with a ridiculous jump shot no scope.
Frosty's trying to get his team back into this. Not having a game so far, but looking to shift the momentum with this sniper. He's going to hit some headshots. They continue. This man's absolutely on fire. And if they can secure this hill with still 2 minutes remaining on the clock, that's going to look good for a potential FaZe comeback.
I'll say it. We have eyes on first-person POV of the best sniper in Halo Infinite. That's Frosty. No-scope body shot. Meticulously takes down the opposition for the killing spree. FaZe, after 2 in a row there for OpTic Gaming, look like they're going to at least get one on the board to make it a 2-3 game. One final push here from OpTic, or do they concede this, Eli?
I don't know. It looks like, I mean, there's no point to completely concede it. They don't want to overcommit to trying to stop it. They're actually going to get out of the hill and try to fight for camo, as both teams do. But it's OpTic committing what I called the worst mistake you can make in Halo Infinite.
Right.
That's dying as the hill transitions, and 3 were dead as FaZe finished that hill. So I believe a member of FaZe should be getting away with the camo. And Frosty still has 2 snipe bullets to work with.
Could be 2 headshots from what we've seen from Frosty. Nice positioning, though, from Dead Zone as the flank takes Frosty off guard and takes him down as Formal earns the slay. Dead Zone filling in with his support role. Doing a great job of that in that moment. Royal 2 pushes on through the A sandbag side of the map. Dead Zone, he's got to worry about him. Oh my gosh, Royal 2 had that push figured out by Dead Zone. Read it like a book through the walls. Through his game sense and communication, able to take note and have full awareness. Nothing from OpTic Gaming there took FaZe Clan off guard. Because of that, they have control of the hill and the lead on hill number 6, as this one's getting deep into the action. Less than 2 to go.
Process being played by OpTic. Shout out to that YouTube series, The Process by OpTic. Always a great watch to see behind the scenes. These guys' mentality so strong, but they're going to need a strong mental to secure this victory, as FaZe has had a surge. Looks like they do finally get some slays to slow down the momentum from FaZe in this game, and Renegade's going to try to stop OpTic from getting any more time. Just holding this nest position, which is so important for this hill, probably the most important position on the map. He gets taken down. Member of OpTic going to try to fill that void so they can watch over the hill themselves.
90 seconds left on the clock. This one was virtually tied on this particular hill, but now OpTic, after a nice stretch of gameplay, numbers advantage has turned into an advantage on this hill, but FaZe have their push. 2 on the backside of B, split on the pillars as well as they start to dismantle this OpTic Gaming roster. 2 go down. FaZe, like a SWAT team, efficiently all stay alive until Royal 2 goes down from the nade from Matt. As both teams on the verge of scoring here. This could end things for OpTic or tie things up for FaZe.
This play all started with Trippy with some phenomenal shots. Got 3 players weak. Snakebite, last player, able to stop this. His teammates are now off spawn. Trippy getting a double kill, tries to turn 3, but OpTic only need a few seconds. Wow.
That'll do it. OpTic, despite a nice stretch run there from FaZe, made you sweat, made you tighten up a little bit if you're an OpTic fan watching at home, but OpTic Gaming, and this is exactly the challenge we placed in front of them as this series started, needed to get off the front foot with the 1-0 win after some of the objective disefficiency. I don't even know if that's a word. That we saw in the previous series. We're just going to throw it out there. Whatever.
Inefficiency.
Inefficiency. There we go. As OpTic Gaming take game 1 and do so rather convincingly. They seem to have control of the most of that match. FaZe made it close, but OpTic Gaming really never had much to fear as they looked really good off the start here as they take the game 1 win.
Definitely some moments of brilliance throughout this game from FaZe, but it wasn't enough. OpTic seemingly having control of the map at the times it mattered most. Frosty finally brought his team back into it with some amazing snipes, as we saw here, this snipe spree, some insane headshots, but ultimately was not enough. Look at this no scope. That was probably my favorite one of the whole spree. Just lines it up. One of the tougher shots to hit. This one an easier shot. I feel like a lot of people can hit that one, but regardless, you got to ice up when it matters against one of the best teams in the world. This killing spree certainly gave his team a chance, but it was OpTic always one step ahead.
Plasma Pistol continues to impress here, leading into HES Season 3 as Royal 2 put that to good work. I think another great Plasma Pistol player in the HES, which sounds weird to hear out of my mouth. But Lucid, another player that's deadly with the Plasma Pistol as we kick things off here. Solitude game 2, tied 2-all. As Frosty looks to separate. No, 3-3. A really mixy here opening break. Nobody able to get much use out of things like the camo or the shock. The shock actually still up on its spawn point as Renegade earns the assist. And FaZe edge out an early lead here, 4-3.
It is FaZe that have the shock rifle. Probably Frosty, the one over there with it. No, Frosty's over here. Must be Snakebite. Snakebite, the one with this gun. And we talk about all his teammates being amazing snipers, but he's a phenomenal sniper in his own right. Absolutely. And he's opting to just hold this side of the map. If you can control this snipe side of the map, it makes it a lot more difficult for your opponents to get any space for free. You have so much vision of the entire map, but right now taking a more defensive approach, not going to expose himself too much, doesn't want to give away his location. This position not nearly as powerful if the other team knows you're here, so he's going to opt to reposition while his teammates try to keep him alive.
Snakebite maintains his life. Has a repulsor to grab. The option's up. Looks like he'll take it while retreating to the back of S1. Royal 2 pushing in the back of A for the double, but no, has to reload instead. Trippy takes it, but FaZe take the lead, 10-9.
It's definitely back and forth. Snakebite has stayed alive for quite some time. Only fired 2 bullets of the shock so far. OpTic really not giving anything away for free. So impressive the way OpTic has been able to mitigate any potential sightline for Snakebite to do anything. Right now he's going to reposition and look like it was a trade slightly in OpTic's favor. That's going to tie things up at 12-all.
This match has now reached a stalemate. If not for that opening break headshot from Snakebite, that should push out the rest of FaZe. Looking to clean up on the damage as they do. 2 go down, Lucid and Trippy. Snakebite, potential 360 metal here. No, does not hit the shot. Doesn't have a chance to. It's Formal makes it away. Not before Dead Zone trades out. And Formal eventually goes down as FaZe Clan sort of chase their way through from C to A to take down OpTic Gaming. World 2 on the hotel side of the map. Snakebite, how long has he been alive with this shock rifle? It's not that he's gotten a lot of slays with it, but just the simple possession and extended life with it is impressive enough.
He's showing off his skills with the double jump as well. Definitely recommend you guys to practice that in your own games. Just easier to get to that position, a bit safer. Don't have to expose yourself nearly as much to other sight lines as you do that jump. Snakebite's still just looking for shots. He's only found a handful of them. Finally gets taken down. Lucid able to somehow sneak into the snipe side, shuts him down at this perfect time to do so because the next shock rifle is up on its spawn point. We'll have to see if he can successfully survive with it. Looks like FaZe are going to try to stop him from doing so.
Lucid thrusts vertically. It doesn't get him out of harm's way, but despite that, still maintains 25% shields. Now back up to full shock rifle to work with, and we know what Lucid can do with it. Season 1 MVP lining up his shot. A weak Renegade gets cleaned up instead by Trippy. Lucid sets his sights towards the cafe side. Royal 2 goes down to 1 HP, but Trippy is 2. Bait and switch opportunity from long range for Lucid, but he's not able to secure any of these shots. Finally hits a body coming up the lift, but that is a chaotic sequence there from Lucid, forced by FaZe, and they've now forced the snipe back in their hands. They have the biggest lead of this game, 25-21.
Man, Lucid just having a hard time there. The pressure is so great from FaZe. If you're constantly getting shot out of scope, it can become so difficult. Also, just the movement from the members of FaZe make it harder for them to be hit. Frosty, though, with his first shot of the shock rifle, able to land a headshot. Also trying to secure this camo. Actually decides to finish the kill before proccing the camo. I like that play because even if he dies there, he leaves the camo behind for his teammate while that opponent's one shot. Just further increases the odds that his team gets value out of it. He's going to hit the no scope and hit the slide around to juke Formal. Somehow turns 2 in a spot that I don't think many people would have got a double kill there.
I don't think so, Eli, as Frosty's doubled up just about on his kill-death ratio. 11-3-6 here in this Slayer, really leading the charge in this lobby. Most slays by a pretty wide margin, all things considered, as FaZe have a 1 team wipe lead. And that's enough, though, for OpTic Gaming to get back in this. 1 possession separating these 2 teams, but now it's back to 6. 2 team wipes now needed to get back in this one comfortably, and after 2 go down, it's back to 3 kills. And 1 fell swoop. OpTic Gaming are right back in this. And if they can keep this within 1 possession heading into the 40s, they'll be close enough to take a late game-breaking heroic win. They might just even take the lead before that. FaZe have back A spawns. OpTic Gaming have the front foot, but FaZe have the defense. Formal goes down. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming, and despite back foot spawns for FaZe, they've done a pretty good job to push out of it, maintaining just a 2-kill lead now, though.
You have to think OpTic could have got a little bit more out of that. Formal kind of overextending through the driveway. Renegade sees through it, but it's OpTic still rolling. They predict the next set of spawns as well, being the last members alive in the last engagement. That means they have the awareness of the most likely spawn point of their opponent. Trippy with some great shots to not only secure 1 kill, but do enough damage for his teammate to secure another. And both teams going to fight heavily for the snipe side of the map. Both camo and shot coming up. The 6-minute mark always so crucial on this map.
Halfway through this match, tied 38 all between FaZe and OpTic Gaming as they'll vie for map positioning and sandbox control with a couple of slays here. Frosty goes down to 1 HP. Royal 2 down to low shields, but he regroups, reshields, repositions here on the Ben side of the map. Formal with that opening break snipe, though. I never even saw Formal with the shock. It's a shock to me as OpTic Gaming have now reclaimed the lead, up 2.
And look at this. Formal just watching the bridge that he knows FaZe must cross to get to the camo. Looks like Trippy, the one able to get away with the camo. Formal drops the shock rifle there for a teammate. I don't know. It must be the camo player walking over to grab it. And it's Lucid. Yeah, Lucid, the one that got the camo, and he gave the shock. Both teams slowing to a crawl. FaZe know exactly what's going on. They know a camo player's lurking with shock, so they're not going to give anything away for free. Lucid's going to have to try to find a target without being spotted out.
Lucid previously missing all of his shots with the shock rifle, but he needs to ice up now, needs to hit these shots. OpTic needs Lucid to be that Season 1 MVP that they remember as Lucid pushes in with the shock aggressively, lands the body shot on Royal 2. Dead Zone cleans up on Renegade. Cross shots from the truck side from Frosty is going to take Formal down to 1 HP. Lucid looks back at it, and Snakebite goes down to Dead Zone. What a nice push here from OpTic Gaming, cleaning up through the A side of the map. That's going to flip the map as Lucid could close the door here for OpTic Gaming, but instead, no. Trippy's going to go down. Dead Zone goes down. Formal goes down. Lucid has no more shock rifle shots to work with, and FaZe are now just down 2, and they have the situation OpTic previously had, pushing into the back of A, cleaning up on those spawns. 43-45. FaZe down 2.
My God, the perfect counter push from FaZe. It's now tie game. This could go either way, but it's OpTic that are the ones spawning on the tram side. And can FaZe replicate the same push that OpTic just did to them? If they could, this could close out the game right here.
I'm sorry. I'm letting Formal hold on to the shock as Dead Zone says, hold this hell. Back smack on his rival Frosty. 2 go down for FaZe Clan. OpTic are surging in the end game. Lucid takes down Renegade. Snakebite down to half shields, looking to tech jump his way up to the high ground. Hopefully stay alive here for FaZe, as Royal 2 doesn't have much help, has half shields to work with. He'll go down. Trippy finds Snakebite, and Lucid has another camo. This can close the door. It does. OpTic Gaming come back and take game 2 by 5.
Oh my God. El Clasico continues to deliver. It's now FaZe down 2-0 in the series. This is not what we expected in a match for top 4, mind you. FaZe on the brink of their lowest placement, I think, in how long?
Ever?
Since the game came out, have they ever placed this low? I don't think so. And
you know, I remember some of those early online tournaments where they were going plus 30 on CTF and Pyrian and losing games. I think they might have had a top 6 then, but FaZe doesn't look like that anymore. They are a much better team from when they first formed, but potentially still staring at a historically low result here. And not the week you want to do it. I guess if you were to have a bad week, maybe this would be the week you'd argue because the major qualifiers next week. But I don't know, man. I think you want to go into next week on all cylinders firing. Right now, FaZe back against the wall. But this is when they're most deadly. How often have we seen FaZe play their best Halo when they're down 0-2 in the series? That's exactly the deficit they face here against OpTic.
very curious to see that series layout. I mean, looking at these plays here, Lucid making up for a few missed shots with the previous shock rifle. Is such a big body shot to get right there on Frosty in the middle of that play, by the way, just to keep Frosty from stopping the push. But then FaZe fight right back with a great push of their own. This was just so back and forth in the end game here. It was really hard to tell who was going to take it. Somehow OpTic playing flawlessly at the end. This bait right here from Dead Zone, so smart, just hiding around the corner, knows FaZe are likely to push that angle. That back smack really opened things up for OpTic, and so far they're winning the chess match.
So this is not a best of 7 like we saw at the World Championship, but this feels a lot like that grand finals where OpTic won the first 2 games in a row convincingly, and then FaZe rung off 8 straight. They're only going to need 3 here, which is why, again, you know, all casters always talk about the reverse sweep, but this really feels doable here for a FaZe clan that's done it before.
You know what also feels doable to me though is a OpTic recharge strongholds victory, because this team is very good at this game type. I mean, both are, right? It's really just going to be who gets the momentum and who holds on to the momentum for longer. I think both teams at different stages of this game will have trip caps and probably get a long sequence of time, but who will be able to have a longer stretch of control? Right now, OpTic looking favored to do so.
And Eli, the levels are getting so high here in Halo Infinite throughout these 3 weeks of regional competition. You see a top 8 finish here in NA, and you might even get excited about that because there's so many cracked teams in NA, but then you forget there's Mexico surging. They seem to have the best performances they've had lately. EU has 2 contenders in Foe and Quadrant. So, my goodness, man, the thought of a FaZe or an OpTic not reaching top 8 because of going down to at a major to one of those teams, it's possible. It sounds crazy, it sounds faded, but here we are. Top 6 going to be FaZe or OpTic. Not a placing that we would expect from 2 of these NA juggernauts, as FaZe back are against the wall, needing a win here in game 3 as we kick things off for World 2.
All eyes on FaZe Clan and OpTic right now. Shout out to 10K combined viewers between the Twitch and YouTube live streams. All the OpTic and FaZe fans out here watching to see how this one goes down. I don't think many people would expect OpTic to be in the lead so significantly. Probably expected to at least be tied in the series, and it's OpTic continuing to roll as they get several dead, and they're the first scorers in this game.
And you love to see it. LVT Halo in the community coming up with records week after week, as I believe that's a record for us, 10K plus combined viewers, as we got a barn burner here. 2-0 lead for OpTic Gaming, but it's been much closer than the series score reflects, as 2 go down on each side. Renegade looking to push through the needles before Deadzone and Trippy push through into the Dorito, looking to regain an advantage with that grenade. A 1v2 takes down Renegade, and look at OpTic set up here strongly on this goal side of the map. Frosty's going to have no choice but to back down. Lucid on the flank takes him down, and OpTic Gaming are swarming.
Trippy staying alive in one of the hardest parts of the map to do so for long enough for his teammates to play bodyguard. He is finally taken down. That is the opening FaZe was looking for. Deadzone with the drop shot. That's a tech that we see a lot of these top players use in the middle of a fight, dropping off an object. Sometimes your downward velocity can throw off your opponent's aim. Deadzone winning the fight with that tech, but leaves himself in a vulnerable position. Now it is OpTic still in the lead. FaZe only able to get 2 after getting a few kills there.
Little bit of a blender even, and I like this play here from Snakebite. Just knows, even whether it's a Slayer or a Stronghold, you're getting a little blendered. Slow things down. Slow down the pace of play as Snakebite regroups with his teammate Frosty. 2v2 down the side. OpTic Gaming win it outright as they take down both Frosty and Snakebite. Renegade on the opposite side of the map looking to flip C. This is going to be difficult. He's down to low HP. He has help. Deadzone has the shock. He's pretty deadly with it. And he's just going to keep FaZe out of it simply by shooting the metal platform. Now tosses the snipe back to who I think should have had shock the whole time. Formal.
Does it because he's got the camo? I mean, let's face it, all these guys can snipe. You might as well give it to the guy that's invisible. They're going to hit more shots because they're not going to face as much pressure. So, of course, they're going to hand it off. And look at this. Formal already putting it to work. He's going to also quickly rotate into the tower to stop this rotation to A. He wants to play basically bodyguard for A here so his teammates can cap it. Only got 1 shot of the shock rifle left, but if they can convert A, they can get back into the scoring position.
Formal doing such a great job. He's an important, prioritized player on the map with that shock rifle. He goes down. It could flip possession of the shock into FaZe's hands, but no. FaZe have not been able to break through. These are 5 chances now, 5 pushes out of the C side of the map, and OpTic Gaming have won the last 5. Starting off hot again as Deadzone earns the 5th kill for a killing speed. Cross map, double kill with the commando as he looks to push on through the glass side, long haul side of the map, as OpTic Gaming looking way too strong here for FaZe, but we know in strongholds, there's always a chance to come back.
It's always so crucial to shut down those first couple pushers, and OpTic have done it every single time. This push out of Seaside, you have to be so meticulous. You've got to go through long haul and tower simultaneously. You've got to get some safe damage down across the map, work together. But if one of your players dies immediately, as members of FaZe have every single time, it just slows the push entirely. And right now, OpTic have played it perfectly.
Deadzone still maintaining the commando at the top of gold. What a job he's done to lock that area down. Eventually goes down. 2 down on each side. But OpTic still retains control of the scoring. They flip the map on its head, but it does no damage in the sense that FaZe Clan are not able to break through. Do go down again. This has been domination here from OpTic Gaming. Looking to close out the series emphatically. Trippy with a double. Looking for a triple. Has 2 players down to 1 shot. He cleans up 1 and realizes his play now is to back up, satisfied with the 3 down from FaZe. He's going to allow, I believe that's Renegade, to push on through, and that's all bait. OpTic Gaming dominant here. Despite that, FaZe are able to capture A, but OpTic quickly flips C so that FaZe don't get any scoring for their efforts.
And look at this. Trippy and Lucid working together to protect B. They don't care that they lost A because they flipped C. As long as they protect these 2, they're good to go. Dead zone with the camo. And it's another 3 dead for FaZe. Renegade, last player alive, stuck by himself at the Mangler. He's going to get taken down here shortly, I have to imagine. Yes, Formal is going to shut him down. Lucid with the shock rifle. And they're going to set this right back up. They actually force the spawns into gold. And they're going to maintain C position. And as B flips, they flip A.
FaZe beat OpTic twice in the bracket last week. Grand finals, no less. As OpTic Gaming, you talk about a revenge grudge matchup here between OpTic and FaZe. They look like the hungrier team. They look like the team that's playing with more pace, and that was sort of the reason they lost to SSG earlier. Their pace was just so lethargic and slow. Now it's very quick, sporadic, agility fueled as Lucid has the shot and the grapple to work with, but he goes down. Frosty looking to clean up on 2, grab the shot for his own, and this to me, Eli, is the win condition to come back for FaZe right here. Frosty with the grapple and the shot.
Yeah, but it might be too little too late. Yeah, I mean, OpTic just need to win one more sequence and suddenly they win the game, right? So it's going to have to be perfect Halo from here on out, and it's very rare that these teams can hold a lead as long as OpTic has against one another. This next camo, Frosty's going to be pushed off of his sight line. He's going to have to rotate, see if he can stop this camo or grab it for himself. Uses the grapple to grab it safely. This is definitely looking good. These are definitely the conditions for a potential comeback. But if OpTic can find one way to break in, it's going to be all she wrote.
Frosty, the last player alive. Crucial slay. Crucial double on Lucid in dead zone. Almost single-handedly keeps FaZe Clan in it and allows Royal 2 to trade out on Matt. Frosty needs 1 toe into B to reset it, but there's a member of OpTic in it. And Frosty goes down. Lucid. Despite that, they are able to take B, but Lucid will take it right back in addition to that shock.
That was exactly the push they needed. I think OpTic need to just go to A here, but no, there's spawners of FaZe in A, so they're going to go C instead. Great play by them. They take 2 dead, and I think that could be the end of the game. I think it was too little too late for FaZe. Only a few more slays, and this one's over.
Is this the best we've seen OpTic Gaming this HCS Season 3 preseason, Eli? Because I would say so, especially against the likes of their bitter rival FaZe. A 3-0 win here to not only... This isn't a 3-0 win in the winter finals like we're used to seeing. This is a 3-0 win to send FaZe home. What do you think? Is this the best we've seen of OpTic so far?
It's looking like it, man. They're just winning every single engagement. They're rotating ahead. They're predicting the moves of FaZe, and they scrimmed each other recently without comms, and to me that says they are formulating strategies specifically against FaZe so that they can beat them in ways like this. But this isn't over yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's still at 11 points left for OpTic as 4 go dead. Now FaZe are looking to hold that same AB setup that they lost to OpTic early on.
And FaZe have to make sure they grab A. Spawning OpTic over at C means OpTic should start the scoring there. There they do. They reset C, I'd imagine. It's at the 90% mark now, fully there. 239 and a rolling 90 to FaZe Clan. And you're right, Eli, in that scrim, 7-7 after 14 games. 1,002 kills for FaZe, 1,000 kills in that scrim for OpTic Gaming. These two teams could not be more close, despite what the series score reflects. We expect FaZe to show some fight here at the end, potentially forcing a massive stronghold comeback. There's one way to do it. Renegade with a double, making a triple on Lucid. No, but Lucid takes enough damage to allow Frosty to clean that up for the spree. And now FaZe Clan could potentially earn a trip cap. They do. FaZe are surging right back.
The desperation is starting to be palpable on the side of OpTic. Yes, they have such a massive lead, but they know they still have to close it out. FaZe, if they continue to hold off the push, can close this out right here, right now. They do get a few kills on FaZe, but look at the defensive effort. The grenade comes in perfectly from Renegade to kill Lucid and get dead zone to 1 shot. Trippy trying to control A by himself, but he's going to have to win a 1v1. He does. He kills Snakebite, but the rest of FaZe are going to push in. I think off of this small perceived opening by OpTic, they're going to try to push in, but no, they slow it down. They're going to play their process. They're going to play patient. Probably send a player through long. Yes, this player gets into gold. It's dead zone with a massive kill. Make it 2. And that could be exactly what OpTic need to close this game out.
Massive. You had to take down Frosty there. Frosty was the man with the shock. He was watching the crossover to A, and now A is in control of OpTic because of that takedown by Dead Zone on Frosty. Could just spur OpTic Gaming to a 3-0 victory here in the elimination quarterfinals. Yes! FaZe will go down 3-0. OpTic Gaming take it, and we'll move on in this tournament. FaZe go home in 6th place.
Wow. Technically tied for 5th, but my God, we did not expect a 3-0. This is normally a series that goes the distance. OpTic coming out swinging. Livefire King of the Hill shutting FaZe down every step of the way. That miraculous game 2 comeback that was back and forth the whole time. And then, wow, they had what, a 220-11 lead in this game.
Yeah.
FaZe showing tons of fight back, tons of resistance, but ultimately, like we said, too little too late. OpTic, congratulations. They're going to move on to your top 4.
All right, GG's in the chat from the players, and GG's from myself and Eli. It's been a fun day casting with you guys. Still half of the way to go. We're going to have Active and Why Not on the other side casting the rest of the way. Eli and I will fire up some watch parties on our stream, so make sure to come over and say hi to us, earn some drops all the while as we send things back to the desk. We'll see you guys next week for the major qualifier. Until then, enjoy the rest of week 3.
Garrett, OpTic are not playing around today. FaZe versus OpTic. Only one can remain standing, and it's OpTic Gaming Tools.
Really, really good games. Obviously, that game 3 had that back and forth at the end, but it was the X factor that made the difference, right? You go, you pick up the new kid on the block, Dead Zone, formerly known as Penguin. Great coordinated push up into top glass. FaZe had the setup, got that player over at gold, distracted because of the push that Formal and Lucid had at tower together, opened up an opportunity. Dead Zone took the most of it, was able to get that kill, broke everything open from there. Such a fragile setup to have. When one player gets in, well, the eggs get scrambled. OpTic able to win 3-0. Close games throughout, but they just looked that much better, right? Just that little bit. I'll say when you go down, right, when you've consistently lost to a team, you're a little bit hungrier to finish that fight the next time around. I think that's what we saw this time. OpTic, I think, just wanted to get that W underneath their belt one time. And being able to finish it out 3-0, I think, is a great sign for them looking forward into this HCS major season.
Yeah, man. When FaZe went down against Complexity yesterday after the fact, Royalty says, hey, we weren't trying. So do you think they were trying against OpTic?
I think they were trying, guys. They were trying. When Frosty was hitting some crazy headshots throughout. I think we just saw a little bit of a slow start in the slaying column for FaZe. They were letting OpTic get those leads in the game, and then they would make their comeback in the second half. And I think that's what FaZe, they're great. They can make any comeback happen, but that's when you give them an opportunity. FaZe, if they come out early, they're not really a team to give up a lead. And then they just weren't in that position in this best of 5.
Man, tough matches, tough scenes, but we even saw at one point like Lucid probably missing the most shots in a row that we've ever seen. and
it's online, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's probably hit on his screen, knowing Lucid.
Right, and so and they still pull it out, man. Like, dude, OpTic are here to play. I called it at the beginning of the stream. People were asking me who I think takes the tournament today. I know we're in the lower bracket, right? So we might have to slow our roll just a little bit. But I feel like today is OpTic's day, Tools.
Well, that's a dangerous thing to say because we got two very good teams in the winners final that I think could absolutely make it. Space Station looked unbeatable in my opinion when they were playing against OpTic. That was like the Space Station that they were dreaming about. And then on the other side, I think Sentinels has been a little bit frustrated by some of their results. I think this is a perfect tournament for them to come out with a win and prove to the world that they are in contention for a major championship this year.
And just to give everybody a heads up, we are in a lobby with SSG right now, so we're waiting on Sentinels to arrive in the winner side of things. And on the lower side, I believe
Killing spree.
Complexity versus Stainer still going, Tools.
Double kill.
Yeah, that has game fight written all over it, in my opinion. You know, I haven't been able to watch too much of this new Complexity. That's the only thing that's the X factor for me. But I really am a believer in that Stainer's roster. I think the more time, the more repetitions they get underneath their belt, the more of a dark horse team they'll become in the bracket. I think they have bracket buster written all over them come land. There's going to be a team that doesn't take them quite as seriously, and they will regret it.
All right, ladies and gents. Well, we're going to take a quick break as we regroup, get our new casters in. We got Why Not, and we got Active coming up on the other side. And, of course, the winter finals coming up as well. Elimination semifinal will run at the same time, but it looks like they're going to be staggered in some sort of way, so probably good news for us all. And I want everybody to pay attention right now. Shout out and thank all of the competitors, the admins, everybody in charge for allowing us to kind of pause what we're doing to watch the OpTic versus FaZe match, right? I mean, there's a lot of cards that go into play with that decision, and everybody playing nice, right? So, I mean, shout out to just give the people what they want, and the people that reap the benefits are you, the viewers, ladies and gents. So thank you to everybody involved in that decision. I got to give a round of applause to that. So we'll be back here in just moments with our winner finals, Sentinels versus Space Station. And just like that, it is time. As we see, our lobby is full in the winter finals, and I am pleased to report that our lobby is also full in the elimination semifinals. We got OpTic and Complexity going up against each other, and then on the winner side, right, we got Sentinels versus Space Station. Non-stop action of Halo right now. Tools, which match you want to start with?
You know, man, it's this feels like some red zone. Obviously, we have to give some love to that winners final. I think we're gonna be following that, but maybe we can get a little preview of that OpTic Complexity match if it's on its way. See what it's looking like over there, because two very good teams, both on a rising tide right now. Seeing how they're performing this weekend.
All right, well, we're going to throw it to Why Not, and we're going to throw it to Active as we get a preview of the OpTic versus Complexity while we wait for our winter finals to start. So, Tony, take it away.
Yo, what is up, guys? Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casting here? My man Active is with me, and what an incredible day of Halo we've seen so far. Started off yesterday and has gotten even better onto today. We've seen upset after upset, including OpTic beating out your reigning world champions. You're literally the team that just won last week. OpTic coming out with a 3-0 sweep, and something's looking different about this OG roster.
Yeah, it's those intangibles, right? You know, FaZe being the leader with the, 12,000 points, I believe it is, and, they're sitting pretty comfortable, but OpTic, they have a reason to win, right? They've got Dead Zone on the roster. They want to make clear that they made a very good change with Dead Zone being added, so they've got to prove that here and now. They proved it versus FaZe, but this Complexity roster looking extremely solid as well, Tony.
Yeah, both of these teams actually beating out FaZe Complexity in a game 5 back in the winners bracket to send them down early, and then OpTic finishing them off right now, and now it's Complexity and OpTic going at it right now. I love this Complexity roster, I'm gonna be honest, but I feel like people at home were already knew that this was going to be a good team. I think what people have yet to realize is this is a great team. Ryan Noob is literally the meta creator, the meta definer, sometimes the meta breaker. You have Huss, who has been a phenomenal, a really good co-IGL to the crew. Then you have Precision, who's not only an elite young Slayer, but also one of the best Slayers in the league. And let's not forget what Carbear was able to do back in Season 2, now going by Descendant. Complexity, very good. We also got to keep an eye out on our feature matchup, Sentinels going up against Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on both, but like Tony had mentioned, this is the feature matchup here. Sentinels kind of sitting in that top 4 region, obviously with the big 3 in Space Station phase and OpTic. Sentinels are looking to make their entrance known. As you can see, Sparty here with a snipe on the elbow side. And honestly, when it comes to this SSG roster, I think, in my honest opinion, they got the better end of all the trades and all the roster mania that happened. Getting Legend on this roster has just been phenomenal for them. In fact, based on at least what I'm seeing online, I really do think that this SSG roster can win events this year.
Yeah, they look good. I mean, was questioning a little bit after SSG won a tournament with Monster and then Legend coming in and them dropping down to, I believe, even top 6. But since then, I think SSG have really bounced back well, and I think they are the number 2 best team in the league. But let's not forget, the very team that knocked them out early last week was Sentinels, that came off with a 3-0 finish in the winners bracket last week. So Sentinels obviously no pushover and are no strangers to pushing SSG to their limits.
We'll see if they're able to push them to their limits here. It's going to be 3 dead for the side of Sentinels. SSG in full control right now. Boo Boo, as the last player alive, his job is to stay alive in that scenario, but he's going to get taken out. And you see isolated player after isolated player taken out one by one. SSG get 3 dead again, and they pull the flag through. It looks like a nice clean pull here by Bound.
A clean round of slays, bringing this flag over towards the sticky side, but one of the hardest crosses to make here in flag on Halo Infinite. You know the spawners are bottom snipe, just baiting out SSG to try to make the cross. SSG may need another round of slays in order to move this flag. 2 down for SSG. Ubu Dubu takes height. Looks like the game's going to slow down just a bit for Legend, keeping the flag alive.
That's crazy. Like, you're 100% right. They did need an extra round of slays there, but they got 2 rounds of slays in that scenario, and it still wasn't enough. That just comes down to the fact that Sentinels coming off a spawn are able to do so much damage, get those great angles, isolating on the players that are pulling that flag. Just a great job of defense here by this Sentinels roster. Now it looks like they're playing a bit aggressive in the side of SSG's base. We'll see if they can get a flag pull, but a couple of kills need to happen first, and you've got this man Bound on your screen who's going to stop that from happening.
Until he doesn't. Until Bound ends up going down. Smarty now one of the better snipers in the league. Body shot connects. But so far, this sniper just seems cursed. Whoever's touched it immediately goes down right afterwards. And 3 down goes Sentinels. So we said we need another round of slays. Maybe late, but SSG are here. And Legend now pushing back up over towards, I believe it's Bound, who's already applying pressure. Actually, no, it's Stellar. Stellar's behind enemy lines, and right now, Sentinels, they have no idea. They're going to find out the hard way. Boo Boo Dubu hits the black screen. Stellar taking minimal damage. Finally, that damage coming back, and he goes for the reach out. Stellar really feeling himself.
Yeah, Sparty played that phenomenally, right? Sitting in that plasma corner, just putting lots of damage into Stellar. Stellar had no idea where he was. He's just playing ambiguous with Sparty and gets a double kill off of that as well. So Sentinels, the defensive hold's really solid here. I'm looking for Bound to kind of make something happen with his snipe in his hands. He gets it back, and he's able to get the first kill with it.
2 shots left in the sniper, making 1 after just barely missing out on that body shot. Bound still stays alive, what he does best. Sparty over towards the opposing Needler spawn. And you have multiple members of Sentinels that are pushing up on the same lane. Luckily, Bound hits the headshot onto Lethal. Big kill by him. No ammo to work with. Goes back to the bandit, but Sparty hunts him down. Sparty gets Bound off the map, and now Sentinels have room to breathe. They can now push back up to the 50% portion of the map.
Yeah, great job by Bound to just try to get that beat down in before he ends up falling. Try to get that damage that can be capitalized on, but a even better job by Sparty to stay alive in that situation, still be a nuisance on the map. Stellar, though, going to get that first initial kill on the side of Sentinels. It'll even up the numbers just a bit, but now for a few moments at least, they'll have this numbers advantage, and they look to take advantage of that.
Sniper's just about up here. Melee comes down for Eco. Looks like the nade should have taken Sparty down, but somehow Sparty lives. And now wants to go in for this grapple up top. You still have Stellar that's over toward the snipe side, not aware of it, tries to push up toward the flag, not gonna happen. Stellar takes him down and now looking to put the snipe to work. 7 bullets to work with here.
2 down for the side of Space Station though, so Stellar's got to kind of play an interesting role here. He's got to just play that defensive hold on the flag, make sure it doesn't get touched again as his spawns come out on the elbow side. I like his ability to kind of create space on this side of the map, though. Sentinels pushing on the pistol side, of course, but really just scared of exposing any angles towards Stellar here as he has that snipe, and he's playing aggressive.
We're seeing from SSG so far. They've been holding the line. Stellar now with that sniper, and actually, I might see a sniper on sniper crime right now. We might see a counter snipe opportunity as Stellar 6 bullets to work with. Boo Boo Doo Boo off screen already gets himself a double. As of right now, it's Boo Boo Doo Boo going up against Stellar, and Boo Boo's already hit the body shot onto one. Now Stellar putting his sniper to work, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, the only sniper that remains here after the body shot onto Legend, chases him down. Now it's Sentinels moving in for the flag. 3 down goes Space Station Gaming, so a good pull, but they still have to watch for the spawners, the overextenders.
Yeah, that was a great rate pull, right? They time it perfectly off the spawns of that elbow side for SSG. They're gonna probably get this in uncontested here. They get that kill onto Stellar, which should solidify it. It does. Sentinels up 1-0. A very clean flag run by them. They had the numbers advantage. They took advantage of those numbers, and they got that cap in.
Lito sitting up high in the fence. A power position here. As long as he doesn't get naded out, you gotta be careful. The same way you get angles on the map, the rest of the map can get angles on you, as Falcated trying to angle himself out of dodge, doing everything he can to try to stay alive. Down to one shot he goes. Luckily, Lito has his back. Kills going out for Sentinels as they already have a 1-0 lead, and now they're looking to approach, maybe pulling their second flag. 5 minutes in regulation, theoretically enough time for SSG to maybe tie things up, but with Sentinels in your base like this, it must be uncomfortable.
Yeah, they get those first 2 kills on the Sentinels, and yeah, I mean, it's definitely uncomfortable where you have to try to even up the numbers here. Sentinels are ahead on the Slays category for at least for now. And that obviously shows in the cap score as well. This next sniper coming up for both sides is going to be imperative. We'll see who's able to get control of this, and with 2 dead on Space Station, it's going to be Sentinels on that aggression again.
SSG have struggled a bit here against Sentinels. They were 3-0'd by them literally just last week, and as of right now, they find themselves down 0-1 in this game. Sniper in the hands of Stellar. Big shot taking down Falcated. This is Garrett's boy right here. Garrett says he's the best sniper in the game, and I love watching him do what he does, but he gets obliterated. So do 3 members of Space Station Gaming. Sentinels now have the opportunity to push up and continue to punish the spawners, which is exactly what they're looking to do. Bound over toward the back base. Boo Boo Doo Boo popping the QT. The first kill goes to Sentinels, but it looks like they answer right back, and I don't know how that didn't kill him.
Yeah, QT is huge in this situation. He swaps it out for the grapple, and he's going to be able to be a nuisance inside of the vent here. And with that sniper, an even bigger threat, I should say. Continues to stay alive as well. Beautiful job utilizing this QT from Boo Boo. He's not going to do a ton of damage, but at least he does fight for that 50% portion of the map.
And now look how much time drained off the clock. Just over 3 minutes left in regulation. It feels like a back and forth battle just to get any type of control over half of the map. Forget getting on your opponent's base. As of right now, both teams in a tug of war for the mid-map. 3 down goes Sentinels though. As I say that, Legend getting up high with the sniper. Things looking very good for Space Station Gaming here. Things not looking good for Boo Boo Doo Boo, who just lost his head as Legend gets himself a double kill. Perfect shots onto one of the most lethal players in the game. 3 down goes Sentinels. Fresh slays on the board. Legend gonna start that pull. He does go down. Damage clearly done, but SSG 3 down. Flag still over towards the mid-map. Stellar wants to get his hands on it.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, right? SSG are going to come off a spawn, and because that flag was thrown out of the bottom center, they're going to get that return. It's just not a lot of clean slays coming out of that SSG side. But 3 down for SSG right now. Maybe an opportunity here for Sentinels to push up. Looked like a lot of kills from Legend. We're going to allow that cap to go in, but pulling that bottom center and SSG going down just made it very difficult. And now it's Sentinels on that aggression. Legend trying to trade out a kill, but Falcated with the snipe.
And maybe you have a different opinion on this, but if I'm Space Station Gaming, I'm feeling the pressure right now. You got less than 2 minutes on the clock, which is plenty of time to capture the flag, just not on Argyle. Argyle is the toughest map to capture a flag on, to get over towards your opponent's base, get multiple rounds of slays, then bring it back. Like, if I'm SSG, I want to hit another level right now. I do not want to leave it to a minute or 30 seconds. They need to get in the base of Sentinels, and they need to get to it now. Stellar and Legend, though, first ones to go down. How do you feel about that, Zim?
Yeah, 100%. A minute is just no time to work with, right? You're kind of down to the wire. You've got to get a couple of big slays, but one of the big things is, you know, SSG's got to get the clean slays if they want to get this flag past that 50% portion. It just seems like they're not able to do so. Sentinels are doing such a good job at least getting that damage in. You can see Boo Boo again. He puts a lot of shots into a player. Sparty ends up cleaning that player up. He's just able to sit anchored on this side of the map, put that damage in, and it just forces SSG to fight from their base constantly, which is just really, it's really difficult, especially when, once again, it's Sentinels with that vent control.
1-0 lead still here for Sentinels. Now 41 seconds for Space Station Gaming to answer back. We switch gears over towards Falcated. Doing a bit of ratting, but nothing wrong with that. As of right now, Sentinels are, I would imagine, on full defensive mode, just trying to keep Space Station Gaming away from their flag as Boo Boo Doo Boo runs out of snipe shots, and SSG quickly running out of time. 21 seconds to make something happen here. Long-range shots from Lethal to try to keep SSG at bay, but SSG are slowly starting to grind forward, slowly starting to inch their way closer to Sentinel's base. 2 down goes Space Station Gaming. Make it 3 down for Stellar, and that's it. That's all she wrote. It's mathematically impossible. Sentinels setting the tone in this series by taking game number 1.
Someone who definitely set the tone is going to be Sparty, 28-16, and honestly, for me, Sparty's that X factor for the side of Sentinels. If he's having a really solid game or a really solid series, that Sentinels look really good, and it happened at that Salt Lake City event, right? He popped off at that event. They ended up getting second, their highest placing of HCS Season 2. Again, it's up to Sparty, I think, for this team to be successful. He's got to be that hard slayer, and that's exactly what we saw there. Now, though, we transition to OpTic versus Complexity, and you can look at the top center of your screen. Complexity's up 1-0.
OpTic may have been able to sweep the reigning world champions, but apparently Complexity will not be swept. Game number 1 going towards Complexity, but it's a double-digit deficit for them. With that, I thought I saw a triple for a second. I'm about to go crazy here. I do see 3 down for Complexity. Formal getting in there. Now, with multiple going down for Complexity, the spawns being influenced here. Only 5 more kills needed for OpTic. I can't imagine this going to game 3 and not being tied up.
Yeah, OpTic are just very disciplined in their game, so even though you've seen comebacks like this before, when it comes to OpTic, they're going to play really cleanly. As you can see, they're now at 49. They only gave up 1 death for a 4-man sweep of Complexity. And yeah, this is probably going to get closed out here. There it is. OpTic Gaming tie the series at 1-1. A beautiful showcase once again. And a statement being made, right? I mean, Complexity getting that first series, it's got to give them that confidence, but then OpTic comes in and just takes it away, Tony. Just like you do every time we talk, you take my confidence away.
What? I thought I take your breath away because I'm beautiful.
No, not true.
What? I always got your back. You should have confidence when I'm here, man. What is going on?
None. No, I'm kidding.
Well, how about this? Can I give a shout out?
Give a shout out.
It looks like right now year 3 of the HCS is truly so unpredictable, and maybe, just maybe, the year of the underdogs.
Okay.
Complexity taking game 1 against OpTic. Sentinels taking game 1 against Space Station Gaming. As of right now, I feel like every matchup that we watch is anyone's games. Like, even in year 2, the matches were great, but you still kind of felt one-sided when you watched the phases, the SSG and the OpTics. Not anymore. Right now, the competitive halo is as close as it's ever been. The complexity world, the Sentinels, I'll put the Shopify rebellions and the businesses, many more. It's their time.
Yeah, 100%. That's a really good point. I 100% agree. I think with the meta shifts that we've seen in the offseason, with the map changes that have come through, the addition of maps, the Bandit obviously being the starting weapon, that's the big one for me, of course. But yeah, I think with all of that, things are going to change. You're going to start to see a lot of these individual players be able to just make a larger impact on the team. And you know, you saw that in Sparty in that game 1 on Sentinels. And you're going to see it in teams like Complexity and other teams that are looking to break into that top 4.
Just a 1-kill game here in the early. I know active camouflage is coming up, so every one of these kills, the Sentinels are starting to get onto Space Station Gaming while being on a favorable side for active camo really works out for them. 17 seconds. We know that's coming up. And as of right now, it looks like Sentinels may be giving up some of that positioning, and Space Station Gaming coming off a spawn, actually going to be over toward the seaside. Now taking space through tower. When camo comes up, it looks like SSG are in a favorable position, but none of that matters. What matters right now is kills. There's no shot you're getting camo without these kills, and as of right now, Sparty's the one that's getting them. Double kill for him. Almost gets himself the triple, but does plenty of damage. Lethal. Getting away with the most lethal power-up on the map.
Yeah, that was really interesting, right? SSG had that C-plat control, and that's essentially what you want. You want to have C-plat tower control when that camo is coming up. You know, Shroud screen as well, maybe on spawn, maybe not. But regardless, they gave it up to go to tower. They gave it up to push tower, and Sentinels are able to just walk in for free. They get the tower kills that are needed, and then they get camo as well. It's gonna be the question though, what are they gonna do with this camo? And right now, Boo Boo also has a shock, so a lot of power in the hands of Sentinels right now, and a 2-kill lead as well.
I'm pretty sure I once heard Bound talk a little trash to Boo Boo, saying you're only good with the shock rifle. Well, pretty darn good with it. Headshot onto Bound right there as he takes it down. There's no one to 2v2 towards the cast. I just remembered. I'm sorry. Down by 4 kills right now is SSG. And Boo Boo Doo Boo still trying to line up shots, the most precise barber that we have in the HCS at the moment. Multiple going down here for Sentinels, but Boo Boo Doo Boo able to stabilize, able to equalize the situation. Killing spree for Boo Boo Doo Boo, being attacked by 2 different players, but still looking confident, still looking comfortable. Sentinels are looking as clean as we've ever seen them.
Yeah, again, look at Sparty's KD, right? It's 9 and 6. Boo Boo Doo Boo's having a phenomenal game as well. It's going to be Sentinels on that pipe side control, especially with that shock rifle coming up. They've got a good opportunity here to continue to get that control of the shock rifle, and you see Boo Boo's already in position for it. It comes up in about 30 seconds, so pipes control very important. And Sentinels holding on to this lead by a thread right now, 25-24.
Yeah, definitely shout out to the Space Station Gaming, just keeping it close. A 1-kill lead really doesn't feel like much here. All those Sentinels have been able to hold on to it nearly the entire game. Camouflage coming up. We talk about positioning for this camo. As of right now, SSG stretching out to make sure to clear out the long haul side. Shroud goes down. That should mean camo for Space Station Gaming. Legend providing a lot of pressure, keeping the rest of Sentinels at bay, maybe just long enough for Space Station to secure the camouflage.
Yeah, there it is. That C-plat and blue pipes control. That's going to guarantee the camo, like you mentioned, for Space Station. My question is, what do they do with it? Because now Boo Boo is in pipe side. We knew he was timing that shock rifle. He's now got that in his hands. Legend gets a double kill on the feed, and I mean, so far so good. Lots of value, regardless in terms of all the resources on this recharge map. Boo Boo's still putting shots in with that shock rifle. And continues to hold this pipe side control.
Once SSG were able to grab a hold of that camouflage, they really wanted to take back this gold control, but Sentinels with their setup, keeping them out. And now Boo Boo Doo Boo with the shock once again, chasing the players away from the A side. Rotation by SSG. Maybe, is it a rotation or is it just running away? Because as of right now, they know Boo Boo Doo Boo is hitting shots with the shock rifle, backing down immediately as 2 or maybe 3 members of Space Station Gaming attacking the long haul side. Sparty seems ready for it, but there's multiple coming out. Bouncer Metal goes down. It's a melee for him. Stellar cleans up the Sparty. Still a 3-kill advantage for Sentinels, and now things going to reset once again.
Well, as things reset and as the game slows down, I just got a word that we got 50 gifted from Kamikaze, so a shout out to him. We can get some hearts in the chat for Kamikaze. 50 gifted, an incredible amount of support.
God bless, okay. That's how you feeling, Twitch chat? Love to hear that.
Love that support coming out of the Halo community. We are community funded completely, so everything you do for LVT goes right back into the shows and the people that are putting their time in. It's Boo Boo who's putting time in with the shock. He's had this shock rifle in his hands the entire time. You talked about what Bound said about him, but I mean, maybe Bound's paying right now. 6 and 12 for Bound. Boo Boo looking really comfortable again with this shock rifle in hand, and I think he's essentially willing his team forward as he continues to put that damage in.
Well, at this point, if I'm bound in SSG, I'm calling foul play right now. There might be something going on here that seems a little fishy. Because at this point, it seems like Boo Boo Doo is spawning with the shock rifle. Every time we go on his screen, he has one. I don't know. I've been playing Halo for a while, and I've never seen a bandit and shot combination game start until now. Boo Boo Doo Boo, I got my eye on you.
Check him, PC.
Check him, PC.
9 and 7 out of him, and a 4-kill lead for Sentinels. You see Space Station on the crosshair. They've got that top glass control, and they've also got pressure on the tower side, so this is a great play by Falcon. Stellar knows he's there, though. The information is so important in this situation. This 1v1 is also very important. You see they both trade out, but that's going to be 3 dead for the side of Sentinels, and still a 3-kill lead for them as well. Space Station now looking to take control back.
But SSG haven't been able to find the clean kills that they've been looking for because Sentinel just mostly trading out their lives. I mean, literally from 1 to 2 to 3 kills. It's always been close, but it's always been trading out. Some way, somehow, Sentinels have found a way to hold on to the lead. That's until Bound and Legend. Back-to-back kills for them. A bit of a fight here. It ends up being another 4 down for Sentinels. SSG may just steal this game number 2. Down by 2 kills, but shock in hands. Camel's coming up. This is a critical, a pivotal point in the game.
The shock rifle is going to be the factor, like you mentioned. 46 to 44. Eco decides to make a crazy grapple play towards the middle side of the map. Maybe just a bit of a distraction. Legend's gonna get 2. Sentinels only need 2 though. 48 to 45. Boo Boo Doo Boo's got the camo.
We saw OpTic won their game. Should be a 2-1 series, I want to say, going towards OpTic now. Meanwhile, SSG trying to win their first right now against Sentinels. Camouflage in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo, looking for his next target. Now looking for the final kill right now with Sentinels. Down by just 3 kills. SSG not out of it just yet, but behind Bound and the shock. Maybe, just maybe it's possible. Only down by 2, but off the screen, Falcon finds the weak Eco. Finds the 50 to 47, a 3-kill game. But at this point, it don't matter. 2, 3, 4, 5 kills. All that matters is the win. And Sentinels have done it now 5 times in a row against the Space Station Gaming roster, from the 3-0 last week to the 2-0 start right now. Sentinels are the real deal. Take a look at the stats right now. Smarty, dying 15 times in a Slayer, not gonna lie, bit scary.
Yep.
But 14 kills looking pretty good. Boo Boo Doo Boo keeping his deaths very low. Large reason why they were able to come out with that win. Maj and Boo Boo doing his thing. Still, I need a PC check. Man, spawning with shock and nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, it's very important. You have that shock in your hands. You can essentially take control of it the entire game, because it comes down to just timing it when it runs out of ammo. And Boo Boo Doo Boo does that. And again, it was a huge part of that win, huge part of that victory.
You know, what's crazy to me is, throughout all the roster mania that was going down, and trust me, there was plenty of it. I was out here covering it. It was hard to keep up with at times. You know, from the likes of OpTic making a change, SSG, the number 2 and 3 best teams in the world. You know, for everywhere around them making changes. There was only 2 teams that stayed the same. Your reigning world championship team in FaZe. Why would they change? And Sentinels.
Right.
And it looks like that really is paying off for them right now, because again, you 3-0'd them last week. You're now up 2-0 in the series. Sentinels continue to get better and better despite not making changes. Maybe changes weren't needed. Maybe just chemistry, putting in the work. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Sentinels up 2-0.
Yeah, sometimes you have to make those changes. You can see there the elimination semis, Complexity up 2-1, OpTic up 2-1 versus Complexity. But yeah, sometimes it's good to make those changes. Sometimes it's important to get that bit of a refresh. I like to think of it like a change sometimes will catapult you forward. Sometimes though, that honeymoon stage is not there and you have to work to get that person or that change, that player accustomed to your roster. And it takes a bit of time. SSG, I think, have an extremely high ceiling. It's just going to take a bit of work to get there, and I think this is a great tournament in order to test their limits. Sentinels, though, coming out extremely strong, and, you know, these guys all get along outside the game. You can see they've been putting in the work. They've been a part of all the tournaments, the 2v2s, and now on the precipice of ending this series right now. Space Station, the only one in a position to stop them. Do we have a reverse sweep opportunity here, Tony, or is Sentinels going to take this 3-0?
Sometimes you just gotta put on your suit and tie, grab your briefcase full of controllers, and pull a lethal. Go to work. That's exactly what Sentinel have been doing right now. Lethal out of the office, and let me tell you, it's looking good for him. If I'm Lethal, I'm never playing at home again. I'm going to the office every single time. I don't know about the beer in the lobby. I don't know about that. I hope he's sober right now. But so far things looking good. And yo, Sparty's got a freaking ninja.
Oh, and Boo just cleaned the head of another player. Boo not missing a shot here. Might be really solid with the shock, Tony, but apparently the S7 is a friend of his as well.
Multiple going down here for Sentinels, and Boo Boo Doo having to travel off the map just to put down as much damage as possible. 3 down goes Sentinels, and SSG wasting no time whatsoever in that hill, and about 40% done with it so far. Sentinels, hopefully they were able to get away with active camouflage. Hopefully they were able to get away with something, because as of right now, hill number 1 may be going handsomely in favor of Space Station Gaming.
Oh, look at the way Bound's moving right now. I know he's always a fast-paced player, but the way he's moving, it looks a little bit angry at this point in time. Not angry enough, though. He ends up getting taken out pretty quickly there, and all the while, SSG, they had this first hill in their hands, but now they find themselves 4 dead, Tony. This is going to be a hill that needs to be fought for as Sentinels take control of it.
Yeah, luckily for SSG, I mean, you're just looking for 1 or 2 slays here. That's all that matters right now. Make it easy. Don't get overzealous. As Bound somehow finds the weak Falcated while backing down and playing his life, and now him and Legend working a bit of a 1-2 combo, and Sentinels, who really worked so hard to get that set up, so hard to try to start that hill number 1. They go down, they lose that hill, but nobody's set up over toward the tower side. This could end up being 2 in a row for Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, SSG are kind of lucky that they were, you know, all that pressure was coming on the big door side, so they didn't really need to stay on that seaside control. Bound was kind of looking for some staggered players, but regardless, they come in, they get control once again at the tower, and pushing aggressively is Bound. He's gonna end up falling down. That's the first death that is traded out, though, for the kill onto Sparty, so SSG do get that first bit of time, but it might be Sentinels here after a couple kills who get control once again, but they've got to get through Stellar first, and Lethal and Sparty end up taking him out.
Stellar so close to putting that repulse to work and taking down Sparty. Would have been a nasty double out of him. Meanwhile, Sparty, on the other side of things, grabs a hold of active camouflage and at least gets the burn for Sentinels. Bobo taking massive damage. Both him and Eco go down to 1 shot. It might be a double skill jump. 3-2-1ing it and shooting each other's knees. I like the thought process right there. Maybe better in the mind as opposed to execution, because I'm pretty sure they might have maybe shot each other a couple of times.
Well, there it is. That skill jump so often used now. You see teams pre-nading it, you know, expecting the jump up to happen. So much has changed since that season 1 of Halo Infinite, but what hasn't changed is the fact that SSG continue to get this hill time all the way to at least a little bit after halfway. And now Sentinels have control once again, so it's up to SSG to come in, get those slays necessary, and they do. They get the first 2 on Boo Boo and Sparty, make that 3 down for Sentinels here.
And just to remind you guys at home, SSG playing lights out right now, but this is a must-win game for Space Station Gaming. Down 0-2 in the series right now in your winner's bracket finals. So much implications on the line. In fact, I'm willing to say it right now. If Space Station Gaming somehow pull out the reverse sweep here in this winner's finals and somehow make it into the grand finals, I have to win this entire tournament. That is how confident I am in this. This winner's finals means so much. And as of right now, Sentinels 1 game away from sending SSG down to elimination bracket. Sparty trying to keep that tower side control. Was really kind of by himself for a bit. Eventually, Sparty goes down, and now SSG may just close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, if the reverse sweep happens and they end up getting to the grand finals, it's a large mountain to climb. So if you're climbing that large of a mountain, you're essentially at the top already with those two factors. So honestly, I'd give it to SSG as well. I think, again, like I said before, they're on the higher end of this change, or the roster changes, I should say, with Legend. I think Legend's a phenomenal player. And I think, getting accustomed to where he's now at in the US, location change, ping change and stuff, all that stuff kind of being different for him. I think over time, you will see the improvements here. We're starting to see them as SSG fights for this hill. It's still a couple ticks though. And Sentinels continuing to not let him have it for free. As you see 3 make that 2 go down for the side of SSG.
And all of this behind the backs of a cluster lock that Falcated got towards the big map earlier. Sentinels might have just pulled off the heist of a century, stealing away this hill, which honestly looked like it should have been a 2-0 for SSG for so long right now. But like you said, they just stayed fighting all the way until the end, and because of it, we're tied up at 1 apiece, moving on to the 3rd hill. Only 2 minutes on the clock right now.
And it's devastating for the side of SSG. Oh, that almost happened. Bubu ends up cleaning it up, though, a bit. Doesn't get injured. But yeah, I mean, it's devastating, right? You're in a situation where, you get that first hill, that second one is yours for a majority of the time, but Sentinels just kept throwing players and resources at the hill, even staggered. And they were able to capitalize on that damage. Now tie up the game. That is lethal at the bottom center, ends up playing his life in a very big life he just played, right? Because Bubu goes down first, and that would pretty much open things up. And it looks like Sparty ends up going down on the feed. And Eco has this snipe, so SSG looking positive on this. The turn of events in their favor right now.
Depending on how much time is drained off the clock here on this hill right now, this could be really the deciding factor of who takes it. As I said, SSG taking firm control and getting the setup that either one of these teams really want. It's really not about the scrappy time. It's about these holds that give you 15, 20 seconds. And SSG got a little bit of that. Sentinels off of spawn, though, attacking the A side immediately. Eco trying to block off that line of sight from making it towards the key door. But Eco ends up going down, and so does the anchor player that they were counting on. Multiple down for SSG. Make it 3 as Sentinels take back control with another clean break.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful by the side of Sentinels to realize that there was pressure on that side of the map. Eco playing a very interesting position, like you said, anchoring that spawn onto the camo side of the map as they had hill. But it was Sentinels who took a different route, made sure to take him out on that flank. And because of that, they break the setup completely, and now they're in full control here with 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining.
Tried the one-shot Eco, but luckily Eco had that repulse, sending Bubu Dubu right down to the sewers about middle. Off a screen though, Falcated with the double kill. Space Station Gaming had Seaside presence over to attack the active camouflage, but Falcated with another game-changing play off his screen leads to Bubu Dubu grabbing a hold of camo. Not much there, but hopefully Central can regain. Maybe, just maybe they could take this hill right back. So close, neck and neck right now. SSG find themselves in the hill, find themselves having Sentinels chasing them down. Just 1 more second needed, but Stellar, oh my gosh, with the no-scope, just barely taking it right at the nick of time.
He got his toes in the hill. They take the second hill. I'm not sure what happened with that camo. Bubu just kind of charged in there, maybe just trying to do as much damage as possible. But it was a bit of a throw there. SSG get that hill because of that. And with 1 minute left, it is now Sentinels on their back foot as the reverse sweep is in the sights of SSG now with this victory.
Enemy team took the hill.
Jesus. From washing feet to dunking his toes right in, stealing hills, man. He just does it all. 21 kills to his name right now as Eco the one pushing up from the green side. Bound, holding down the tower side. Immediately portals out towards back green. Has 2 of his teammates of SSG grinding forward. It's a 2-1 game lead, and mind you, only 34 seconds on the clock. And with 4 down goes Sentinels. I can't imagine why SSG wouldn't play time here. The enemy team is spawning out. They have 10 seconds just to make it on the map. Is it over, Tim?
Oh yeah, it's definitely, there's no way. I mean, at this point, it's going to be Sparty who goes down first. Stellar's got a sniper in his hand. 15 seconds left, Tony. They close this out. Space Station in a spot now, like I said, to get this reverse sweep. It starts with this game right here, and they're looking pretty solid. As that time counts down, it'll be Boo Boo who steps in the hill for a second, but it's not going to be enough. SSG take a game in this series. We are now at a 2-1 score.
2-1, not just the scoreline of that game, but also the scoreline of the series. Sentinels still have an advantage, but as of right now, Space Station Gaming sucked all of the air out of the room. All that momentum that Sentinels built stops right then and there, and did Rhino just drop an overkill on OpTic? Oh my gosh.
Oh, goodness me. And a perfect time to do so as well. OpTic get the brute spawns though, which is going to be very favorable for them to continue to get this C, and they're going to get the first couple of kills. That'll make a huge difference here. Complexity answer back. It's really, the game's really in Descendant's hand at this point. He's got to get these players off of B. They got to push up, and if they can do that, they potentially can get this A and B setup. Look at OpTic off the spawn once again. Very aggressive to reset A.
219 to 193 lead in favor of Complexity right now, moving into their end game, their final setup here. OpTic have elected to rotate over toward the C side. Complexity obviously anticipating that. They're going to start A. Lack of timing though. OpTic may be able to play through that slate, taking down Rhino, but now moving over towards B. Complexity just a step behind, but Descendant with a pace-changing play. Lucid with the double kill off a screen, and Descendant now forced to back down as OpTic built out that green wall. The setup here, Charlie Bravo, belongs to them.
Yeah, it looks like Complexity is going to go for that C side once again, but yeah, you're right. You said the timing. You're absolutely right. The timing has been much faster on the side of OpTic Gaming. They're much quicker to get to these rotations, and they're much quicker to get these hills. Lucid going down, though. This is your opportunity if you're Complexity to make sure to maintain this CB setup. That's exactly what they do. Descendant in the driver's seat right now. Takes out Trippy as well. That's a double for him. That's going to be 2 down for OpTic Gaming, and Complexity on the precipice of winning this game.
The final seconds are coming in. There was a player from OpTic that I believe snuck over back towards green. It's actually Lucid who gets the kill onto Huss, but Ryan who goes right back at him. Dead Zone and the rest of OpTic are going to fight through the sandbag side, and it looks like they're also going for Charlie at the same time here. If they can close this out, they can keep their dreams alive as Ryan who can't win a 1v2, and 2 down. Go Complexity. OpTic turning that immediately into a trip cap. They also defend out the A side. 3 down. Go Complexity not only getting the triple cap, but also defending it. OpTic may just have the opportunity to steal this one away from Complexity. They already have 3 right now. Complexity are desperately trying to push up, and that's not what they're looking for. Multiple going down. OpTic have taken control. Descendant just barely steals out Bravo. Can Huss do the same for Charlie?
Yeah, it's got to be a slow down pace here for Complexity. They get the 2 caps, and that will be it. We're going to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, my heart can't take this. Oh my,
It's okay, Tony, I got you.
We red zone it, baby, from one game to another, like the most exciting ping pong match. It doesn't end right now. A game 5 on one end, a 2-1 series lead here for Sentinels that are trying to close it out. My poor little heart.
It's okay, Tony. I'll call the ambulance if I don't hear you after a couple minutes. But here we go. Oh, Tony, stick with us, man. It's gonna be okay. Sentinels, get a couple of points on the board here. We'll keep you updated on that game 5. Complexity looking like a very solid roster, but Sentinels also looking to make some waves. I talked about the big 3 so many times, Tony. Obviously, OpTic, FaZe, Space Station Gaming. Those are the big 3 that have been the big 3 for the past 2 seasons. Now we enter a new season in Season 3, and we've got some other contenders that have entered the ring. Sentinels being one of them, trying to break into that top 3 potentially. Obviously, there's a lot of points on the line here. And with a potential triple cap for SSG, this looks like a little bit of a statement being made as Stellar gets the camo.
SSG take control, not only taking all 3 bases, but also grabbing hold of active camouflage. Sentinels running out of resources, running out of space on the map here as SSG taking complete control of the map as well. Double kill out of them. 3 down momentarily for Sentinels, and look how this lead starts to grow, seemingly from nowhere now. A 76-32 run.
Yeah, this camo is critical to the success of SSG, and it's allowed them to get this triple cap pretty freely. Not a lot of damage has been done. and he continues to put it to work there. You see another double. That's going to be 3 down for Sentinels. Make the 4th as well as Lethal falls, and SSG maintain the triple cap. 114 seconds or points and counting.
SSG showing why. They were already one of the best strongholds teams in the league last season, but now you add Legend, a part of that legendary quadrant roster that ran undefeated almost all through last year. Space Station Gaming really have made their strengths stronger with bringing on Legend to this roster, and I think they're going to be the best strongholds team in the league going into year number 3 with the acquisition. Look at what they're doing to Sentinels.
I'm telling you right now, I said it before, and I'll say it again. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. This SSG roster will win multiple events this year. I truly do believe that. I think that they've got such an incredible ceiling here with Legend. I'm a big fan of him. I'm a big fan of his mindset. We'll see if it pays off as SSG are at 184. Once again, and counting. And it's Sentinels trying to scramble to get any sort of damage in to the player on the S side of the map. And that's going to be Legend with this shock rifle.
Shock is loaded up. Sentinel's still taking a direct route over towards Bravo. Surprised they're attacking it like that, but Ika wants to finish off that kill, and he's able to do so against Boo Boo Doo Boo. He's set down. Charlie and Bravo going to stay in the hands of Space Station Gaming, trying to drain all of that ammo before going down, limiting the resources, the impact of the enemy team. But as they go 3 down, Sentinels now take complete map control here on Solitude. Triple cap for them, active camouflage for Sentinels as well, and we saw what Space Station were able to do moments ago with this exact same setup.
Yeah, it's the same storyline, right? You get the triple cap, you trap him inside a blue. The shock rifle makes things really interesting as Sparty, like a bat out of hell, drops down, gets the back smack, and it'll be Sparty trying to fend off these players of SSG. Once again, he's the one in position to do so, but not the same value out of this camo that we saw out of Stellar. It's Space Station who answered back pretty quickly here on this B setup, but finally, Sparty's starting to pop off a bit. 12-9 this game, hitting some crucial shots. Stellar goes down as well.
Spartan has been quite impressive in this series. You know, he's been quite impressive in this tournament. No, quite impressive in this offseason. He's been quite impressive his entire career. Spartan is one of the best to ever do it. 199-74 lead, but Sentinels going on a huge swing right now on the backs of now this triple cap that started earlier, that turned into a camouflage, and now back into a triple cap in favor of Sentinels. 3 down goes Space Station Gaming, and they are hunting down the 4th. Sparty won't be denied. He got that dog in him.
Sparty literally just lived on lift there for such a long period of time. You saw Space Station Gaming sending resources towards him to try and take him off that snipe lift, but he wouldn't go down, and he took out Bound in the process. He is still alive right now as Sentinels continue to hold this BC setup.
B almost taken here. Another 3 down for Space Station Gaming. Make it 4. Full squad wipe. Sentinels sending them back to the respawn screen over and over again. And now that's 2 camouflages in a row for Sentinels as they look to make a comeback here, just shy of 200 points for Space Station Gaming. Sentinels holding them back at every given turn. This setup is going to be huge. A killing frenzy out of Sparty McFly. Boo Boo Doo Boo now with that shock rifle that we've talked about, what he can do with it. He's going off. So is Sparty. Space Station Gaming, they really are in trouble.
I only have 2 words for that entire sequence out of Sparty, and you hear me say them often, and I will never stop for the rest of my career. It is called flow state, ladies and gentlemen. Sparty, 17-10 in this game. He's done so much work to bring this Sentinels roster back in contention for ending this series right now, but it's Space Station Gaming who answer back once again with a double cap of their own. Boo Boo, he's gonna try and make sure the Sentinels can solidify C here, but Space Station Gaming are on the attack.
Space Station Gaming want to send this into a game 5. Boo Boo Doo making sure he picks and chooses his battle wisely. He wants to attack Bravo, but he sees multiple members of Space Station Gaming really using that as bait. 3 down go Sentinels. Eco sitting up high toward the S4 side. That's a wingman for him, which means 10 assists. Stellar now chasing multiple players out of the A side. Has taken minimal damage, but somehow is doing maximum onto the opposition. Sentinels moving in for Bravo, but they forgot Stellar is still alive and he's kicking.
Well, he's kicking, and so is SSG, kicking their way directly to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, don't you dare go anywhere. It's not time for the bathroom. It's not time for snacks. Tony, get back to the desk. It's time to hop into another game 5. It is here. OpTic versus Complexity. A very close matchup, 15-16. Make that a tie as OpTic and Complexity fight for their tournament life.
Let me tell you something. When you're this big, it's always time for snacks. I mean, let me tell you.
I hear you. I hear you.
But I got them already. Don't worry. I ain't gonna go nowhere. Tied up at 17 apiece. Complexity going up against OpTic Gaming in one game 5, and one game 5 deserves another. We got back-to-back coming at you guys, and neck, both OpTic and Complexity.
Tony, what a beautiful day of Halo it's been, right? We love to say it. This is Halo. This is what makes the game so special to all of us, is games and matches like this where you see a little bit of a turnaround, not the same 3, not the same repeats of teams winning. It's a little bit of a mix-up, which makes things interesting, the underdog story, and that's exactly what we see here out of Complexity. It's a 1-kill game against our former world champions in OpTic Gaming. Complexity look for their chance to strike.
Loving the assist on all the Complexity, but one thing that's really standing out to me is the fact that Precision has 11 kills, 11-6 right now, 3 assists, almost half of the kills of his team, half of the opposition's right now. If OpTic want to come back in this game and advance forward, they're gonna have to shut down this young man right here, the former Gears of War phenom. As I say, that Complexity do end up going 3 down. OpTic do take back control within striking distance, only down by 2, and it's about to be 1 if Lucid gets the kill.
Yeah, Lucid gets his 4th kill of the game here. An incredible job staying alive. There's one player to kind of take back control. It's this man on your screen right now. It's Lucid. It's been so good for so long. Such a dominant player in the game of Halo Infinite for the entire time it's been out. He continues to do so as Complexity go 3 down, make that 4 as Huss is the first player spawn.
Lucid not only able to win that gunfight, but gets himself a green gun and a thrust. And I've yet to see anybody else use the green gun as much as Lucid. From the rapid fire to the bandit, from the charged up shots, even getting kills with just the rapid fire alone. Man does it all with the plasma pistol. Now he needs to avoid some grenades. As it's being charged up, it's an audio cue, letting the enemy team know exactly where you're coming from. Half the members of OpTic go down. The 3rd one's going to fall. Complexity down by 1, but they have the opportunity to take complete map control here.
What's impressive to me is just literally a Complexity's ability to stay in this game, to stay nice and solid versus an OpTic roster who keeps looking to take control, right? And they've done so. They've taken control of parts of the map, but it's Complexity so aggressive off their spawn, putting that damage in, making sure to capitalize on the damage, as you can see here with Trippy. And that's what makes OpTic really solid as well, making sure that that damage that is done to them does not get capitalized on. 3 down for Complexity.
And the moment we hit that 30 kill mark, OpTic flipped the switch. From a 1-kill advantage, this was literally a 33-32 game, to now 6 kills between the two, going into their end game, just needing 10 more in order to take it. OpTic have woken up in clutch time, and Lucid continues to put damage on the map here. One-shot play over toward the bottom mid-side, not much for him to go, except for down to the respawn screen. That's a triple out of dead zone, off spawn come Complexity. Maybe for the final time, they only need 1 more, maybe 2 more rounds of slays. A cycle is needed in Solitude, the easiest map to do that on.
Yeah, you saw that, right? You saw OpTic, and this is what they do so well. They slowed down the pace of the game completely to a halt, essentially. And it was Complexity's decision to act on that. They got punished for it, and now OpTic looking to close this out. It's 45-38. OpTic with a very solid lead here, and because of this lead, because of how large this lead is, you'll see them rushing in 2s and just essentially going for trades.
Just looking for 5 more. Love the response out of Precision and Huss. Back-to-back kills out of them, but they really need to slow down the deaths. One more squad wipe is all that OpTic are looking for on Complexity. Ryan trying to get some information over toward the market side, taking a low angle right now. If he gets caught out, this could be devastating for Complexity, but if he gets a flank off, this could be huge. A two-pronged attack. It looks like Complexity making noise over from the yard side, right through the flowers. Ryan should be able to get behind them, but just a step behind right now. Where's the rest of OpTic? Why are Complexity 2 down? What happened to the flank?
Yeah, that flank was beautiful by Rhino, but OpTic Gaming just did too much damage to the side of Complexity. And because of that, they're 1 kill away from winning this.
Over with the long-range shots. Finds the one-shot Huss, doing everything he can to try to stay alive. He wanted to make it down towards the truck, but it just wasn't going to happen. OpTic Gaming pulling off the win against Complexity. Maybe not many surprised by that, but maybe surprised that it was neck and neck all the way into a game 5 where OpTic literally had to clutch it up. Now we go to another one. Sentinels 3-0'd SSG last week. Now going into a game 5. Look to pull off another upset, but it's SSG that currently have the lead.
So many game 5s, and game 5s you wouldn't expect, right? You wouldn't expect a Space Station versus Sentinels to go to game 5. You wouldn't expect an OpTic Gaming versus Complexity to go to game 5, but so many of these teams are so practiced. They put so much work in. You constantly see Ryan streaming and putting that work in, and just you hear the communication between the team. You know, Ashes as the coach, just doing great things, and that work is gonna pay off. You can see, of course, it's an online event. It's obviously understandable, but Complexity looking like a really solid roster, and this Space Station roster find themselves in a game 5 versus Sentinels. They're gonna look to try and stop. My gosh, the movement on a bound, my word. Ends up getting the trade at least. 20-20 now, tied up.
So far in this tournament, this must be the first slow game that we've seen Sparty have. 1 in 5 right now, just 1 assist. Normally he's the one that's, as Garrett likes to put it, the tip of the spear. He's the one where that offense really comes from. And as of right now, everybody on Sentinel stepping up. Boo Boo Doo Boo having one hell of a game, 8-4 in the early side, and a 2-kill advantage here for Sentinels. SSG needs to respond, but as Sentinels have spawning players coming up from the util side, looks to isolate at least one player over toward the backyard side. Looks like it's exactly what they're gonna do, but Legend finds the escape route, ends up getting out. The fastest Spartan on the map right now. Finally, they take down Legend, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah, great job by Sparty, though, to understand that route's happening, right? And kind of go back towards car side to make sure to clean up that kill. Legend could have been a really big thorn in the side of Sentinels, but because they take him out, they can kind of move freely around the map. And you see that happening right here. Sparty in literally the bottom front side of courtyard of yellow, and he's gonna end up going down because of poor positioning. But basically, they're able to get Legend again. So it's just that fight for top center that's constantly happening here, and a lot of individual kills that you see as well. It's a lot of staggered 1v1s.
Legend wins his 1v1. And apparently Stellar was able to take down Majin Boo Boo. 3 down goes Sentinels. One more player left. Eco trying to sniff him out. It's going to be Sparty that eventually goes down. And you said it was a fight over toward the mid map. Well, now it's SSG in the driver's seat. Now it's them that are controlling the 50%.
Boo Boo, like you said before, having an incredible game here. 11-7. It's been a factor for me for, I would say, this entire series. Legend, the factor on the other end of things, though, for Space Station Gaming. 34-32 now. SSG leading by 2.
Now makes his way over toward Legend. They're gonna work a little 1-2 combo of Batman and Robin, if you will. Clearing out the red side is their first goal. Task 1 complete. Now avoid some nades. That's task 2, because they're coming at both Legend and Bound. I see an assist on the screen. Does that mean Stellar's coming from the pinch over toward the other side? SSG have completely cleared out this entire red side of the map as they look to address P side and literally sending Sentinels spawning toward the opposite.
Yeah, Boo Boo's playing a really important role here, though, and you see all of the Sentinels back up, but they don't have information on Boo Boo. But they do get that first initial kill, which is going to open things up for SSG to push in. And now it's up to Sentinels to kind of try and do their best to minimize the damage. Bound gets a kill on the kill feed, so this is really bad for the side of Sentinels here. SSG are on the attack.
Team nearing victory.
40-33. Just 7 kills separating the two. Overshield about to come up, and Stellar wants hands on it. He also wants to get his hands on Pooper Duper as well. Both players end up going down. That means Overshield is still on the ground, and it won't be popped by Eco either. Smarty is fighting his way out. It is him versus the world right now. And with all of that being a distraction for Sentinels to be allowed to grab a hold of Overshield, you may be down by 6 kills right now, Sentinels, in an elimination game 5. But that is huge momentum, and maybe, just maybe, a bigger back smack out of bounds.
Yeah, it's just a little too late, right? I mean, it's still definitely possible for Sentinels to come back in this game, but unfortunately, with that Overshield, they gave up a little bit too much in terms of the death category. And those trades are all SSG need, as they're 5 away now from closing out this game number 5.
Now pushing over toward the car side. Working with Legend from P to car. They have dominated the map control here. And as a player that might be stuck over towards Fridge, he breaks out. Now Legend goes to challenge him. Almost looked like a 1v1, but turns into a 1v2 so quick. Sparty covering his teammates back. But they only have 3 lives to work with. 3 players now pushing up towards P. This could be the final push for Sentinels, or maybe the start to a miraculous comeback by the boys in red. Bound takes the low ground. Legend off the screen was able to take down Falcon, and now Legend frees up the other side. Bound's able to push forward, gets himself yet another kill, and looks like Legend gonna be the one to end that one. 16 kills out of Legend, 16 kills out of Bound, and LeBound is here. Welcome to the HCS Year 3.
Wow, a phenomenal job by Space Station Gaming there in the winners finals. It'll be them moving on to the grand finals now to wait it out. And Sentinels, they are not done. They have another chance here. They're gonna go to the lower finals and play their match, but SSG looking extremely good. That reverse sweep is something we called, especially out of that great performance on Recharge, bringing that game back 50-47, and then, you know, obviously that live fire King of the Hill just set it up for the storyline. SSG reverse sweep their way into the grand finals.
I'm telling you guys this, I'm telling you right now. Clip it if you want, record it.
I'm gonna do it.
Legend and Bound are going to be one of the most dangerous duos here with Year 3. Their speed in which they attack, their unselfishness to be able to just put down damage, and sometimes willing to give up their lives, but also willing to cover each other's back and willing to keep your teammates alive. When Legend and Bound are playing together like that, it is scary. It is scary. 32 of the team's 50 kills between those two, and that doesn't even include the assists, by the way. 16 assists between the two as well. Absolutely impressive by LeBound. I'm going to pass it over to LVT and Garrett to break things down.
Damn, Tools, 2 game 5s happening at the same exact time. It's a lot to process, Tools, but please, like, help me out. Let's process some of this.
It's a war zone out there, right? It's we're jumping game to game. It's like, who's gonna go to game 5? I thought, oh, maybe we're gonna be able to watch the end of this OpTic game. Sentinels might get the job done, 3-0 right here. Then Space Station started to make it work, right? And they had to work for it the entire time. That King of the Hill, a 2-1 finish. A 2-1 finish in King of the Hill, that just shows you how much of a back and forth it was. A slaying battle that they were able to overcome. And from there, they never let go. I thought for sure it was going to be over once again when Spartan went on that killing frenzy in game number 4, but Space Station got that early lead and were able to withstand the comeback. Game 5, they were in control, and like Tony said, it's LeBound, baby. LeBound, too good. 16 apiece for the Legend and Bound duo. They were able to get 32 of the 50 kills necessary to win that one. A phenomenal effort from that Space Station crowd. And now we go look at this elimination bracket. Complexity's killer run is over. I mean, they were just upsetting people left and right. Were able to knock FaZe down into that elimination bracket. Looked really strong today, just not enough to get past this green wall.
Absolutely. And even Riot Noob even Overkill extermination in game 4, pushing into game 5, and it's just not quite enough, man. OpTic will not be denied today. I feel bad because I feel like it was a bit of a Cinderella run by Complexity, but I think that people just need to get used to it because we won't be calling it a Cinderella run for long. Tools, you thinking that this Complexity squad is here to stay, huh?
I think they're cementing themselves as it's tough because it feels like we officially have a top 5 teams, but we don't play any tiebreakers out in the elimination bracket. Maybe that's something that can change in the future because I want to see who is the 5th best team because that's going to be a huge moniker this season. Complexity looks to be just on the same level as the OpTics, as the Sentinels, as the Phases, as the space stations, right? They're reaching that potential. And you got to remember, even though they dropped down a little bit earlier in that bracket, that Shopify Rebellion team is right there with them, right? There's so much potential of these younger squads coming up, right? Complexity having 3 young players joined on with Ryan Noob, Rebellion having those 3 young players being led with Soul Snipe. So I'm just so happy where we are in the HCS for season 3. I feel like we haven't seen as competitive of a scene since maybe Raleigh, if Raleigh, right? This might be the most competitive Halo has been in such a long time.
And that's because, in my opinion, it was already the most competitive game at the top. Man, season 3 of HCS is it's gonna be a good one, Tools. Here's our series layout for the elimination final. It's down to 2 teams on the lower bracket, OpTic Gaming and Sentinels. OpTic on a great run so far. They've ran through FaZe Clan 3-0. They beat Complexity in game 5. Do they still have enough gas in the tank, Tools, to get it done against Red Hot Sentinels, in my opinion?
They'll have to take over the city. You know, Sen City is a strong team right now. When I saw the bracket yesterday, I was looking at it and I was saying, man, I really think this is Sentinels tournament. Like, they have the bracket necessary to get the job done, but that was all sort of hedging the bet so they were going to be able to beat Space Station in the winners final. I think they don't have a great matchup against OpTic Gaming, but that's the true test for them, right? Get past this OpTic Gaming squad, prove that you can win a tournament, do it the hard way through the elimination bracket. Have a lot of faith in the Sentinel squad, but the green wall, it's a strong foundation. They have everyone behind them, and well, Dead Zone just keeps looking better and better week in, week out.
It is very impressive stuff. Also impressive the support that we've had, the viewership that we've had. Tools, we surpassed. I think we were touching 11K just during that last round of games here. Tools, that's kind of mind blowing to me. I'm kind of dumbfounded of what's going on right now. We're at an all time high for subs as well. And so I feel like the morale for Halo right now is it's at an all-time high as far as esports goes and going into season 3. Tools, it's just it's good to see, man. Okay, I'll leave the mushy stuff in the past now. Let's look forward. Okay, so OpTic versus Sentinels. Any predictions, Tools?
I think Sentinels has to win either the Slayer or the Oddball. I think OpTic has become the best Forbidden Flag team in the game. I really think so from what I've seen, and we'll get back to all that, but because I just saw that we got 20 gifted subs in the chat from Mezabiz.
And then Waggles also dropping the resub, so appreciate the support. We got a little raid out of Ryan Noob. Congrats, honestly. I think it's an excellent run. It seems like you yourself, Ryan Noob, are playing better and better as the years progress in Halo Infinite. Love to see the extreme overkill in that game 4, to be honest. I'm sorry I missed it as the observer. There was a lot going on.
Yeah, it could be a lot to have to be going through all that stuff. I don't envy your position having to transition from one show to the other and then also take on over those observing responsibilities. I will say I do like it when we go into those backup matches because you're on the Xbox and it has that nice reticle. I love the bandit rifle when it has the small reticle. So Looks great over there, a little peek behind the scenes. But yeah, I think Complexity was fantastic today. Obviously, Ryan Noob looked great, and the support today's been insane. Like you said, we were touching 11K when we were in that last game. I have a feeling, man, that we could potentially hit 12 in this next one if this one becomes a banger, and it's gonna be a banger because of the support that we've been having. Crazy, let me say, Crazy Carney. Thank you so much for the tier 1, and Carson CX with the 5 gifted as well. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. For everyone that doesn't know, right? I feel like, you've been watching the stream, you might know, but there's close to 12,000 people that were watching. There's some first-time viewers. If you don't know, this is all community funded. No big organization or pocket. What am I trying to say? No big money behind us. It's all grassroots funded. From the start, we started this all the way back in 2019, doing Halo 5 coverage. We've kept with it. Any Halo, I don't think we've missed like a Halo tournament when we've had the opportunity to stream it since 2019.
Consistency is key, baby. Consistency is key. And I gotta reverberate that, man. LVT is as grassroots as grassroots gets. So thank you all for being here. And now, as we can see, we're just missing one player in the lobby, Tools.
One player. Who are we? Who need to get on Twitter? Look at that. I like the punctuality of Sentinels right here. They're in. They're ready. Lethal's clocked in. Doesn't have to go get any of that coffee.
Not tapping the keg either.
Not tapping the keg. Yeah, I'd be. It's tempting. It's right there.
Man.
Knowing how my game plays online, bro, I'd be having a problem. If I was in that office.
Trippy's he's probably restarting his PC and everything, making sure everything's lined up. Got to get right? You got a ritual, Tools, before you play?
If I was in tournament, I would definitely be restarting my PC. Not restarting my PC. I'd be restarting my game after every series because I get bad memory leak if I play my game for longer than like an hour. My game just starts freaking out. So I'd definitely be on the reset. And would I do anything with my controller? I feel like I keep the controller the same. I go fill up my water before every series for sure. That's what I do. I bet it's like the same as what I would do when I'm casting. When I'm casting, if I get up, I go fill up my water. I have it ready for me for my series. I get my little blanket. I have a little blanket that I like to put on my lap, and then I chill out. I'm ready to go.
It's good stuff, Tools. That's good stuff. And then you do all that and you still lose.
I still lose. Hey, see me in Husky Raid. The only people that can beat me in Husky Raid is like Huss and Fallicated. If you want, I can tell you every pro player that plays Husky Raid. Let me tell you that because I'm fighting for my life in those Husky Raid lobbies.
And as we say, that lobby is full. Trippy has arrived. Because the question is, will he evolve into Drippy? Tools, you remember Drippy?
Drippy? Oh, dude, we have a photo of Drippy from back in the day.
Not on this computer, unfortunately. That was a long time ago.
That was a long time. I love Drippy. We need to have more of those post interviews. Let these players be.
That's right. That's where he debuted. Right? The sunglasses in the post interview after whooping some ass in 2v2.
2v2's on Halo 3 too. That was a cool part about it. I believe he did a double header because he played in the Halo 5 and the Halo 3 2v2 show match that day.
I think he won both of them.
It was him and Tylenol, dude. Trippy and Tylenol on, or was it him and Lethal? I think it was Trippy Tylenol.
I don't remember, man. It's probably we're talking about like 3 or 4 years ago, honestly. So
dude, I love the Halo. That was a fun fact about that one. That was Tim's first time casting with us.
Let's go Active.
Yeah, so that was Active's first event doing the Halo 3 2v2 Money Tuesday.
Man, that Halo 3 2v2 was actually pretty sweet.
Dude, I still think that's a format. Like, I think MCC tournaments are a possibility. The only thing you have to do is you have to stream your screen to the PCs. Like we can't be pulling up streams. You have to stream it straight to the production, or else it just doesn't work. But man, those Halo 3 2v2 tournaments were lit.
All right, so we got some new subs rolling through. J Rob with a couple community gifted. Oxy1 with the Prime.
How close are we to like 2,300?
We're at 2,382, Tools. 2,382.
Oh my God, we're almost at 2,400 subs.
18 subs away from 2,400.
That's insane. Oh my God, dude. This community dumbfounds me every time. I can't believe we have that much support.
Well, it looks like players are pretty much ready to go, Tools.
That's awesome. Hey, what if our casters are ready to go? That's the question.
That is a great question. As we load into match number 1, I'll let somebody much better at this do it than me. So we're going to throw it to Tony as we load into game 1.
I don't know about all that, man. This man came from the news business. He has them he has them words that we do switching gears to, what dramatic conclusion. I don't know. We see one of the best in the business, but I'm gonna give it a try. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casted? I got my man active with me. And ladies and gentlemen, this is your losers bracket finals. Top 3 guaranteed at this point, but the winner of this is gonna make it into the grand finals and maybe, just maybe, become your champions. OpTic Gaming going up against Sentinels. Make some noise if you're ready for this.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This man on your screen right here, the one who's trying to make a statement, right? The change, the roster change that shook the world. APG, no longer a part of OpTic Gaming. It's now Dead Zone, also known as Penguin, or formerly known as Penguin, I should say. Trying to make everyone understand that this roster change was a positive for OpTic, and he does so with his first kill.
Oddball gonna be game number 1 between OpTic and Sentinels. A game type that both of these teams were very good at, literally just last season. Obviously, OpTic going through a change, changing out APG for Dead Zone, but I'm assuming they're gonna pick up where they left off, and that's with 3 down for Sentinels and Dead Zone, looking to rotate the ball forward. Not able to stay alive with that shock, though.
Yeah, Falcon does a good job of staying alive, though, inside of the batteries, and the fact that he can stay alive here is big for Sentinels because they're going to try and push through. OpTic going to get a spawn on that A side, but the push from Sentinels should force this play ball, and it does just that. Now Formal, though, in a position to stop Sentinels from rotating and getting this ball control.
Ooh. Little reversal perfect shot coming out of Formal there. 13-0 run for OpTic Gaming, but that ball sits towards the mid-map, and Boo Boo Doo Boo was able to grab a hold of that shot right away. Great damage coming out of him. Even the off-the-wall stick, I'm sure he called bank on that shot. Still with 13-0. 3 down goes Sentinels. The same for OpTic. A momentary 1v1 in Dead Zone with the blind fire grenades.
Speaking of bank shots, Tony, you and I need to have a basketball 1v1 because you think you're better than me. But regardless, it's OpTic Gaming with only 13 seconds of time. I think the Sentinels are in a good spot to try and bring, get that control and get this camo. But it's Trippy who sneaks down, even with OpTic not having the positioning, gets the camo, and that's 3 dead for Sentinels. OpTic playing this perfectly. You see, they're not really staggering for this ball control. They're getting the slays first, then getting the ball, and also having camo as well. A beautiful job by OpTic.
Formal doing a fantastic job of staying alive over toward the long haul side. Now Sparty in a 1v2. Getting out of that would probably be about as laughable as you beating me in basketball, but he tried to do it. 19-0 run OpTic Gaming. Half the members of OpTic end up going down. Sentinels trying to break the setup and trying to get through the gold side. I don't know where did they just come from? Falcated right through the gold side of the map. OpTic ends up going 3 down, and I'm not even sure what just happened.
I think Falcade was sitting below there for a while, and he wasn't spotted or something. I don't know, but a massive play by Falcated. That's going to give Sentinels their first bit of time here. It's 18 points on the board for them, and Formal with that trade is going to open things up a bit. OpTic actually take the ball off that trade. It's 2 down for each team. Make that all 4 down for Sentinels, and OpTic with this ball control are going to get those I believe those A spawns, but no, Sentinels get the A spawns. So now OpTic are in a little bit of trouble right now because Sentinels are going to be quick off their spawn.
Well, luckily for OpTic, they were able to adapt almost immediately. They changed the direction right away and are able to push back at least some of the spawners that were pushing forward. 3 down goes Sentinels, and the one-shot Smarty not able to stay alive. Almost grabbing hold of that ball. But Boo Boo Doo Boo coming out of nowhere. He's going to clear things out. Such a tough fight. I thought this should be some good time for OpTic Gaming, but Boo Boo Doo Boo makes a play.
It's a big play, but he ends up falling. And Dead Zone is going to have the shock rifle in his hands here. On the top of glass is a very powerful position for this weapon. He decides to drop. This is a little bit scary. Yeah, he gets picked up pretty quickly there. That's going to be 2 down for OpTic. And Boo Boo, because of those 2 kills, going to get control of this camo. This is pretty huge for the side of Sentinels. And getting that kill onto Lucid just adds things up. Sentinels in a great spot to potentially take control. But it's great job by OpTic Gaming to clean up that camo player in Boo Boo.
Looks like about a 34-21 lead still in favor of OpTic Gaming. Once again, we see OpTic starting to rotate this ball toward the back A side. Dead Zone does get caught behind, but the rest of OpTic still have a complete A side lockdown. Sentinel down to try to find a way in. And with Lethal the first one to go down, making things a bit harder. Formal never misses shots ever. Not a single one. Not even that stick. Over toward the bottom tower side, what ends up being a double kill for Formal, and OpTic slowed down the push to Sentinels and get some valuable time while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Formal being in this position on Eels, it's a very exposed position, right? You can easily get naded out, but you give so much information to your team from this position on the map. He finally gets taken out, but not before OpTic get a ton of points on the board here. 63 points and counting in round number 1.
Sentinels finally find the kills they're looking for. Rotating this ball over toward the gold side of the map. Sparty gets stopped just short. Formal pushing forward, wants to address players that could potentially be coming off of A, while simultaneously pushing gold. Falcon and Trippy will trade out their kills here. Formal continues to put down damage, but with 3 members of Sentinels toward the A side, you see Formal wanting to rotate this ball away from them, away from danger, over toward the top gold, drops the ball to put down damage. Perfectly played here as Sentinels go 3 down once again.
Yeah, this is all Formal for me. 19 and 9 in this game. Now getting some oddball time as well. Formal has literally willed this team forward. Of course, it's always a team effort, especially when you're talking about OpTic Gaming, but Formal's really been that barrier for Sentinels, and he's not letting them get through. He's not letting them take space whatsoever. He's just doing a great job of just maximum damage. You see it once again in that play. 2 down for Sentinels. Continues to put damage in once again, and OpTic looking to close out round 1.
There it is. Final seconds are in. Sentinels going down 0-1, at least in round number 1. Not quite the game just yet. OpTic needs to put back-to-back. And Sentinels have an opportunity to go back-to-back and maybe steal this game away. Starts with getting those favorable A-side spawns that they want. Fighting for the camouflage, but forcing Lucid back.
We'll see if Formal can continue on that incredible run in round number 1. See if he can continue it here in round number 2. It's OpTic with the initial control of the ball and the initial slays as well to allow that control on the top of elevator. Sentinel's gonna have to play a bit slow here just due to the fact that they don't have numbers, but I'll look for a push once again as Boo Boo it comes off a spawn.
An uncharacteristic like 3 and 14 coming out of Falcated. Decent amount of ball time, I would say, but for a player that's supposed to be their secondary slayer and sometimes even their leading slayer, Falcon not having the best of times against OpTic Gaming. Once again, Sentinels falling 3 down. Falcon, the final player alive, at least is able to get the back smack, turns it into a shock, and if he would have hit that, I would have screamed.
Yeah, sometimes you get in these little scenarios, Tony, like, you know, where you're just not in that groove. And Falcated finds himself there. I was expecting him to turn up a little bit there after that double, because essentially you keep shooting till you hit a shot, essentially is what the case is. He ends up falling though. Now 5 and 15 in this game. OpTic again with that initial lead in round number 2. You can see they're not really desperating ball here. They only get 1 dead, but they don't have the numbers advantage to grab this ball, so they're looking for slays first. Sentinels being 3 down now. This is their opportunity to grab this ball and get a bit of control.
Formal wants to take the gold side perimeter immediately. He will have to fight for it though, as there's at least 1 member of Sentinels make it 2. Formal was able to take down 1. And now the rest of Sentinels want to take back that gold side control before they play for the ball. OpTic instead are going to like to rotate this ball away from the gold side of the map. And Dead Zone being a bit of a sneaky beaver. No nades are going to connect just yet, but if anybody crossed the street without looking both ways, they may get back smacked. Nah, Lethal's ready for that one.
Yeah, I think Dead Zone thought he maybe had some support there from Trippy. And that's why he didn't go for that 3-shot beatdown. Instead, he just went for the beatdown. I was expecting a cleanup there. But regardless, OpTic still find themselves in the lead here, 44-0 so far in round number 2. Sentinels have a bit of a lock on this back Hydro side, but a lot of work has to be done. They've got to get rid of Formal first, and that's not going to happen. Formal with his 26th kill.
Formal just out of reach from that melee from Boo Dubu, and you see as soon as the first one goes down, multiple follow. Eventually 3, make it 4 down. Goes Sentinels. Now Boo Dubu was the first one to go down. Now he spawns up, and he's also the first one to get sent back to spawn. This is where things go from bad to worse. When you have a complete lockdown on the map and you anticipate where the enemy team is coming from, you limit their options and you continue to rain down damage and punishment. Dead zone with the melee before hitting the black screen, and Lucid lining things up. Bit of Halo timing there, but the second one's gonna connect. Lucid staying alive over toward the top glass side, then puts it on yet another one. Sentinels are trying to push forward. They're trying to go after the ball, but Lucid is making sure he draws all of the attention. Oh, wait,
Yeah, OpTic are just playing so well in this situation, right? Oh, he decides not to play the ball there. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. He does play the ball, but OpTic just play that really well. They have multiple layers of defense, right? They toss that rotation over towards Hydro side. Penguin's the first one to do damage, which delays time a little bit, and then Lucid's there to do another bit of damage, which delays even longer. And all the while, it's OpTic Gaming, 73 points and counting in round number 2, looking to close this out.
Sentinels once again having that man advantage. 73 points and counting, like you said, for OpTic Gaming. But Sentinels should be able to grab that ball and get into a setup of their own. You gotta think with Oddball, 1 or 2 setups and you're able to catch up no matter how deep the deficit is. Dead zone. Trying to bait out that camouflage. Killing spree ends up happening for Lethal as they look to rotate that ball. They weren't able to grab a hold of camouflage just yet, and Lethal can't quite use the grapple to get it. Formal gets out with it alive right now, and that's not good for Sentinels.
It's not good at all. It's a essential win condition here for OpTic Gaming with that camo. Let's see if they're able to utilize it. That first kill goes in. It's gonna be 2 down for Sentinels. Formal's the one with camo. Stalling to pick up this ball, as obviously it does showcase his direction. You can see he's going to end up going down pretty quickly, so a really good job by the side of Sentinels to make sure to take out Formal with that camo, but a lot of time has been added for this OpTic roster, and now they've passed that 80-point mark. So only 19 more points, and they will close out this round number 2.
At times, it seems like a point of no return when that 80-point mark is hit here for Oddball. Sentinels have to grab onto this ball and really start to tighten up with these kills. And off screen, I see Lucid was able to take down Falcated. Lethal's out of the play right now after the big kill. That allows Tripper to sneak right over toward the gold side, take down the Oddball player, but Sparty's there to get the cleanup. 3 members of OpTic Gaming now chasing down Sparty towards gold. Dead Zone is right on his tail. Meanwhile, Formal goes down. So does Dead Zone. Falcated demands the ball, says, hey, Sparty, you're frying right now. Let me get this ball time for you, as they quickly start to catch up.
Information is king, and they ended up seeing that the push was coming from the long haul. Lucid makes a pretty solid play there towards the bottom of A, but a really great job by Sentinels to realize that push is coming and stop it in its tracks. It's Dead Zone now with the camo trying to get the kill onto Lethal. He does just that, but can he get more is the question.
Booba Dooba come out of nowhere with that back smack. Both Dead Zone and Lucid are going to hit the black screen here. That's good for Sentinels. 3 down on the final player alive as Formal, strafing so fast and like he was standing still. Where Falcade gets the kill. Lethal going right after Dead Zone. Dead Zone win this pivotal battle, and that might force Lethal to have to play the ball. I'm not sure if he's in a position to do so. Falcade is hunted down. Back-to-back kills from OpTic leads to a 3 down here for Sentinels. Is that game?
Yeah, that's massive. That 3 down is huge, and Formal gets another one. Gets a double with a shock. 34 kills for him. Finally, he falls, but a massive job by OpTic to hold this down for this period of time. It's going to be it right here. 2 more points, and there it is. OpTic are going to take game number 1.
Wow. Big win. Back-to-back rounds in Oddball going for OpTic as they take game number 1. And there's one thing I did learn from that game. Honestly, Tim, one thing I really learned from that game. Formal, that guy's kind of good at Halo.
He's kind of good, Tony.
I would go and maybe say, like, you know, above average. Dude is kind of good.
He's pretty good. A 15.3 KDA. And honestly, so many big plays by him, right? Being that damage dealer, just constantly making it difficult for Sentinels to push up on the map freely. And it's times like that where you need a player like that. And not only does he do the damage, but if you've heard his communication, it's phenomenal. He's a UAV. Just exactly, you know exactly where everyone on this Sentinels roster is, because Formal talks so fast like an auctioneer and gives you that information so quick, but also so clear. OpTic looked very dominant in game number 1. We'll see if they can continue this run in game number 2. And you see right there the stick. After getting that kill with no shields, able to maximize and get 2. And he did that so many times during that game.
Once again, guys, your elimination bracket finals on screen. OpTic going up against Sentinels, where OpTic take game number 1. And at the end of the day, no matter how tight that round 2 was, no matter what way things looked, at the end of the day, it's a 2-0, and it's a game 1 for OpTic. 2 more, and they're moving into your grand finals. We have plenty of great Halo ahead of us, so don't you guys go anywhere. In the meantime, Tim, is there something you want to see more from Sentinels going into game 2, which is going to be a Slayer? Is there something you want to see more from Sentinels?
I talked about, you know, the fact that Sparty is kind of the X factor for me, right? His performance is key for this Sentinels roster. If he's performing really well, I think Sentinels do extremely well, right? But you got to talk about Falcated having a little bit of a rough game. 16 and 24. I'm looking for Falcated to step up. I'm looking for Sparty to show that dog in him like you always mention. I think he does have that. I think he does have that ceiling, but we don't see it as often as we'd like to see it. And I think, you know, even with that 7,100 damage, I truly think that there's another level to his gameplay. And once he hits his stride, and once Falcated can hit his stride, they can contest for this game number 2. This is the time to do it right now. You don't want to go down 2-0 in a series.
Another side of things, I think the player you really got to shut down. I mean, it's Formal, and I think there's an old saying. It's like something for Formy. I think it's called like corny. Like you're corny for Formy. You love him
is
so
that
much
what it is,
that it's almost like corny type love and whatnot. We're corny for Formy, and he's that good. There's a reason why. It's literally saw him just drop 34 kills, and with his gameplay, he makes it look easy. It's crazy how almost effortless his reticle and his screen looks. This is the man you got to shut down if you're Sentinels.
I'm not corny right now, but Trippy is sitting with the Bulldog in his hands, has the game in his hands as well. This Bulldog, we know, can do a ton of damage. That damage is going to be sought after. It's 6-0. A nice little lead here for OpTic Gaming. Campbell Bulldog in hand as well.
Campbell in the hands of Trippy. Looking to collapse quickly over toward the back A side. Surrounded is Falcated, and at least he's able to take down one with him, but Trippy still grinding forward. Shotgun and Camo combination. Next victim. He was snitching. Stitches get stitches. Trippy takes him down. What is this run that we're seeing by OpTic Gaming?
It's just beautiful execution, right? They get everything on the map. You remember the season 1 of Halo Infinite. Lucid was the man who got that sandbox, got that control, utilized everything on the map, and he's doing it once again here. He's only got 1 kill in the game, but it's OpTic Gaming in full control of literally everything, and they've utilized that to have a 10-kill lead in this game number 2.
Yeah, to start off with an 11-1 run. I mean, a great performance is an understatement. An inconceivable performance, an absolute phenomenal one to start off our game. OpTic now end up losing 3 members. Trippy's only died 2 times, 8 kills so far. He's really been the catalyst of so far this crazy lead, but now they need to reset. Now they need to regain. Sentinels have gained a bit of control here, and now they're starting to run away with it. Falcated gets himself another kill. Formal on the other end, long range shots connect. Leaves that weak Falcated player for Dead Zone to clean up as he goes to work on Sparty. Sparty barely winning that gunfight, and although Sentinels start to gain ground, Lucid, he gains a camouflage.
Now, this camo could be huge. We've seen camos in the hands of OpTic before. They got the first 2 in this game already, which is, yes, pretty massive, especially with the 11-kill lead. Make that 12. Lucid continuing on the tear here. 2 down for Sentinels. Lethal with 1 kill. Boo Boo with 1 kill. Tony, we're getting some breadsticks at Panera.
More of an Olive Garden guy.
Man.
buttery, soft, a little bit of salty. Yeah, I just think they're the full package to me. But hey, Panera's good, you know. Whatever. Breadsticks are good anyway. I'm sorry, 25-11 lead. OpTic still have control. Trip is still going off. 11-3 right now. Absolutely incredible. Sentinels find themselves 3 down. Make it 4. Full squad wipe. OpTic, a full lockdown on the map. Sentinels need an answer right now. I said you had to slow down formal. I almost forgot about big game Trip.
That's the thing. Like, everyone's got this next level, and Trippy's called Drippy for a reason. It's times like these where he really turns up. That's a big lead for OpTic, and going to be really difficult for Sentinels to get any foothold in this game. I think the only really option for them is to get this camo here at 8 minutes. Comes up in about 30 seconds now. They can get control of this. They hold control of that C tower. Maybe we see a comeback. With 4 dead for OpTic, that's the first step.
You know, I have a complaint. And
What is it?
whenever I go 5-16 in matchmaking, my teammates have very mean things to say on the mic.
True,
A
yeah.
lot of size, game chats going off. The greatest in the world in Lethal and Boo Boo Dooble combined, by the way, for 5 and now 17. And hey, nobody says a thing. But 33-21 lead. Trippy once again grabbing hold of a second camouflage in a row for OpTic game, maybe the third. Double-digit lead. Sentinels find themselves in trouble. OpTic are punishing them right now. At every given turn, no matter where Sentinels are, they get the slays and send them right back to spawn. And the moment Sentinels come up, OpTic are there. This is pure dominance in a Slayer, by the way. A game type that we have really questioned OpTic at times, and right now there is no question. They are looking good.
Individually, all of them looking very solid, but the thing for me is those 3 camos, right? Sentinels needed to get a camo before OpTic hit the 40 kill mark, and that's not happening because they just did. They just hit that 40 kill mark. 40-26, I think. I'm a little old, so bear with me. I was correct. Very good. That's a very big lead for OpTic, and I don't even think this 6-minute camo can save Sentinels at this point. This is a dominant win here, a dominant performance by this OpTic Gaming squad. Trippy 17-5. I'm sorry, I meant to say Drippy 17-5. Crazy performance out of these guys.
We call him Drip because the boy looking good right now. 44-30 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming. We do see a couple kills go the way of Sentinels, but it feels like the writing is already on the wall. You know, I never want to count a team out, but you know, I think got to be realistic. It's getting tough. You know, LVT's gonna be starting the exit music here soon, and because you're one squad wipe away from ultimately taking us down, and even if Sentinel starts to make a run, it really is too little, too late. As Lucid starts to grind forward, Trippy's already able to take down Sparty. That's his 18th kill right now. Could get 20 if his team is unselfish.
Tony, you asked Valkated to step up. He did it, just at the wrong time, unfortunately. Because now it is OpTic Gaming who go up 2-0 in the series versus Sentinels. Does Sentinels have an answer back, though? Is there a chance that they can take a second here? You know, I'm a big person on taking some time in between a series, especially if you're down 0-2. You gotta take a second to just, whether it be to just silently relax going into the next game. And was it Tools, I think, that said OpTic Gaming are the best Forbidden team at this point in time? Was it you, Tony? I'm not sure who said that, but regardless,
Tools.
Yeah, if that's a statistic, shout out to Tools for finding that out. But that's a bit scary coming into this game number 3 for the side of Sentinels. A comeback not really in sights right now.
Yeah, and I'm gonna agree with you to a point. I mean, I think during a series, lots of times, you know, instead of going in right away, especially when a team has momentum, you know, you want to try to maybe ice them out a little bit, take a few minutes, and maybe, you know, whether it's using the restroom or grabbing some water, whatever it is, you know, try to find a way to just breathe and regain. The problem I'm having right now is that I think Sentinels can take a minute. They can take 5 minutes, 15 minutes, a day, a week, maybe a year right now. But as of right now, they don't look present in this series. They look gassed right now. Right? I mean, the recharge game, especially in that round number 1, was so one-sided. And even in that round number 2, when you started to show some life, you still were dominated. The same thing in that game number 2. You start off in a 1-11 deficit, and you're just never able to turn it down or to turn it around. It's absolutely crazy. So no matter what time the Sentinels have, I don't know what things gonna matter. I think going into to this Forbidden match, it is going to be tough. If the statistics do lend to OpTic being one of the better Forbidden teams, which, by the way, anytime a new map comes out, they always seem to be a little bit ahead of the meta, so I believe that Sentinels are going to get swept.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how OpTic Gaming play this, and you can see there's a little bit of a break in between. They're not starting the game right away. It's important to do so. These points are a lot more important than a lot of you might think. These points are seeding, which is, I mean, it tells you if you're gonna have a nice, clean, smooth ride tournament, or if you're gonna have a real rough tournament. So at this point, Sentinels taking a little bit of time here in between matches, which is really important. How are they gonna counter this OpTic Gaming roster on their on Forbidden, which is a brand new map that essentially OpTic Gaming have played really well on? A lot to think about here if you're Sentinels.
Well, guys, we're just waiting for things to load up here. Obviously, a much needed break, but we talked about the formal in that game number 1. We talked about Trippy in game 2, and for one thing that we noticed from OpTic, there's always going to be someone that steps it up. But really, what stands out to me with OpTic Gaming is teamwork. It is that teamwork that simply makes the dream work for OpTic, that make them so tough to beat. Sentinels have to find a way to get offensive and to do it together. We can't just see, a great start from Spire and abysmal one by Falcon. We can't just see Falcon to step up in game 2. Sentinels need to come up together. Everybody is going to have a good, scratch that, make that a great game here on Forbidden, because I don't want to see Sentinels get swept. Not this way.
Yep. Would not be good. But here we go. It's game number 3. OpTic Gaming said to be the best team in the HCS right now at this map. We'll see if that happens here. It's gonna be Lucid with the snipe. Is he gonna be able to make things happen here as he sits in his base?
Sparty does find a snipe onto dead zone. Drops that quick radar before going down, trying to give some kind of information to the team. Meanwhile, Formal gets away with his sniper, and Lucid has another double snipers in the hand of OpTic, and now in the base of Sentinels. This is not looking good.
Yeah, when you have double snipes like this and you hit shots like that, Formal. Once again, another shot there. They take out Boo Boo Doobu as well, which, guess what? That opens everything up. It allows for this flag to continue to run through. 2 snipes on this map. Just insane.
As Trippy moves in this flag to go toward the capture, it looks like Formal tries to stay alive with that sniper, and not the end of the world if Formal goes down right there. I mean, you still always have a capture on Forbidden, which is easy. I think I wanted to say maybe Argyle was the toughest flag to get a capture on. Forbidden's right up there with it. You have to be playing clean Halo, and you really have to be influencing spawn. So 1 cap for OpTic Gaming, and that may just be enough throughout this entire game.
Yeah, honestly, it's 100. You're 100% correct. The caps have to be clean, and you got to control those spawns. And you see it so often, right? You pull that flag out, you spawn the enemy team at the back of their base, and sometimes you need a couple of sequences here. That's exactly what Sentinels do. They take a little bit of time, put this flag at the front side of the map. Now the rotation comes through. Now the flag gets run through, and it's going to be OpTic Gaming who try and stop this, but they cannot. That first kill, I'm sorry, those 2 kills for Sentinels, or those 2 deaths might be bad here, but oh my gosh, a huge win by Boo Boo. Tied up now at 1. OpTic Gaming, they found their match here.
He was born in New Jersey, moved over to Tennessee, and then found a base, or found a home in OpTic's base right there, Sparty. Raising hell before getting that capture, but now it's OpTic answering right back. Trippy not getting touched on his way over towards their back flank ramp, and Trippy, full shields right now, is going to try to cross over and cap this flag. Luckily, Sentinels have overextended, and luckily the long-range shots are here, but the rest of OpTic are still going to try to build a green wall to hold them out. 2-1 OpTic Gaming.
Oh, I love that force play too. They saw Falcated on their snipe side. They didn't really worry about him too much. They had the numbers advantage and they forced the flag in, and that's a 2-1 lead now for OpTic Gaming. Very quick flag caps on this map. We're seeing it at a high level. It's very interesting to see. Formal was extremely interesting to see because this man spent the entire offseason getting Radiant in Valorant, getting a high rank in Apex, comes back in Season 3, and now he's 10-4 in the lower finals. Like, I don't know. This kid is disgusting, but Sparty has something to say about it with a double of his own.
Read down go OpTic Gaming, and it just shows you that some players are just built different, and
Yeah.
4 was one of those. 10-4 right now as we switch gears over towards big game Trip the Drip. I ran out of names already, sorry. 2-1 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Trippy still having a sniper to work with, but looks like Sparty having one of Sentinels. I'm not sure if that body shot connected onto Formal. The way he's backing down, I have to imagine so, but both players are one shot, so neither one wanted to commit. Lethal comes in with the cleanups. Now half the members of OpTic Gaming go down, make it 3-4. Sentinels gain ground here. Now they look to punish OpTic Gaming. Now they look to keep OpTic on their third of the map.
Oh, this is their opportunity here. Trippy is in a position, though, a very interesting one, by the way, to prevent this push from happening on the main ramp. And with this sniper in his hands, he could really do so. That's going to be the radar used and no information given there. Those shocks are on the bottom side as well. Nice snipe there by Trippy, but shocks are really important on this map because I believe, Tony, if I'm not mistaken, this might be the last map with the shock grenades. Very, very powerful weapon, but not as powerful as the snipe in Trippy's hands.
I thought it used to be powerful now. I don't know about it anymore. Been nerfed to the ground, let me tell you. You used to throw a shock grenade and it'll stun the enemy, drain their shield. Now it tickles them. And a light tickle, a light breeze. What was that? 2-1 lead still for OpTic Gaming. Sentinels now have an opportunity to push into the offense. 6 minutes and 43 seconds, so I feel like there's no reason to panic if you're Sentinels, but now that their flag is being stolen here, maybe not panic, but maybe worry a little bit. Maybe address that.
All the first 3 kills onto OpTic Gaming are going to be huge. They get all 4 dead now. OpTic Gaming coming off a spawn. This will be an opportunity for that flag return to happen. OS is up in 20 seconds as well, so another point of contact here. I would assume Sentinel's gonna maintain this top control, make sure to get that OS and utilize that to get this flag pull. 6 minutes is a lot of time, but OpTic are fighting from their back base, and like I said, Sentinels will take control of top center to get this OS soon.
Overshoot and snipers coming up at the same time, a pivotal point in the game where you have to try to man every single resource on the map, and as I say that, Sentinels are the one that fall 3 down, so I can't imagine them getting their opponent sniped. Definitely not the overshield. They might even struggle to get their own sniper do Sentinels as OpTic is starting to push forward.
Yeah, this is really bad. That OS is no longer in play. It got drained pretty quickly there, but like you said, OpTic are gonna get the enemy team snipe as well. That's Formal picking up Sentinel sniper. So once again, OpTic have 2 snipers. They've got Sentinels trapped in their back base. Tony, I don't want to call GG this early, but it's not looking good for the side for Sentinels.
Sentinels are going to have to respond. It's going to have to be right off of spawn, and they have to break through the defenses that OpTic continue to push forward, locking them in at the moment. Formal still having 5 bullets to work with the sniper. Rotating over toward the mid side, things do slow down, but it's not just Formal with the sniper. Dead Zone has one as well. Lethal tries to sneak out over towards his snipe side. Not gonna happen. Dead Zone cutting that angle off immediately. Now a 4v3. Make it a 4v2. Make it a 4v1. 4v0. OpTic have just completely wiped Sentinels. The flag has been started.
Yeah, that spawn comes out on the top center for Lethal, but look how quickly OpTic push onto him so that the spawns are forced in the back of bays. It's Formal with 3 bullets to work with. Hits the first headshot. That flag's going in, Tony. This might be the last flag here for OpTic Game. There's 1 player in position. It's going to be Sparty, I believe. Is he going to be able to pull this flag? He does, but he goes down pretty quick.
Sentinels do have a one kill advantage. as they look to try to push up, not only keeping this OpTic flag alive, but more importantly, getting this return. One
Double
cap
kill.
here by OpTic Gaming, and it's all over. And with being down, going Sentinels, and Sparty, the final player alive, he gets taken out. OpTic Gaming not only take the win, but they're also going to the grand finals.
Oh, baby, baby, baby. This is what we expected to see. OpTic looking very strong here. And they showcased that against Sentinels. Sentinels almost taking that Forbidden game. It was actually 3-1, I believe, but Sentinels showcased a bit of effort there. OpTic Gaming, again, getting both snipers, getting the opportunity to grab their snipe, grab the enemy team snipe, and just take full control was the name of the game for me. And that was the name of the game for all of these series. I think that full control taken by OpTic, you know, when it came to that Slayer as well, making sure to get that camo, so important on the streets now. All of that added to the victory here. OpTic Gaming, like you said, going to the grand finals, where there is only one team that awaits, and that is Space Station Gaming with the new edition of Legend.
Yeah, I would love to give a shout out to Sentinels for making it this far to begin with. I think Sentinels had one hell of a run. And I mean, to get to this positioning in third place when you have the likes of the Phases, the OpTics, the SSGs, and many more that are hungry, the Rebellions, businesses, like getting even top 4 or top 6 is going to be a struggle. But for them to go out in third place right now, and for the most part give SSG hell, when obviously things in this OpTic matchup didn't exactly go their way, but you know how it is. It's Halo, 1 or 2 round of slays, and you know things are really shifting in the opposite direction. I think Sentinels are really moving in the right direction after not making a single change, and I'm excited to see what their future looks like. I want to send it over to LVT and Garrett to really give us further insight, but more importantly set us up for what's going to be a banger of a grand finals.
Man, OpTic on a roll. Tools, they're looking good. Unfortunate outcome for Sentinels, but you still got third place in today's tournament. Tools, what are your thoughts, man?
OpTic Gaming is the best Forbidden Flag team in the game right now.
Undisputed.
Undisputed in my opinion. I think the only other team that I think can give them a run for their money, because it's the only team I think I've seen them beat them on Forbidden Flag, is Space Station Gaming. So hopefully, maybe I think we have 2 best of 5s. Maybe we have a Forbidden in there somewhere. We can settle the dispute once and for all. But OpTic Gaming, man, they're methodical in the way that they set up on the map. It's actually just really fun to watch sometimes. It makes me wish that we had a mini map in the observer mode, so you could kind of see from a top-down view how they engage in some of these gunfights, how they're setting themselves up. But Forbidden is bread and butter for them, right? They love to take space. They love to expand on the map and force spawns. They're really good at setting up. Callus is the one that termed this, but the U, right? Setting up your players on the map, so when you look at a top-down look, you get a U on the map when you line up all those players, and just forcing a singular spawn. They love to get players into that position, run those flags, get them home. They make Forbidden flags fast. It's almost like you watch a game of OpTic on Forbidden, you're like, hey, this needs to be 5 to win. Because they win games so quickly on this map.
I feel that, and I'm curious, right, if it's like the routes that make it so easy for some teams. I don't know, man. And my matchmaking games, man, Forbidden is tough.
It's absolutely the sightlines. It's when you spawn up on this map and you just look out from where you spawn up, you can't see that much of the flag route, right? So you have to be able to take down the first player up. And so often you have Formal who's having a sniper rifle either in this position, or we're dead zone standing right here in this attic spot. When you have those positions on the map, it's suffocating. You know, there's no oxygen to ignite a spark for the other team. Instead, it's just inching forward and dying over and over again. And you know, as teams figure out this strategy more and more, I think we're going to see quicker and quicker games of Forbidden Flag. And although the map looks nothing like it, the map that it reminds me the most of as gameplay has actually gone on for it is Coliseum Flag from Halo 5, just because of how fast you could capture flags on it and how you would set yourself up on the map. Forbidden, it kind of reminds me of that sort of same play style, although the map looks nothing like it and the routes are completely different. It's reminiscent of that sort of play style.
And Kali flag. That's a pair of words that I love to hear. Maybe in the future for Halo Infinite HCS. But nevertheless, we have the results of the elimination bracket. The last team standing down there, OpTic Gaming. You surprised, Tools?
Not at all. With the way that they've been playing, once they 3-0'd FaZe, I think it was just a matter of time before they got to grand finals. It was a matter of who they were going to play to get there. Obviously, that winner's final suddenly feels much more heavy in the minds of Sentinels. That 2-0 lead that they had that slipped out, and Space Station was able to get that reverse sweep. Now, Space Station, to me, it's almost like, okay, we can get this done in 2 best of 5s. I might be thinking about the second best of 5 right now, just how hot OpTic are playing at the moment.
That's a great point. And to back that up, Space Station 3-1 OpTic Gaming, but it's closer than it sounds. I don't want to freak anybody out. These aren't the results of anything that has happened here in the grand final. This is the series layout that played out earlier today in the winter semis. Space Station taking the series 3-1, but that game 3, Tools, that game 3 heartbreaker, was it not?
Heartbreaker. OpTic had the game in the bag. Space Station was able to worm their way back into contention, and well, it costed OpTic heavily in the winner's side. They had to go down an early exit to the elimination bracket, and I feel like we're going to see some tight battles once again.
Indeed. I'm curious, right? Let's see if there's any returning game types here. I'm looking at both of them. I know you guys can't see both of them, but just out of curiosity, I want to be sure. Okay, no, this is a fresh new series layout. So here's the grand finals best of 5, Tools. Any thoughts when you look at this in reference to these 2 teams?
Battle of attrition. Look at the maps that we have up right to start. Oddball for this game. Expect to buckle in and have to play a long, hard-fought battle there. Solitude is going to be a battle of momentum, being able to control the spawns, focus in, and collapse in. OpTic had a phenomenal Solitude Slayer to beat FaZe in that game 2 in the elimination bracket. Empyrean Flag is all going to be feast or famine for Stellar, right? You want to get that sniper into his hands. He is the best sniper in the game, but close ranked behind him. You got Lucid and Formal on the side of OpTic Gaming, so it's really going to be a battle of that sniper control, being able to shut down your lanes and get those flags through, and recharge King of the Hill. Shock rifle. It's all going to be about that shock rifle. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of sniper action in those games 3, games 4. And honestly, I love Streets as a game 5. With the camo on Streets, the routes are a little bit more unpredictable. You're seeing a lot more flanks. No more swing games where the rockets dictate everything. I think this is one of the best of 5s you could ask for as a spectator if we do go the distance.
And I might add just a small note. I've seen a lot of the series layouts for today and for these tournaments, a lot of bookend series best of 5s, right? So let's say live fire game 1, also live fire game 5, but in this case, right, all different maps. Tools, I feel like that it paints a competitive picture.
You got to be deep in your bag. You got to have all the tricks ready to go right here. There's no strong suit or weak point that you can rely upon. You have to be able to be good at everything. That's why they scrim 14 games minimum in a series, right? They want to make sure they're practiced up on each map, and whichever team has put in the most work, I think, is going to be the team that comes out on top right now.
All right, we're waiting on one more player from SSG. You can see the lobby right here in front of our faces. So while we have a moment, I want to shout out the support that we've gotten in the most recent swing of subs. We've got Stinko, X Bliffy Smith, Jitterbug, Miscreation, Zoltar, Jimmy, Silent is on fire. Some of our most recent subs, I sincerely appreciate that. We're at 2,412 Tools. 2412. This is a new record.
That's crazy. 2412. Well, another record that we hit, just an online tournament, no LAN. We had 12K concurrent between the YouTube and Twitch, and we hit 9K on Twitch. I'm hoping, maybe during this grand finals, guys, we can hit 10K. So I want you guys out there, tell it all your friends, like, hey, the Halo tournament's been lit today. Pull up LVT Halo. Let's try to get ourselves into a 10K concurrent on the Twitch. The YouTube's been killing it over there. If you're watching on YouTube, come help the numbers on Twitch for a second. Just open up another tab, whatever you need to do.
This lobby starting to finalize. I'm sure that the last second strats are being put out there. Tools, you think that they're reserving some things for land, Tools, or you think in this case they're trying to win?
I think it's all out win. The seeding is just so important for all these events. You need to get as many pro points as possible before we go into these qualifiers. Obviously, you don't put out the secret sauce, but as long as it's gonna guarantee yourself a win, you're gonna be pulling it out in game.
I like what I hear. In your opinion, Tools, what's the likelihood that we get a grand finals reset?
I'd say in the 90s for me. This SSG team's good. But OpTic has a lot of momentum behind him. I feel like it's almost a guarantee. Put it in the bank. Now the question is, how do we get to that game 5? The thing for Space Station, how do we get to that reset? The thing for Space Station right now is to make this a long one for OpTic. They've had a long day, right? Playing in that elimination bracket early because of their earlier loss to Space Station. If you can pull this to game 5, I think you have a real chance of OpTic Gaming running out of steam.
Well, I like what I've seen out of Space Station in that winter final against Sentinels. They pull off the reverse sweep, Tools. I thought Sentinels was looking red hot, I'm not going to lie. And then Space Station just came through and said, hold up. We're the winners here. And so now, right, they've already won one of these off-season events. Granted, that was without their fourth. Now, Legend here. Assume no more jet lag, no more issues. They're looking good. I'm curious, Tools, do you think that the switches on these two teams, we got Dead Zone, new addition to OpTic, Legend, new addition to Space Station. Do you think there's any indication of who made a better decision, just based on results of a series like this?
I think both teams are sitting there and they're sort of letting out a sigh of relief. You know what I'm saying? They haven't been able to go far with their new player yet for Space Station, right? Legend came in, they got that top 6 finish. A lot of people were like, was this the right decision? But now you've done it from the winner's side. You look dominant throughout. You were able to get that reverse sweep. You've really tested yourself at all facets of your game, and now you have another great match against OpTic to show that was the right decision for OpTic Gaming. I think they knew from the start that Dead Zone was their player. I don't think they've been listening to any sort of feedback that says otherwise right now. It's all going to come down to land for these guys, and I think anyone that thinks that Dead Zone wasn't a good pickup for this team needs to get themselves checked out. Maybe go check out a Metafight. Go get some coaching in Halo, because you're going to need it to maybe understand that you're in the wrong thinking right there. Dead Zone's one of the best players in the game. I think he's been a great addition to this OpTic Gaming roster, and it's a reason why they've been able to dominate so much in the elimination bracket.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are loading into game number 1, Live Fire Oddball. We're throwing it to Tony Inactive for our grand finals.
Grand finals about to come up next. Space Station Gaming going up against OpTic, and some very good insight coming from LVT and Garrett. But Tim, what's your insight? What are you feeling? Are you ready for this matchup we're about to see?
I'm extremely ready. I'm going to be on the other end of things. I think that, yes, Dead Zone was a good pickup, but I think, like I said before, SSG have the better end here. I think they got a great pickup in Legend. We're going to see if it pays off here. Of course, this is online. This is what matters right now. These points so very important for both these squads.
OpTic and Space Station Gaming going at it here for first place, and to be honest with you, I had FaZe actually winning this tournament as far as the power ranking. So to see FaZe out so early and see these two going at it, I'm actually happy. I want to see our top 3 shift around a little bit. I don't want to see just be one side, everybody fighting for second and third place. So really happy to see where OpTic and SSG are at, but OpTic are the ones that have a mountain to climb. SSG out of the winners bracket, and so far looking like Zell.
Yeah, it's a really big deal, right? You got to talk about that. The fact that OpTic have to win 2 best-of-5s in order to win this tournament is very difficult. And honestly, it comes against an SSG roster who look primed and ready. Of course, they were sitting in the grand finals waiting for a little while, but it doesn't look to have affected Stellar. A nice shot by him and cleared out 2 members of OpTic Gaming. It might be some more time here for the side of SSG as Stellar, one of the best snipers in the game, hits a beautiful shot into Trippy.
24-0-1 come out of Space Station Gaming. Multiple going down for OpTic, so SSG looking to set up over toward the A side. Eco already watching for any overextenders that could be coming out. Meanwhile, OpTic are actually going right through the front door, right to screens. Excellent damage coming in from Eco. Sends both of those players back. One ends up going down, make it to SSG back in control.
Yeah, beautiful job by SSG to stop that push and just take minimal damage in terms of the resources. Because of that, they'll have a little bit of a firm setup here, but you see OpTic Gaming off their spawn, quick to the push. That's going to force the rotation onto B with this ball.
Switching gears over toward dead zone.
Incoming.
Looks like that ball is played off the map. Green side is going to be cleared out, and dead zone wants to make sure that Space Station are not rotated over toward the A side, at least not for free. But there's 2 members he has to deal with. Damage onto both of his former teammates. Takes down Stellar, but Eco comes in quick with the cleanup. At least he's able to take down one before going down, but Bounds doing damage left and right as well. 3 down go OpTic Gaming. Losing the final player alive, and this should be more points for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, Lucid does a really good job there. I was expecting Legend to toss down that ball a little bit quicker there, but unfortunately he takes a ton of damage from Lucid, who had the QT. Another big resource on the map to try and control. A very important
Enemy has the ball.
resource to make sure to keep track of. And you see OpTic Gaming, their first bit of points here, their first setup, really quickly broken already by SSG. That's going to be 2 dead for the side of OpTic.
Stellar wants to stay alive with this camouflage. That 1v1 battle just not important, at least not in that scenario. Trust your teammates to get the kills is exactly what he does. Bound awarded the kill for that one. Gets himself some easy ball time as well. Anticipates that there's 3 members of OpTic still pushing up. Stellar is able to deal with 1. Damage onto the second one allows for the cleanups to come in quickly for Space Station Gaming. They're already on a 43-6 run, but as they continue to win these slaves battle, as they continue to drop OpTic like flies, they're gonna be able to continue to add points on the board. 50 here for Space Station Gaming, not even 10 for OpTic.
Yeah, you know, you see OpTic and you say dropping them like flies. It's because when it's one fly, you can swat them out of the air, and that's exactly what's happening. OpTic are sending one by one, and Space Station is ready for the staggered pushes, and that's what's allowed them to win this, especially the fact that there's a lot of 1v1s being won. Here on Legend, with the snipe in his hand, he gets taken out, but SSG have just done a great job of holding these angles, and what surprises me the most is that they favor this A-side control. Instead of the tower, they always posture towards A, and it's working out for them. 62 points to 6.
3 down goes Space Station Gaming, and OpTic now looking to rotate this ball over toward the C side. Formal really being a bodyguard here, but Eco working the dummy side, using the environment to stay alive. A well-placed grenade, and now it's Stellar and Eco and SSG back in control. Another 3 down for OpTic Gaming. OpTic now coming off a spawn. SSG looking to pounce on them 1 by 1. OpTic come off a spawn, and 1 by 1, it looks like Space Station are locking it down.
Yeah, it's really interesting here too. Is a lot of intangibles that are on the line. It's, you know, Penguin going to OpTic. It's SSG trying to prove they made the right decision in picking up Legend. There's a lot on the line that's really not showing up here, and it just makes this an even better grand final than what we expect in the first place. Trippy with that QT. Lots of damage being done here, but has to stay alive as the push comes through from Space Station.
3 down goes Space Station Gaming. This should be a setup opportunity for OpTic Gaming. Finally, we're going to see some points being put on the board. They have their A side like they want. They also have camouflage in the hands of Formal at the moment. Space Station Gaming have already come off a spawn. This next round of Slay is so important. The first one, maybe even more than that. And Trippy's able to take down Legend. Trippy gets cleaned up off his screen here. Formal still being patient right now. Anticipating the push from SSG. Lucid might just bring this ball over to him and maybe be bait for Formal to get himself some easy kills.
I like the trigger discipline by Formal, but I'm really happy that he was able to get a lot of value out of this camo. Almost gets the 3rd as well. If he ended up getting caught out on that A side with camo, he wouldn't have been the impact that he was in that scenario. Because of that, OpTic are able to take control of this camo side of the map, and they're able to rotate freely to whatever side is strongest. And right now, that side is C.
Sniper just about to come up here, and Formal forced to back down, taking way too much damage. Ends up repulsing right to top mid to stay alive. Eco just a step behind, but look at Trippy, caught out. That's going to be a great kill for SSG, taking minimal damage in return. Lucid not quite able to line up the shot there, as SSG are going to be able to take space on the map from multiple different angles.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary, though, for the side of OpTic, right? For the side of SSG, I'm sorry. They've been at 80 points for a while here. OpTic are slowly climbing up to that mark, and with a minute left in this first round, SSG need to act and try to get these last 20 points.
Sitting up high here with the sniper. SSG still have that ball. Nobody able to get it out. The nades not enough, and I don't see a single body there to try to force that ball out, and it looks like that's gonna be it. Space Station Gaming taking round number 1, and really on the backs of that early game, that 50 to 6 run, crazy out of SSG.
Yeah, and they did it all on the A side of the map. It's so unconventional. You normally see that C side control because of the quick play ball off the back of tower, but SSG prefer the A side. Once again, you see them setting up on A, going towards this A side of the map. No place to play the ball, but they slay out with in between all these corners. They do a great job of it. 2 down for OpTic already. Make that 3.
Nice double kill. Space Station Gaming once again having that A side set up here. Formal does have a sniper, 6 shots to work with, but there's so much you can do by yourself while you're waiting for your teammates to come off a spawn. Luckily off a screen, Dead Zone ends up picking up yet another kill. Active camouflage should be able to be gathered up here by OG, as SSG rotating this ball toward the green side. If they get pressure, that ball's gonna end up off the map, but a 30-0 run before OpTic Gaming are even able to get the kills.
Yes, Formal's doing a lot of damage here, right? He gets 2 picks, but the picks get traded on the side of OpTic. It's 2 down for OpTic as well, and all the while, SSG, massive amounts of time here. The ball won't be played, though. That'll be a little bit of an error. I believe Lucid is on the back of green as well, so he'll potentially get a couple of slays and pick this ball up. That ball not being played could be a big hit to the side of SSG.
Almost 40 points for SSG, but you have to imagine all of this ball time that OpTic Gaming get at this point, which ends up only being 12 seconds. Still 12 seconds, almost undeserved, as that ball stays on the map and gives OpTic some easy time. Space Station Gaming want to try to surround this ball from multiple different angles. You see Stellar getting right behind enemy lines. Love this flank out of him. Denzo goes down because of it. Formal weak but not down as he takes down Stellar. Just barely able to do so. And Trippy apparently going to cover Formal's back. OpTic, a great round of slays, leads to a tower side setup.
Yeah, that flank was a big play, but OpTic take full control of the tower side. They potentially get these 20 points, and that tower side to me is the stronger place to hold the ball, right? Again, you have that quick play ball. You've got lots of routes in order to stay alive on the bottom of mud and on tower itself. That jump up is always predicted. You see it once again right there. All 4 down for SSG. OpTic look to take the first lead in this second round.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe he made a little bit too much noise from missing the first jump, and that allowed OpTic to know exactly where he's coming from, because he goes for it again, and he gets the skill jump the second time, but ends up going down quickly. Looks like this is the first one to go down here for OpTic. The first 2. OpTic gonna be forced to play this ball quickly. Bounce already pushing up, ball already off the map. A 50-39 game it looks like OpTic in control.
What a massive play by Bound. He gets the kill as well. Comes back up with the repulse, no shields. They don't expect him to do that, but those unorthodox plays are what make Bound such an incredible player. The double team comes in, so he ends up falling. And all the while, OpTic look dominant, but they've only gotten 50 points here. Only 11 more than SSG.
Movement out of Bound is absolutely crazy, but what's also quite crazy is that OpTic have been able to weather the storm, able to slow them down just a bit. Lucid grabs a hold of the sniper, bringing it over toward the camo side. Easy kill for him. Makes the second one look just as easy. Full squad wipe. Space Station Gaming on their backs right now, and Lucid's already blocking the A side, funneling those spawns towards the green side of the map and also into the reticle of his sniper.
Yeah, I mean, OpTic's doing a great job in terms of slays here. You see a lot of slays. They've gotten Space Station Gaming 4 dead twice now in a row, and with that 4 dead, they're able to get a lot of time. It's 2 down again for SSG, and it'll be an opportunity for OpTic to try to make this difficult to come back from for the side of SSG.
Multiple members of SSG surrounding that ball. Lucid trying to get involved, takes down one before going down. A trade for him as Formal gets into a 1v1 battle. Legend getting mid-battle going for the curb slide, but man, no matter what you do, you can't throw Formal's aim off.
Yeah, the fact that he got a perfect through that curb slide is incredible. It just showcases how that left stick aiming can really be beneficial. OpTic Gaming now are gonna have to be pushing up, but that QT gonna make things a bit difficult. Stellar having to hold that lane, but the thing with the QT is you can just attack from multiple lanes. 3 down for SSG. OpTic once again in control.
On board now with Dead Zone. He's trying to create an avenue for Trippy to get that ball away from the key door side over toward the back A. They're so close to closing this out, but SSG finding a couple slays isn't enough. Ball ends up being dropped. All 4 go down for OpTic Gaming. So close, yet so far away. Space Station Gaming now get into their final setup. They would have to play near perfect Halo. 2 slays go the way of OpTic Gaming, and those 2 kills can be it. It could be OpTic taking it, but another battle goes in. Stellar and Legend end up going down. Eco, the final player alive with camouflage. He has to try to get the kill onto Trippy, but he ends up being spotted, and it looks like OpTic Gaming going to match that energy from Space Station Gaming in game number 1, or at least, excuse me, round number 1. Now we're going into a swing round 3. Look at those snipe. Oh my gosh, that was nasty.
Yeah, Lucid heating up a bit too, and that's exactly what you want. He's 24 and 17. That's the Slayer we're used to seeing out of Lucid. Beautiful showcase by OpTic to bring that second round back, and you saw how important that tower side control was. Camo's pretty much even on both sides here. The big factor for me is who's going to control these camos in round number 3.
Enemy has the ball.
Now going to be able to take to the low ground with the sniper. Plenty of ammo to work with at the moment. 23 kills to his name, 14 assists, and running into the grenade of Dead Zone. Bound goes down. I'm not sure Dead Zone knew he even had the sniper right there, so that sniper sits over toward the big door as Stellar just portaling back and forward, being a nuisance. A thorn in the side of Formal. Luckily, Trippy has his back. Space Station Gaming, 28 seconds without any contest coming out of OpTic right now, but now the slays start to go OpTic's way. Can they get the ball out of SSG's hands?
Yeah, it's a good point, Tony. It's a lot of scrap here on the side of SSG. Scrappy 1v1, scrappy fights to and fro, but it's SSG who come out on top of at least some points on the board. 4 down, though, for SSG now. It's OpTic Gaming with a little bit of his setup and control on this tower side once again, a place they were so solid at holding in the last round.
We're going to be keeping an eye on that scoreboard. It started off as a 32-0 run, but now a full setup here for OpTic Gaming. And Dead Zone already the first one to get a kill onto his former teammate. Trippy. Body shot connects with the sniper, finishes him off with the bandit. Eco can get it too. That's a double kill for Trippy, and SSG's being sent back to spawn. Now OpTic within striking distance, clawing their way back into it, just down by a few points, and Stellar looking to put an end to it.
Yeah, he does with the first kill, but I love his route to stay alive here. He doesn't just charge onto cuts. He knows his teammates are going to come out onto A side. 3 down for OpTic Gaming, and Stellar's going to react and get the last kill. That's a kill it's an off kill right there, right? That's a staggered spawner in Lucid. So they're going to have numbers advantage, that is SSG, for a little bit of time here. And they'll use that to get some more points on the board.
43-31 here for Space Station Gaming. Stellar is going to find multiple members of OpTic Gaming, but multiple members are weak here. Takes down one. The second one shot ends up going down. All 4 members of Space Station Gaming are up, yet 4 down for OpTic. Not sure how that ball gets played. I'm assuming the last member from OpTic must have made a play, unless there was an accidental drop, because that ball ends up off the map, and it was a 4v1.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100% correct, right? When you have 3 dead on OpTic, you definitely don't want to make that play ball happen. It could have been the last member alive that tossed it off, and you see how much of a scrap it is to try and get that ball back and try to get control once again. It is SSG looking for that A side setup with Legend on the tower side. Actually, they rotated towards him. This is the stronger side of the map. It's up to Legend to stay alive.
Enemy has the ball.
Creative movement out of Legend gives them that tower side control that the Space Station Gaming wants so bad. The A side setup was nice, but their tower side setup could probably be even more deadly as Formal chases the ball off the map. Nobody responds to it just yet. Formal full shields looking for some action. The rest of his team around him are getting slays left and right. Eco goes in for the challenge, and Formal simply ready for it. 61-33. Space Station back in control.
I don't mind them leaving Formal the bottom tower here. Essentially, they're oh my gosh, unless he does something like that. That is insane. Formal just got 2 kills, the last player alive on the back of tower. They left him there because he wasn't really providing a lot of value, but at the end of the day, he does. He provides enough value for OpTic to get 3 down for SSG and to potentially get this ball and get control of the map.
SSG have rotated the ball though away from the C side, so it looks like Formal is going to give that tower side control, trying to create a lane to get a setup for OpTic, and now going to push up, get back into the fight. Legend down to 1 shot, just about absolute. After that grenade breathed on him the wrong way, and he'll go down.
Tied in rounds now. This is round number 3 of the oddball game, and Space Station are up 62-35 right now. Of course, series at 0-0. We just started here in the grand finals, game number 1. Space Station looked like they're in a solid bit of control here. Just look at the kills. It's bound 34 and 29. Slay's pretty even on both sides, as you'd expect, but it's the rotations out of SSG and that scrap time that's really giving them this lead as they get scrap time once again.
Bounds double kill ends up leading to a 3 down here for OpTic Gaming. Puts down some damage, now looking to stay alive. Oh, goes for the skill jump, misses it. It looks like this time he's just going to hold at the moment. Off the screen, I did see Trippy taking down Stellar, and I also see 3 members of OpTic Gaming getting dangerously close to this setup here for SSG. The rotation comes quick, and Bound just barely misses out on that melee, the Quantum Translocator, portaling that player right out. But OpTic right back with the ball, and Bound right back on the offense.
Yeah, that was a great play by OpTic Gaming, and it all came through Lucid, who had that QT. Formal's going to lose the camo, though, so that's a valuable trade there for the side of SSG. Bound goes down, and so does Legend. But it's SSG on the aggression. It's going to be Eco with a massive kill. The massive second kill as well. For the back foot, gets a double and still doing damage to the players on top center.
Space Station Gaming already have 85 points and counting. Looking to end it right here. This could be the final setup that you see OpTic need a break. And the first 2 down is going to be devastating for them. Now you're going to see Trippy and Dead Zone really having to make a play. An individual one. They have to get a double, if not a triple. And they've just gone 2 down once again. Final points going in. SSG will be taking game number 1 here in your grand finals.
That is a very convincing game number 1 from SSG, and it all came through the very end with Eco, a massive double. Frosty calls him one of the smartest players in the game, and we see it showcased right there. SSG, extremely solid, and at this point, you hate to be OpTic because you not only do you go down 1-0 in this series, but you also have to win 2 best-of-5s in order to win this tournament coming from that lower bracket. As you can see, here's the double we're talking about, right? In a 2v1 situation, Legends ends up going down. He gets a spawn for his teammate behind him, but still able to get that nice, clean double. That sets him up for full control and also sets him up for OpTic having staggered spawns and not being able to, push with full force.
Now we have game number 2 going ahead of us. Solitude Slayer, and if there's anything I'm looking at the screen right now is that when it comes to slays, SSG are damn good at it. 35 out of Stellar. Almost a 40 bomb out of Bound, and when the slays continue to add up, obviously Halo isn't a game of just getting kills, but it's a game of getting an advantage. And if you're able to consistently get that first kill, that first 2 kills on the opposition, it's almost impossible for them to play any kind of objective. So as those slays heavily favor SSG, OpTic are simply out of the game for too long to win, and that's Halo. That's it. I don't know.
That's it. That's all it is.
Now go be pro, everybody. I just taught you. That's a free Metafy lesson right there.
For free. Free 99. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Active. Alongside me is Tony, and this is Halo, baby. This is the grand finals. Game number 2. Space Station. Up 1-0 in this series. OpTic Gaming have to win 2 best-of-5s in order to win this tournament. Can they do it?
Optic got the first one to get some slays on the board, but man, what a recovery and answer back coming out of SSG. It was a momentary 2v2 fighting over this active camouflage that sits over on the mid-map bound. Able to grab Shock. And it looks like SSG are gonna try to make their first move towards the active camo. Can Optic bait it out? 2 down go Optic, apparently not. Make it 3 dead zone. Now completely out of the play, at least for the active camouflage. Space Station Gaming starting 6-3, and they get every resource as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was really big, right? Because not only do they leave, you know, Penguin ends up staying alive, but now Space Station Gaming have control of the spawns. They have knowledge of the spawns. Knowledge is king in Halo, of course. And look at that. They use the spawn knowledge to push the players one by one. Dead zone, the last player on this side of the map again. And he's going to go down in another staggered spawn, but he gets a trade, which is massive. Is it enough, though? An 11-7 lead here for Space Station Gaming.
Optic really trying to force Space Station Gaming away from this glass and LR side. A nice spread out of Space Station Gaming. They want this nest control. They want this poster control and everything they want. Apparently, they get Eco. Sitting here toward the LR side, has a lot of responsibility on his hands. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the screen, Bound taking down Formal. 12-8 run. Optic look to respond. First 2 kills for them. Open up the setup, open up the map for Optic to finally start to take some space.
We dealt with the first camo, but you gotta look. Already the second one. Incoming in 10 seconds at the top center of the map. So these next couple of kills, very important, and you see they immediately get the first one on the dead zone. He's gonna be the first one to fall, and now Space Station Gaming able to just push on through for free. A beautiful second kill by them. That's 2 down for Optic. This could be camo.
Camouflage just coming up, and Legend already has his eyes set on it. However, it looks like Stellar hits the black screen there. So no longer having his teammate to work with, he still has to try to make a play. Does some good damage, taking down Dead Zone. A momentary 4v2 should allow Space Station Gaming to do that final bit of damage and then make a play onto Camouflage. But Trippy coming out of nowhere, Trippy not able to get there, but buys enough time for the rest of Optic to move into position. Eco goes down, and Camo still sits off a spawn.
Yeah, Space Station have to be really careful there. They're constantly staggering towards that top center to get that camo, but Optic Gaming continuously getting these lift spawns makes it very difficult to do so. Finally, you saw Bound. He rerouted towards that lift side, blocked that spawn from happening, picks up camo. Now let's see if he can get some value out of it.
21-16 run, it looks like Space Station Gaming still have control, and with Bound with a double kill, make it a triple. He wants the overkill, but Formal will not give him that angle. Either way, 3 out of 4 members going down here for Optic. Lucid coming off his spawn, gets himself a free shock, and then gives it right back to Bound of SSG.
That's just beautiful by Bound. I mentioned, will he get value out of the camo? The answer is yes. He continues on with a shock as well. A killing spree for him. Bound 8 and 4 with 6 assists, make that 9. He wants another one. A little bit of movement. The dance, not going to be enough though. He ends up falling, but not without SSG being up 28-21.
7-kill advantage here for Space Station Gaming, but luckily for Formal of Optic, they were able to get away with that shock. I'm seeing off the screen, Stellar and Eco trying to push up over towards the cafe, over towards that dip side. Formal on the more favorable side, and once again, an active camouflage comes up, and maybe Space Station Gaming use it to extend their lead, or maybe it's Optic that can use that exact same camo to come back. Ammo just about done in the shock. Legend with the double kill. Really changes the course, really throws a curveball in the plans of Optic Gaming, but Formal comes in out of nowhere with the shot. The camouflage was grabbed, but it was not used nor burned. Dead Zone able to get the double kill. Camo sits up high, but right now it is just bait. It is a war between 2 of the best in the HCS.
Beautiful job by Dead Zone here. Obviously, a big impact on this camo, making sure that Space Station can't pick this camo up. He's gotten 4 kills now in a row. Penguin, aka Dead Zone, starting to pick it up here. 10 and 7 in this game. He's really making an impact.
35-29 lead for Space Station Gaming, but still trades are coming out on screen. It's not too little too late for Optic to make a comeback here. He's going down. Those might connect onto Legend of SSG. Eco covering his back, but so much damage being output here by Trippy. Eventually, he gets his kill and now catches a new angle from Flowers onto the weak player. A 1v2, not the numbers that Trippy was looking for.
Yeah, look, it seems like a switch has been flipped here for OpTic. They look like they're firing on all cylinders right now, but that's the stop that Space Station Gaming needed. They get that kill, Bound does. Another one goes down as well. 2 down for OpTic here. Trippy on the Nest side alone. I love the rechals here. A lot of confidence in it. Statements that are trying to be made, but Bound is just running free right now. 14, 9, and 7, Tony. A beautiful showcase out of Bound.
Going into their end game right now. It's up to OpTic to really clutch up, because as of right now, Space Station Gaming had the luxury to get aggressive and to simply play for trades, and that's exactly what they'll do as OpTic Gaming end up going 3 down. Stellar goes in for a huge trade, and with that, Space Station Gaming just 5 kills behind away from taking a 2-0 lead in the series.
Space Station Gaming get the loop spawns though. With that camo coming up and only needing 3 kills, this could be it. OpTic Gaming are running away right now. It's going to be Formal who dies with the camo. That was the win condition, and it's gone.
Not even the camouflage enough to keep OpTic Gaming alive. Space Station Gaming now look to take space onto OpTic. 1 more kill needed. Lucid with the shot gets himself the kill, but takes damage in return. No cleanup just yet. OpTic not out of it. Down by 9 with not a single life to give. If they're able to come back in this Slayer, it'd be one for the history books.
This is the man right here. He's got the tool in his hands to make this impossible happen. Because that's what this is. Legitimately impossible. See if he's able to do it, though. Shock rifle. Knowledge of the spawns as well. Lots of nades coming his way. Has to stay alive, and he backs up.
Lines of the shock. Multiple members of SSG may just be pushing forward. He's feeding that information to his team, letting him know. Favoring the yard side. Looks like SSG pulled out of that situation. Stellar now taking a direct route over toward the mid side. That's going to cost him. Trippy gets himself a kill, but as Trippy is weak, Legend takes advantage, putting his 15th on the board and 2 for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, that's why I said it was impossible. Literally all SSG needed to do was go in, get a little bit of damage, and at least just go for a trade. But now they take the lead in the series, or they maintain their lead in the series, and now a 2-0 lead against OpTic Gaming, hopping into Empyrean CTF. Does OpTic have some sort of an answer here? It looks like SSG are just on another level at the moment. Take a look at this Slays column. It's going to be 15 and 10 out of Bound, 15 and 10 out of the new acquired Legend. 10 assists for Bound as well. Just a beautiful showcase, and another look at the damage too. It's just massive damage across the board. A very even top 3 players on the SSG side, all above 4K.
I mean, yeah, I think it was great damage out of Stellar, obviously leading it, but to me, it's really about the aggression of the combination of Legend and Bound, and or Le Bound, as we like to say. 15 kills apiece out of that's 30 kills between them. Then when you add the assist on top of that, 15 assists between the two. Their presence are being felt in every single one of these Slayers, and we saw it versus Sentinels last round, and we definitely saw it once again here. They're aggressive, and they play so well together, and this is a match made in heaven, if you will. I'm a big fan of Le Bound.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tony. I think Legend is exactly what was needed to kind of match that Bound playstyle. If we watch the grand finals or we watch Worlds last year, it was Bound who was trying to be comfortable, trying to play that comfortable aggressive role, but got caught out a lot. It was like he was kind of read by every squad he went up against, but now he's got Legend who plays just as aggressive as he does and now complements him really well, and he's able to play a bit more freely, and that's why I've constantly said this change for SSG was massive, and it's really gonna pay dividends as this season goes on.
Is there anything that you've seen from OpTic Gaming that needs to change, or maybe even another thing that needs to be contained on the SSG side that they need to do to come back in this game? I mean, you're down 0-2 in the series right now, and the last thing I want to do is see a sweep in the grand finals. I don't have a horse in the race, as they say, but a sweep in the grand finals just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. What can OpTic do here on Empyrean to come back in the series?
there's just not a lot of damage that's being capitalized on. That's kind of what I'm noticing, right? A lot of damage goes into the side of SSG, but players like Bound with his movement and Legend, they're able to get away. They're able to stay alive. I think there needs to be just a little bit more capitalization on the damage that's done, and we've seen OpTic do this, right? Even in the second half of that game, OpTic started to capitalize. They started to capitalize on that numbers advantage. They started to take really interesting routes and take perfect angles, and I think that's what the catalyst is essentially for OpTic Gaming to bring this series back. It's not impossible whatsoever, and honestly, a reverse sweep right here would make for a very interesting Grand Finals reset. If there's one team that can do it, OpTic Gaming is that team.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Historically, OpTic haven't been the best Empyrean team in the world. Hopefully things change though now that they have Dead Zone though. It's almost like a brand new team with a brand new vibe that they're coming into here in year 3 of the HCS Space Station Gaming, still up 2-0 in the series, and formal up 2-0 as far as value wise with that Rockets. For down go SSG. That flag is on the move, and let's just call it automatic. That's a cap right off the rip.
Yeah, Dead Zone takes a body shot by Lucid, but regardless, they make sure to kill Bound, who had the overshield, and this cap will go in like you mentioned. It's OpTic Gaming up 1-0.
Was that within 40 seconds of gameplay? Jeez.
I think so, Tony.
OpTic really have been working on their Empyrean game coming from late season 2 when I was doing stats, because man, they were struggling early on, but now clearly they've mastered it after that start. 1-0 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Space Station Gaming still having the lead in the series right now, but that might not mean much. A reverse sweep it's possible.
Yeah, I think honestly, when you're OpTic Gaming, you've got to make sure that you have no weak game types. And, you know, Tools alluded to this a little bit earlier, but when you have a best of 5 that's so spread in terms of maps and game types, you got to have all the tools in the tool belt in order to, you know, take a series and you know, give yourself the best chance to win. And that's exactly what it seems OpTic have done. A beautiful job by them. This is a map that's been around since 2007. So, you know, obviously it plays a little bit differently than it did in Halo 3, but still the same fundamentals. And it looks like OpTic have those fundamentals down.
Is that why everybody's typing 07 in the chat? Because that's when Empyrean came out? 2-0 lead here for OpTic right now. And this is within 2 minutes worth of gameplay right now that we are seeing. Like, OpTic might just give us one of the fastest Empyrean, if not the fastest Empyrean capture the flag game that we've seen ever in a Grand Finals.
I mean, this is really, really solid by OpTic, and I mean, they're kind of playing for their back foot now. You see SSG trying to be aggressive here, but you look how they stay in the back of their base. They make sure to clear it out first and then push up, then go get space on the map, get that sword side control and push up. And you see the Rockets and OS are coming up right now. So this is going to be Legend getting the OS. Is that going to be enough as Rockets are also coming up, and it looks like maybe OpTic Gaming have control of those.
Shotgun is out here for Vormal down to one shot absolute. Meanwhile, Dead Zone still having a couple rockets to work with. Teammates falling must be a bit scary though. You want to be real careful. Last thing you want to do is give the rockets to the enemy team. So one gets used, one gets burned by Bound. And Dead Zone still staying alive. One rocket to work with.
Yeah, I like that he stayed alive there. Very important, right? Like you said, his team is all dying around him. Him living with rockets is essentially a cap, and the final cap for OpTic Gaming. If he can get a nice rocket kill to open up the map, it could be huge. Or in a situation like this where he has to even up the numbers, this rocket kill is huge. Hello? He gets the kill. I don't know what happened there. Something, but regardless, he gets the kill. It's a nice trade. OpTic Gaming still in control by a little bit, but Bound has a snipe inside a sword.
Well, we'll chalk that one up to maybe the observer hiccup right there, but gets the trade with those rockets, and obviously we talked about staying alive with them and not giving them to the opposition, and obviously he does that by burning both of them. Bound still behind OpTic, double kill for him, but Lucid's able to get away with the sniper, puts it to use immediately. That high sensitivity plays on 2, 6, 8. That 8 vertical to get the headshots and 6 to snap onto his targets. Trippy now picks up on that exact sniper. And Space Station Gaming going nowhere with that flag.
Yeah, Bound's like, I'm going to challenge you, but that's the thing that happens, right? Him challenging in that scenario just allows OpTic to get control back of the map once again, or to at least get that numbers advantage. That being said, though, as I say that, Lucid ends up going down. Space Station have numbers advantage, and you see they push directly on that. They got to take care of Trippy at the top of tower here. He's the one they got to take out first.
Trippy sitting up high in a defensive position here. Space Station Gaming going to have a tough time capping any flags with him there, so they get him down to the low ground. End up getting the finish. Like you said, the first step was to get Trippy off of that tower side position. Now it's Dead Zone and crew coming off a spawn and trying to clear out this flag. Relentless pressure coming in for Space Station Gaming. And some excellent shots from Bound. He's not only got Trippy off of the tower, but takes it for himself. 2 down for Space Station Gaming, make it 3. OpTic, they clear Space Station Gaming out right as Rockets and Overshield are coming up.
Yeah, OpTic play their process there really well. They're able to fight Space Station Gaming out of their base, even with the numbers advantage in favor of Space Station Gaming. And because of that defense is going to allow them to push up on the map once again. And don't forget this 6-minute mark, very important, as I believe OS and Rockets will be coming up.
Big kill come out of Dead Zone right there to take down Legend. Trippy follows it right up, going right after Eco. And now Dead Zone finding the one-shot player, gets the kill, but more importantly, stays alive. Spawners coming up for Space Station Gaming. If they play this right, this could be a secondary round of Slayers, and if that's the case, it will lead to the final cap. OpTic Gaming still up 2-0 here in a cap that only goes to 3, and Dead Zone takes down 2 before going down himself. That gives Formal tower side control.
Yeah, this sniper is a big factor for me. Formal sitting on this tower side. He's going to try and get this snipe. This will be the Space Station Gaming snipe, so any chance they had of kind of getting out of their base, Formal's in a position to stop it. Beautiful shots by him as well. He doesn't take too much damage. Because of that, he ends up getting his shields back. Now he's got their sniper to utilize. This is where it becomes a little bit scary for the side of SSG.
Spawner still coming out over toward the courtyard side. Formal was ready for him, but he still had no shields. And you give Eco the snipe? Snaps onto Trippy with a body shot. That literally stops that flag almost completely as Eco's able to take down the flag carrier. And it looks like SSG playing for the return. OpTic all on their side of the map for now. There is Lucid sneaking up over towards Sword.
Yeah, his defensive hold is good and all for SSG, but they've got to push up on the map off their numbers. It's 3 dead for the side of OpTic Gaming. They have top tower control on their side, but Trippy, the last player alive, goes down too. And there we go. That's what I was looking for. The overkill by Bound and a beautiful overkill by him, but they get to spawns on shotgun side. SSG have to kill these players on the shotgun side of the map.
Taking him to Bound Town. Overkill out of Bound, and he's still going off the young man from Ohio. Gets the trade out with Lucid, really making OpTic work here. It's 1 cap for Space Station Gaming, 1 cap behind. OpTic may have the lead, but Space Station Gaming at least have a bit of momentum.
Yeah, they should have been able to kind of relay caps here. They get that first one. They weren't able to really get control of the second one just due to the fact that the spawns came out on the shotgun side. So OpTic is saved in that regard. But it's SSG who are 3 down, especially with Rockets coming up right now. This is a bit scary for the side of SSG.
Dead Zone wants to stay alive with these Rockets. Down to 1 shot he goes. He was able to get value out of them the last time he had them. But Form will take it right off the tower side. Dead Zone, the final player alive. Bounce him back. Ends up getting the rocket kill for the double. Flag has been started here for Bound and Space Station Gaming. Bound trying to inch that flag forward, but the rest of OpTic are now starting to move into position. Overshield is great, but can you fend off 2, 3 members of OpTic Gaming? Apparently not. Back-to-back kills for Dead Zone and Lucid. And Lucid takes down the final player in Legend. That flag going nowhere. 4 down for SSG.
I like that play by Bound, though. He has the overshield. He tries to create a little bit of time, get at least a couple of kills and a little bit of damage so that his teammates can come off a spawn and push through and maybe get a touch. But Legend loses his 1v1. And what that does is it allows OpTic Gaming to play real comfortable here. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. Space Station down by 1. They need to act quickly, and it looks like Legend is the first point of attack.
Legend's already over toward the Mangler side. Excuse me, Mauler, I apologize. 1 shot goes down. Dead Zone. Dead Zone being real creative with his ability to stay alive. He has a stick grenade to maybe make a last-ditch effort, but it doesn't even need it. Formal has his back, and Formal continues to apply pressure to the rest of the members of SSG. Legend's down to 1 shot. Now he's out of the fight. Formal and the rest of OpTic Gaming now gets an inch forward from the long haul to the green hall side. They want the strong side of the map, and they're willing to take it.
Yeah, see, this is what interests me about Dead Zone, right? He's 26-10. This is what he's capable of, and I know this after watching him for these, 2 seasons, going on 3 now. This is what he's capable of, but not often does he hit this ceiling. He's doing it right now, and you can see OpTic firing on all cylinders when Dead Zone, is playing like this, and this is what I love. I love to see a player hit their potential and start to find their groove. That's exactly what's going on with Dead Zone. All 4 down for SSG. OpTic are going to put this last flag in.
This flag has made it through the courtyard, under the mid-bridge, over towards the runway, and eventually home. But OpTic Gaming taking it in a 3-1 fashion. Oh, man. This tournament, man. This tournament, my heart right now. My heart is going crazy. I thought SSG at one point were going to pull off the sweep. Now OpTic give me life, because that was a pretty dominant performance in game number 3. So the reverse sweep is still alive. King of the Hill Recharge. How many times have we talked about how good of a team OpTic are at King of the Hill? And Recharge really plays towards their strengths.
Yeah.
Talk to me about some of the stats that you're seeing right now, and talk to me what we should expect to see going into a game 4.
I mean, it's the first time we've seen Dead Zone play like this. I love Zane as a person. I think he's great. I think his ceiling is extremely high, but now that he's playing at that full potential, now we can see what OpTic is capable of, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time to rest into that groove, to get into a new team and be able to find your place, and it looks like in that game, he felt very comfortable. Of course, you got to talk about it. It's a map that is based off of the pit. He's very comfortable on that map, and he showcased it there. I want to see him continue this, though, as the series goes on.
So much damage on the map that we're seeing here for OpTic Gaming. I want to take a look at some of the highlights here. And I was wondering, after that, I'm wondering, that player had repulse? Like, the only way I can see him, like, hesitating right there is if the enemy team has repulse and he shoots that rocket, that's an opportunity for the enemy for the player to return it to sender with that repulse. A lot of times they'll try to bait you out to shoot that rocket and send it back. So I'm wondering if maybe that was the cause of that hesitation. And of course, bound with that, man, that overkill was nasty. Still not enough though. SSG fall 1-3 in this game, and the series gets extended at least to 4.
What kills me about that overkill, right, is the fact that that flag was already being run in while that overkill happened, and they had position to get another relay. They just missed out on a couple of slays, which stopped that from happening, and they weren't controlling that shotgun side. But anyway, here we go. It is now game number 4. OpTic Gaming looking for that reverse sweep story, and the SSG in the driver's seat to stop that from happening. It's Stellar in the first hill. Gets a bit of time here, but taken out as OpTic are 2 dead.
I do want to remind you guys at home, this is the grand finals, and Space Station Gaming up 2-1 so far in the series. Space Station Gaming can win by putting in 3 in this one, but OpTic Gaming cannot. 2 more wins for OpTic Gaming in a game 5, if they were to get it, would only reset the bracket, would only send us into yet another best of 5 series. Space Station Gaming obviously still in the driver's seat, even after the big win from OpTic.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, right? And it kind of tests you as a team. And OpTic's been in these tests many times, and they've been successful in some of them. But when you have a new member on this squad, it might be a bit different feeling. We'll see if they're able to pull it off, though. SSG immediate control of the hill. They get that 25% mark completed, but they are 3 down. Make that 4 as the last player falls.
The meta changes from Season 2 going into Season 3. I'll be honest with you, I definitely see why they put the hill over towards batteries. Oh my gosh, I hate this hill. Oh my gosh, oh man. One player over towards tower, and it's so tough to get. It definitely takes some skill to take over this hill. It does. It takes a lot of control. I freaking hate it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You're right, though. You know, have that guy towards tower. You have a guy potentially on that glass or bat ledge, and you just force spawns onto A. It just makes it really difficult for Space Station to push through. OpTic have a lock on this setup. You talked about them being a strong King of the Hill team. We're seeing that right now. as they get the first hill. Camo coming up as well. Dead Zone not able to use that shroud on the camo, but I believe it's OpTic Gaming still in control, so that camo will be picked up by Dead Zone. 3 down for SSG.
Huge camo grab here for OpTic Gaming. You already start off 1-0 in the game, and I talk about it over and over again. It's not the end of the world if you end up losing a hill, at least one onto the enemy, but it's the end of the world if you are not set up over toward the next one. So you allow OpTic Gaming to get a few points, even though not much, and the resources on the map. No shot. No shot. I don't know how that wasn't even a back smack. I was surprised Ito even got the melee. That looked like a back smack to me, but Dead Zone is still alive right now. Couple shots go in and ends up finishing him. Practically a bolt through the way Bound was attacking him, almost like he had the sword.
Yeah, like I said, Dead Zone's got a ginormous ceiling. It's just, you know, we're starting to see it realized here, which is exactly what you want if you're an OpTic fan. Stellar had the shock rifle in his hands. That's a dangerous combination, but he gets taken out pretty quickly. OpTic Gaming already on this second hill are 25% of the way through, and they're getting control on the long haul side of the map as well. Control of this map on this hill, very devastating, and Dead Zone's preparing for this push. He ends up missing a shot there. Ooh, but he'll do enough damage.
Excellent double push on OpTic Gaming here. Dead Zone on screen. Back when he competed for SSG was going by Penguin. Now 8-4 with 4 assists as Dead Zone of OpTic. Shock rifle in hands. Just barely missing out on that shot on Eco. Now looking to inch his way forward, but he does have Legend, his replacement, that's guarding the back C side. Teamwork will make the dream work, though. Double push for OpTic ends up leading to Dead Zone going down, but OpTic still getting some points on the board. Just about done, about 85%. You're looking for that final 15, that final 10%. SSG surrounding the hill. Nades are going down. Will OpTic be able to finish it? Yes, they can. 2-0 for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, SSG committed a little bit towards that hill, though. It is 3 down for OpTic Gaming, but Dead Zone, the last player alive, is going to find that camo once again. I believe that's the 3rd camo for OpTic Gaming in this game alone. It's SSG with immediate control of that elevator side and the hill, but OpTic Gaming looking to push that.
Enemy team took the hill.
A little bit of A-side control here for Space Station Gaming, at least having 2 players over toward the backside. It looks like Formal ends up going down, but Trippy's able to clean up Bound, and a 1v1. The Dead Zone must win to clear out the A side. Looks like it's going to happen, so now those spawners should be coming in for OpTic Gaming. There's a new challenger appears, though, and Legend takes down 1.
Yeah, it's really big by Legend. Trippy's there to clean him up, though. This is where Trippy needs to stay alive as long as possible. Legend's not going to allow that to happen. And for those of you that don't know, this side of this needle side hill, elevator is the most important thing to control. So you're going to see teams going for their process of getting that elevator control first, then going for hills second, and that's exactly what you see here. It's a fight for elevator first, a fight for slays, and SSG just got 2 on the side of OpTic.
And if elevator's the strong side, this gold side of the map would be the weak side. As of right now, OpTic find themselves fighting out of it and getting pushed right back all the way through the pipes over toward the top gold side, forced back toward their spawn. Maybe that's why the opposite side is the stronger.
Oh, they make a break through the top of Cat, and now it allows Dead Zone to kind of get in the hill. They've got that glass control. They've got top elevator now. OpTic have locked in a setup here. SSG have to find those first steps to break it, and Formal's the first step, but he ends up winning a 1v1, almost a 1v2.
Bound takes down Formal. Now is looking to push up over towards Glass. Bound also goes after Dead Zone. That was a momentary 3 down for OpTic Gaming. And Lucid, who was the final player, is also dealt with. BR in the hands of Bound as maybe he uses it to use it as a bait for camouflage. Long range shots are always looking crisp with the battle rifle. Maybe not those ones.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? They kind of give up that camo for the control of this for their first hill in the game. So now a 2-1 lead here for OpTic Gaming, but we'll see if that camo is being utilized. So far, it is not. A beautiful kill there, but Dead Zone answers back with a triple, looking for the over, decides to chal it, but stays alive. He ends up getting taken out, though. An aggressive push by Legend takes him out quickly. OpTic still in control of this hill, though.
Minute 42 seconds left in regulation. I don't think that really matters too much here for OpTic, but I think it really puts Space Station on the clock. How much time will have to be drained in order for SSG, in order to take this hill to tie things up? If OpTic win it, that's really putting things out of reach here for SSG. I think this is a must-win hill. They need to leave this hill tied up with Dead Zone able to take down Legend. And now decided to push forward here. There's 3 members of OpTic now infiltrating in from the long haul side. Reinforcements are here, but Dead Zone doesn't have an exit route.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate when time is a problem, and as of right now, it's not. But yes, if OpTic were to get this third hill, it will be a problem. It looks like OpTic is kind of playing time right now anyway, only being up that 1 hill. SSG finally getting into that hill, I'm sorry. But 2 players from OpTic already pushing on that tower side, which is the weak defended side of SSG, and they'll find that opening and now get in the hill once again.
This is where things get dangerous. Again, this is what I was talking about. If OpTic win this hill, it goes over towards bottom mid, and then, or camel spawn bottom mid, and I promise you, OpTic will not play the time at that point. They will simply just be keeping Space Station Gaming out and slaying them. SSG needs to win this one as we're less than a minute on the clock. 3 down go OpTic Gaming. That's exactly what they're looking for. Just barely missing out on that shot. With the shot, can't quite get away. Nades and damage is coming in left and right like a wrecking ball. OpTic Gaming take back control, busting through the defenses of SSG, and maybe, just maybe, making a game-winning play.
Dead Zone looks so incredible in these last 2 games. 19 and 10 in this one. Really seems like he's moving different, and you love to see that. Maybe getting a bit more comfortable as 4 go down for Space Station Gaming. OpTic looking to take their 3rd hill, and with 39 seconds left, it's going to be very difficult for SSG to win this game.
And this is what I was talking about a minute ago. Time wasn't a factor, at least for OpTic Gaming. It was really a must-win hill for Space Station, and now that they didn't, notice how OpTic, they are not playing this hill. They are simply going to play 30 seconds of Slayer, really. They're not even playing King of the Hill anymore. All they got to do is keep them out, and OpTic Gaming are sending us into a Game 5 here in your grand finals. Bound, chased out of the hill. Needs to quickly zone them out as well, dropping down from Trippy as OpTic are all 4 alive, and SSG are running out of time.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure being put out by OpTic Gaming. You see all the damage that's being done, and even then, right there, right, Bound is trying to get that hill time, but he's no shields, and it's just OpTic Gaming consistently fighting these weak players because their teammates, the teammates on OpTic, are just putting massive damage inside of every player from SSG that comes out. Bound will try to desperate, but it won't be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a Game 5.
How many Game 5s have we had in this tournament, Tim?
I don't know. I got deja vu saying that.
Oh, man.
I think a lot.
We getting lucky right now. Cause let me tell you, because although we're watching OpTic and SSG right now here in the grand finals of what's your final open leading into a qualifier, what I will say is, us, the viewers, are the real winners. We have been entertained all tournament long. So thank you, everybody who has competed in this tournament to lead up into this moment. And thank you, everybody in this lobby, because it's been an incredible ride.
Listen, if I got to talk about Dead Zone, obviously Lucid as well. We expect this out of Lucid, and we know that Dead Zone's capable as well, but Dead Zone's having a phenomenal 2 games here. Like, this is what I'd like to see. And again, it comes down to joining a team. You just feel a bit uncomfortable for a while. I understand they were scrimming. They tied FaZe 7-7. But he's fitting that role perfectly, and you can tell by, if you look at Formal's assist, you can tell by Formal's assist that there's just all that damage coming out, and Dead Zone's finding his openings. He's finding his way through. Look, 17 assists out of Formal there. Dead Zone's finding his space on this team, and it's honestly extremely good to see, but SSG should be trying to figure out how to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call him Dead Zone. You know, if Zane is near you, you're in the dead zone. Because either he's going to put down the damage that leads to an assist that takes you down, or the assist is going to come from his teammates, and he's going to get the cleanup kill. Either way, it's all about OpTic's teamwork, surrounding you, limiting your options, and ultimately using that team fire to put you down. If Zane is near you, I hate to break it to you guys, you're in the dead zone.
It's just crazy. It's crazy how many teams we have in contention. Obviously, Complexity, like bringing OpTic to a Game 5. I mean, just so many teams that we're going to look out for here coming this new season. So, really excited to see. It's good to see OpTic, you know, back in form a little bit. And again, you know, Dead Zone finding his space. I think it's still going to take time. I think, like I said, Dead Zone's got a ginormous ceiling, and I don't think that ceiling's been reached yet. So, interested to see how that develops as time goes on. But still, OpTic Gaming need to win this Game 5 which is already a test in and of itself against a great team like SSG. But if they win this game 5, they need to win another best of 5, Tony, for the grand finals reset.
Why are you putting that negativity up in the air?
Because it's facts, Tony, facts.
Nobody asked you. Nobody called for that. They're just out here just preying on OpTic's downfall over here. So, we know they have a hill with a mountain to climb. We already know that. Now,
I gotta remind the people, Tony.
You're dropping facts. And you're definitely right. SSG still have the advantage here. But I will say, after a team resets the bracket, if OpTic was to, does momentum then switch to their favor? Like after you overcome the advantage that your opposition has for coming out of the winner's bracket, just like SSG have, if OpTic were to win this game 5 and to reset the bracket, does that momentum then shift in your favor?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you win a best of 5. You reset the bracket. You're like, okay, well, we got this. Obviously, we won one. We can win it again. I think SSG are capable, though. Look how they started this series. Started this series 2-0. I don't think this series is anywhere near over. I think SSG maybe, taking a little break, getting some coffee or something. Then now they're going to come back to play. It's a possibility, right? This game 5 is so very important. SSG want to end this now, but we'll see if OpTic can continue on that tear. Like I said, I think the X factor for me is Dead Zone. If he plays how he played in these last 2 games, OpTic are going to probably win this one as well. And we're probably going to go to a reset. But to me, it depends on him. It depends on Lucid. Of course, it depends on the entirety of OpTic.
Elimination game 5 here in your grand finals. And started things off with a triple kill. What a way to make a statement. What a way to set the tone here on game 5 on the streets of New Mombasa. Welcome, legend, to SSG.
We've seen so many incredible matches here, on this map alone, and we've seen some of them go to time, at LAN events. This you can see already. Look at the pace of game and how it changes. Everyone understands in this match how important this match is, and of course how important this camo is as it sits in the bottom center of the map.
You could cut the tension in here with a butter knife. What? Wow. Right from the opening rip, it is a stalemate between these two. Forget David and Goliath, just 2 Goliaths right now, going at each other. Neither team want to make a mistake. It's still SSG, which is a 1-kill advantage, but Lucid looks to eat away at that. As I say that, somehow Space Station Gaming able to stretch that lead and take down the Camel player.
Yeah, it's a good pick apart of the offense of OpTic. I'm sorry, the defense of OpTic, right? OpTic kind of sitting, trying to get that first initial pick. SSG find an opening. They push on through and they wipe OpTic Gaming. Now 8-5 is the lead. Space Station in control.
Stalker rifle was used just to get a trade-off in lives there. I think SSG recognized the Dead Zone is by himself. Eco looks to take height with that repulse, and somehow Dead Zone is staying alive here towards the commando side of Subway. You do see Trippy pushing up, and I think if we just waited just a minute or two, I think Dead Zone would have pushed up with them over toward that strong side. But either way, Space Station Gaming that have 11 kills at the moment here, OpTic find himself a bit behind.
Yeah, OpTic also find themselves trapped inside a tram. Dead Zone's going to try to make a play here and open up the map just a bit. You see that damage is capitalized on. Beautiful. Whoa! You would expect it to be capitalized on. Eco comes out and wins a massive 1v1 there, extending SSG's lead.
Double kill out of Trippy. Clearing out the ATM. A double out of Stellar to match that 3. Down goes Space Station Gaming. And Formal right up the middle ends up being taken down. I believe what was dropped was a Shroud. Even though it looks very much like a camo, was grabbed up. Oh, no, it was camo. It was camo. I'm sorry. I'm going crazy.
Yeah, Shroud no longer on this map. Camo, very important to control. Dead Zone. See what he's able to do with it here. That's the important part, right? Providing info to his squad. This camo's only up for 30 seconds, though, so he's got to act if he wants to make some sort of a push here, and he gets caught out pretty quickly. That's a camo gone. A great job by SSG spotting him out.
5 kills separating these two as OpTic do end up going 3 down. Actually, all 4 members hitting the black screen. Space Station Gaming do not want to take this into a bracket reset. They have the opportunity to end it now, and the way they're playing, they could just do just that. But as I say that, Lucid and Trippy They're able to push up over toward the strong side. They're able to take back this B streak control that they wanted, only down by 5 kills. OpTic back in the driver's seat.
Oh, great job by Trip here to try and stay alive with this Stalker. He's going to end up going down, though, so that'll be Stalker in the hands of SSG. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. They have to come off a spawn here. SSG has done a ton of damage. 15 to 24 SSG lead.
Bound makes his way through tires. He does have a few members with him as they're really focused on keeping that B streak control. On top of that, keeping an eye on this camouflage. Stalker and BR could be really good here for Legend and SSG, but with the quickness, without any hesitation whatsoever, Bound snatches up this camouflage, and OpTic have no idea where he's going.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, right? Bound, very aggressive player. Him having camo is going to just make his runs unorthodox, and this is exactly what he does. Look at the damage he's able to do. Trippy goes down. They end up getting the kill on the dead zone as well, and that extends the lead to 10. SSG in full control right now. They end up going down, and Stellar ends up going down, but Bound's still going to be aggressive off the spawns of OpTic here.
Something has to change here for OpTic Gaming. Bound not quite able to find the backsmack, so has to trade out his life with camouflage there. Not exactly what you want to see. And SSG still back-to-back kills, lead to a 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Apparently, they didn't need the active camouflage in order to get a double-digit lead.
This lead is going to be massive because, again, we talk about leads in Slayer. All you got to do really is go for these trades. OpTic, though, playing extremely well on this push. They end up getting 2 down. They don't lose anyone as well, so this is really good by OpTic, but a trade comes out once again. It's going to minimize the damage just a bit, but it's still a 10-kill lead here for SSG.
Yeah, 33 to 23 here, and one thing I'm noticing from Space Station Gaming is they've been controlling the B side for most of this game. Finally, OpTic looking to take back that strong side control, that B streak control at the moment here. Will it work out in their favor? Legend apparently refuses to go down. Formal having to bring a shotgun into play, but then Eco comes right back in with the melee and steals that shotgun right from him. More power weapons, more resources now entering the hands of Space Station Gaming as OpTic ain't caught left and right by themselves. 2 down for OpTic Gaming. The B street is cleared out.
Wow, you wouldn't expect something like this, but yeah, like I said, you can just play for trades. You can play for the 2-for-1 trade all day long. It's 40 to 28 now. SSG looking dominant. New camo coming up. This is a big deal. If OpTic Gaming are to get this camo, there's a potential they can do something with this game. Shroud screen is down, so they're not going to be able to utilize that to get the camo. I believe it actually despawns potentially. That camo is still at the bottom center of the map. That's the chance for OpTic to come back in this game. 3 down they go, though.
And once you go 3 down, I have to imagine that Space Station Gaming were able to get away with the camouflage. In fact, it's in the hands of Bound, who goes right after Dead Zone. 5 more kills needed here for Space Station Gaming. OpTic find himself way too far behind, looking for the final squad wipe here. OpTic needs to stay alive. They need to play damn near perfect Halo right now, and it ain't coming. 2 down for OpTic Gaming. 2 left here for SSG. Camo still in the hands of Bound, and he's hunting down members of OpTic Gaming. The BR is in. Dead Zone is down. Space Station Gaming have done it in a game 5. They are your champions.
Wow. What a statement being made by Space Station Gaming, almost allowing the reverse sweep to happen. Very convincing. Game 3 and 4 out of OpTic. A 3-1 victory on Empyrean, a 3-1 victory on Recharge, but SSG save up their energy, come through in the Game 5, and make it count when it matters the most. No reset. SSG will be your winners.
Space Station Gaming coming out with the huge win on that one. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, once again, taking back the throne. They came in through the winners bracket. They had that advantage. And let me tell you, if OpTic were able to win out that first series, momentum would have shifted. They were playing really well, especially towards the tail end of that series. But some way, somehow, Space Station Gaming were able to hold on. And I said it before in the chat, I'm gonna say it right here. You can't spell GG's without SSG.
I like that, Tony. That was good. What a pleasure, man. Gosh, we love Halo, don't we? What a beautiful game, especially at a high level. It's literally chess. And I just want to show my appreciation to you, Tony, Of course, LVT for allowing me to do this. Like, the fact that I get to do this as a job is just incredible.
Triple kill.
The growth that I've seen out of
Shot.
LVT in general has been incredible. I've been with LVT I think now for 3 years, and just seeing the growth and seeing all the hard work come to fruition. And of course, it's great to see SSG and their hard work winning an event here. It's going to give them a lot of points in terms of seeding. They're going to utilize those to have a solid event. But gosh, what a great just day it's been, right? Lots of game 5s, Tony. Lots of close matchups. Lots of teams we didn't expect to be in the conversation and now are. It's just awesome, man.
Year 3 of HCS. I mean, I feel like we say it every single year, but I'm going to say it again. There's curveballs being thrown. And as of right now, the top 3 is going to continue to shift, and everybody on the outside looking in has such a chance. It is closer than it's ever been. We saw Sentinels play lights out. We saw Complexity pull off crazy upsets as well. FaZe dropping down as low as 4th place? Like, just absolutely insane. And it's just not over yet, guys. Just such a great way to set up what we're going to see going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your HGS Open Series Week 3. I'm Why Not Be Reckless. This was active, and we were so happy to bring you some of the action. Now we're going to send it over to LVT and Tools for the final time.
Man, thank you for that, Tony. Tony and Active, you guys killed it. SSG come out on top. Tools, no grand finals reset. Thrilling game 5 series, though. I gotta say, I'm pretty satisfied, Tools.
Extremely satisfied. Space Station, they did what they needed to do. They stunted the hot OpTic gaming out the gate, right? Yeah. Remember how strong OpTic looked during the Sentinels and FaZe match. To make them be on their back foot and have to win 2 in a row just to get that chance to game 5, I think was a big difference maker. And then the other thing I noticed, right? Look at these Slayers. Slayers making the big difference this time around, right? Both the Slayers won by Space Station Gaming. I think OpTic's probably going to be looking at those deeply. Maybe a little bit of a Scrim Slayer practice in the future for some of these teams, because at the end of the day, Slayer is an important game type to be on the top of, and Space Station today was able to have 2 pretty clear-cut Slayer wins.
That's a great observation. OpTic nearly pulling off the reverse sweep, unable to do so. And thus, Space Station Gaming are your champions. This is the 2nd open tournament that they have won, Tools. Is this some foreshadowing going into the OpTic Major?
Hey, is Space Station gonna take OpTic Gaming's lunch in their home stadium once again? I don't know. It's gonna be a tough task. Legend, I think, is up to the task. So I think that's what we've seen so far. The LeBounds duo has just been a pleasure to watch. They can take over games by themselves, and I feel like it opens up so much more opportunity for Stellar and Eco to play around their team and to activate what's the best part of their gameplay. I think we saw in that game 5, Eco played phenomenal alongside Bound for that win. I think just the composition of the Space Station Gaming roster is very good. And next week will be a true test for every team that was here. It's the big one, the qualifier, going to be going on next week.
That's right. We've had 3 excellent Open Series tournaments. We've got a 4th next weekend, next Saturday and next Sunday. This is the one that counts more than all the others that we've had thus far. Plenty on the line, and so man, if you're enjoying the Halo matches that you've been seeing these last couple weeks, I can assure you it's only going to get better, and it's all leading up to the OpTic Major happening in Arlington on March 15th. Tools. Man, I gotta say, this was an amazing day for Halo, in my opinion. Anything just lingering on your head after today, Tools?
I just want to appreciate everyone that came through. We hit some milestones today, right? So, the competition was great. We'll see better competition next week. Arlington's around the corner. That's awesome. But the momentum behind Halo Esports right now, I think, is some of the most fun I've seen in a long time because of you guys coming out to these streams week in, week out. We hit 10K concurrent on Twitch alone. I believe it was 13.5K between the Twitch and the YouTube at one time. So huge numbers, right? Yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for coming out support. I believe we also broke our sub record once again today, so just appreciate the support. It means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of other Halo going on elsewhere. Obviously, the Mexico region right there, I believe they're like in elimination semifinals. We've been hosting them pretty regularly. There's also, EU happened today. I think I saw that Quadrant took the cake this time. Tools. Any thoughts after the shakeup of rosters here on the EU side?
I didn't get to watch the grand finals. I did watch the winners finals. I'll say it's a close race between the two of them.
Sorry,
Chick
spoiler.
looked very good today over at Foe. A 3-2 win for Quadrant in the winner side. I think it's going to be a neck and neck race. I think EU's legit this year. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 EU teams finishing top 8 all year just because of how good the Foe and the Quadrant roster is. And it's going to be a battle between the two of them to figure out who reigns supreme in Europe.
And that's without Legend, which means there's some new talent cropping up. Tools. One of them on a new input, mouse and keyboard, right?
Wu-Tang, hey, pave the ground. That's what I'm saying. I love the fact that we're still getting new players into the scene. Wu-Tang is, I think, someone that's going to come in and shake things the way that they need to be shook. Show that mouse and keyboard is viable, right? We've had a couple players now that have been making their way through. Septic over in EU is also playing a mouse and keyboard. Scoobmeister, obviously, from A&Z. But this is the first time we've seen a mouse and keyboard player that's on a team that's like top 8 bound at minimum, right? And they're like trying to fight past like top 6. So very excited to see how he plays on LAN and that mouse and keyboard input.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. Also, I'm a mouse and keyboard player myself, so I'm thoroughly looking forward to that. And then, of course, for as far as Halo action, I saved the best for last. Tools. We've got some North American action happening right now on the Hydra Gaming channel. Same drops, if I'm not mistaken. This is the Queen's Alliance tournament. It's a 4v4 draft style tournament. Draft style tournaments usually play out to be very competitive. Tools. So I'm happy to say that we'll be looking forward to rating them here soon. And of course, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. All the viewers, congratulations, because between you and me and everybody else here at LVT, dude, we saw some damn good Halo today. So I'm thoroughly, like I said earlier, thoroughly satisfied with what we saw today. Congratulations to Space Station. I want to take a moment really quickly to shout out some of the people behind the scenes that normally help us do this. I'm going to start with our observer, Nighty Knight. This man is the in-game director, and he's catching all of the action. He's out here literally making sure that we don't miss a thing. He's also helping us communicate with the admins.
Great observer.
Shout out to the admins on the TO side, right? We got Celeste, we got Frag Out, and then we got the whole Face It Halo team as well. So shout out to them. Our casters that we've had consistently here, Eli and Mikowski, excellent duo. We've had Why Not and Tony. I'm not gonna call them a duo because one of these is not like the other HCS host, desk host, right? Not the host. Obviously Lottie is the host, but desk talent. Tony usually here with us as well. I'm happy to say that I'm excited to hear some Tools casting here in the future. But I want to shout out you, of course, as well, Tools. You're literally here holding the glue. You're like the glue for the production, my man. So thank you for being here on the desk with me, always providing some amazing insight and buying me time to do the things that have to be done in the background. So thank you for that. And then, of course,
appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. All the moderators in our Twitch chat, we've had thousands and thousands and thousands of people coming through our stream, and obviously this is a lot to deal with. So thank you all to who are helping keep it clean as best as possible. And then shout out to the viewers, the competitors for for working with us to make sure we don't miss any of the great action. I really think that it was a great nod when everybody kind of paused things because, like, wait, hold up, OpTic and FaZe are here in the elimination bracket, and obviously one of these teams undeserving to go home so early. And spoiler alert, it was FaZe. But shout out to everybody, kind of working together to make sure that the fans and the Halo community are getting what they want. Shout out to HCS. Thank you for always enabling us to have the drops and allowing us to get in and observe these matches. And I think that's it, Tools. Is there anybody I'm missing?
I got one more.
Okay.
You're missing the newest member.
I know who you got.
HCS crew. If you've been watching the YouTube, you've been noticing we've been outputting a little bit more. It's all thanks to this guy, man. He's a killer editor. If you're needing someone to edit any sort of Halo stuff for you, he's phenomenal. Shout out to All in One.
Let's go.
JUAN, All in One. This guy is phenomenal. Really love to see the work that he's been putting in. He's honestly a great member of the team. Thank you so much for doing what you guys do, everyone that's here. But the YouTube's been a big deal, and if you guys haven't been watching the YouTube videos, this is a good chance. Go check out the YouTube. Go check out Juan's work over there. I think we've gotten 1,500 subs in the last month. We'll try to hit 7K by next week. Maybe. It's all doing great. Go check out the YouTube.
That's mind-blowing. The support has been amazing. Make sure to follow the LVT Halo channel. That's going to be it for this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in to the HCS Open Series week number 3. Congratulations to Space Station Gaming as they take home their second W of the year. And they look forward to week number 4, the major qualifier. Major things at stake. I was trying to feed that in there. Whatever.
Qualifications at stake.
Literally, yeah. The stakes are higher next week. That's what I'm trying to say. So make sure you tune in next time. We're going to be rating Hydra Gaming. They got the same drops, if I'm not mistaken. If not, they're different drops, so enjoy different drops. I'm pretty sure they're the same, though. So that's going to be it, ladies and gents. I appreciate everyone being here. Congratulations, Space Station, once again. LVT and the boys, we are out.